Oh, what an obedient audience. That's fantastic. Good morning and welcome to New York. And welcome to our virtual audience also from around the world. I'm Fred Kemp. I'm President and CEO of the Atlantic Council. I'm delighted to welcome our audience, but I'm particularly delighted to welcome His Excellency Mohammed Al-Hamadi. Mohammed, where are you? There you are. Managing Director, CEO of the Emirates Nuclear Energy Company. It's an honor to partner with you in this endeavor and to continue to work with you and your remarkable team on the Atlantic Council's second Nuclear Energy Policy Summit. So this is a great group. I will be introducing Senator Whitehouse in a moment. I see Secretary Moniz, a member of our International Advisory Board here, former Secretary of Energy, former Deputy Secretary of Energy, Daniel Poneman, also a member of our board, Teofil Murasan of INFRA, new member of our International Advisory Board working on the SMR project in Romania, Ana Palacio, former Foreign Minister of Spain, who also on the board of the Atlantic Council, and she came up to me saying, and this is the kind of conversation you have in this kind of crowd, she came up to me and saying, Fred, of course you know about my nuclear past. And when you're a European, that really means something, because of, nuclear wasn't as accepted as it is right now, and the enthusiasm about the energy is really a game change. But first and foremost, Your Excellency, your work has been groundbreaking. You and Enoch, you've ushered in an era where nuclear energy is central to achieving our global energy and industrial goals, and in many ways the UAE was at the cutting edge. You've been ahead of your time, and I think to a certain extent we've been there with you, and we've been navigating these great changes along the way. 5-6 years ago, I didn't have many conversations about energy, let alone nuclear energy, with any of the technology giants. Now you can't have a conversation with them where you're not talking about the future of energy. And of course, there weren't AI companies of the scale that there are now, and of course that's a big change as well. So this summit presents a unique opportunity to look ahead. It's important to reflect as well on the industry's profound developments since the Atlantic Council inaugural Nuclear Energy Policy Summit in 2023, also here in New York, a year that marked an inflection point for global nuclear energy landscape. In the United States, our industry and government leaders have taken bold strides in policy and investment and regulation, and we're reshaping how nuclear energies can support our national and energy security strategies. I really want to salute Jennifer Gordon, who's the director of our Nuclear Energy Policy Initiative and the Daniel B. Poneman Chair in Nuclear Energy Policy, and Landon Durrance, who's the vice president of the Atlantic Council for all our energy work and the senior director for our Global Energy Center. And you're all invited back to Washington June 9th, 10th next year for the Global Energy Forum, the Atlantic Council Global Energy Forum. This year in June, we convened 1,500 people from 95 countries, and including many leaders from the Trump administration and other government leaders from around the world. So there are a number of newcomer countries that are demonstrating interest in new nuclear projects to support a secure and sustainable energy future. We're also seeing interest from new types of industries, as I said before, from tech companies to steel to oil and gas. They want energy, nuclear energy, to provide their data centers and heavy industrial operations and base load power. This summit, therefore, comes at a critical moment. You're on the cutting edge, you all are. And I'm looking forward to the conversations that will take place over the course of today and tomorrow to inspire continued innovation. And with that, I'm delighted to introduce Senator Sheldon Whitehouse. Senator Whitehouse represents Rhode Island in the United States Senate and serves as the ranking member of the Senate's Committee on Environment and Public Works. The senator has led the introduction of major legislation which has spurred wide-scale reform in the United States nuclear energy landscape, including the 2018 Nuclear Energy Innovation Capabilities Act, the 2019 Nuclear Innovation and Modernization Act, and the 2024 Advance Act. He also served as the honorary co-chair of the Atlantic Council's task force on the nuclear energy leadership, U.S. nuclear energy leadership in 2019, which kicked off, which was the start of our work on nuclear energy policy, and I really feel we've become preeminent in this field since then in our own sector. I'm going to end the introduction with something just a little bit more personal because I've watched Senator Whitehouse's work for a long time. You'll see on his lapel a Ukrainian flag. And whether it's Ukraine or whether it's corruption or whether it's nuclear energy or whether it's climate, first and foremost, he's got a moral passion and consistency that is quite unusual in the Senate. His role as one of the Senate's most persistent and effective watchdogs on dark money and corporate influence in politics is well known. He was the chair of the Senate Budget Committee. He's become known almost singularly for giving more than, he actually told me it's now up to 301, is that right, Senator? 301 consecutive speeches on the Senate floor about the climate crisis, what he has called his Time to Wake Up series. That consistency of moral purpose week after week, year after year is unusual and has given him a distinctive voice, which we're now lucky to hear. So Senator Whitehouse, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Fred. It's a treat to be here with all of you, but it's a particular treat to be here with my friend Secretary Moniz. President Kennedy famously gathered all of the Nobel Prize winners when he was president for a dinner and said that this was the greatest concentration of intellectual talent gathered in the White House since Thomas Jefferson dined alone. That's a little bit the way I feel about Ernie, so it's good to be with him. The backdrop for this conversation is where I want to begin, and that is that we are failing the test of climate safety. Our trajectory is not good, and things are going to have to change if we are to pass that test and get onto a pathway to climate safety. One of the things that I think is essential to moving to that pathway is to not only protect but also expand the EU CBAM. As the UK joins and Australia joins, and I hope Canada joins, I dream of Mexico joining and others, I think that solves the problem of the free-to-pollute business model that is lethal to success in the climate struggle. And what CBAM does is it adds a revenue proposition to nuclear. It is unfair for nuclear, which does not create massive carbon costs, to have to compete with an industry that does create massive carbon costs with no recognition of that differential. So both from a point of view of climate safety and from a point of view of a proper revenue proposition to support the nuclear industry, there's every reason to support the CBAM. So where do I fit into all of this? I've been the lead Democrat on all 4 of the nuclear reform bills. With my green credentials, it's been helpful at calming anxiety in the green community about where nuclear leads. Many of us had a, history of opposition to nuclear power from the 70s. But right now, I think there's a lot of progress to be made. I think the small modular reactors are going to roll out in very significant ways. In some places, they're just a virtual geographic necessity to provide the kind of power that is needed in local and difficult-to-reach areas. I've also been an ardent advocate for trying to replace fossil fuel water boiling with nuclear water boiling in locations where all of the rest of the accoutrements are there. You've got the workforce, you've got the turbines, you've got the grid, the transformers, you've got it all. All you need to do is find a clean way to boil water, and nuclear does that. And we're trying to prove that out in the US. Unfortunately, it has not gone as quickly as I would like. And then, of course, there are new markets in which it makes sense all around the world to avoid the carbon problem. So I think we have a very considerable inflection point that we've already reached with nuclear, and I think it's going to continue, and I hope to be an advocate for that continuation as we go forward. I'll close with two things that I would very much like to see. So this is in the nature of an ask. One is, some of the latest nuclear technologies can take advantage of spent nuclear fuel as their fuel going forward, which is at least a piece of a resolution to the spent nuclear fuel problem. It is not necessarily clear that the market on its own will drive that, because there's no real value for solving the spent fuel problem. So it's going to take a particular set of initiative and of commitment by the industry to continue to invest in, focus on, and develop the types of nuclear power that can work through our spent fuel mess, basically. We're trying to figure out ways to make that not just the right decision, but also the economic decision. But in the meantime, please, please, please make sure you keep focused on the technologies that allow us to reuse our spent fuels. The last point that I want to make is, I think particularly for the American nuclear industry, the credibility of the Nuclear Regulatory Commission and of the results that it achieves is an enormous asset. And while I know the current administration is pushing the business model of nuclear out into agreements like the pressure they just put on the EU recently, at the same time, they're taking steps at the NRC that I think threaten to degrade its role as the gold standard. And if the NRC loses its credibility for independence and for talent, then I think a whole industry suffers with it. So I am constantly, when I speak to audiences from the industry, urging them, please communicate back to the administration that this is not in your interests. That to the extent the NRC is taken over in a bureaucratic coup by the Department of Energy, that undoes the principle that caused the NRC to be formed in the first place, that the advocacy and the safety had to be separated. So we know that's a mistake. We lived that mistake. Let's not go back and redo that mistake. And then when the doggy boys, doge boys, whatever you want to call them, come in to wreck stuff, and you drive lots of talented people out of a regulatory agency, they can be very, very hard to replace. So we have every reason, I think, to, in common cause, push back and try to make sure that the NRC remains independent, remains technologically the best, and maintains the gold standard credibility for the nuclear plants that it clears and authorizes, more important than ever as we move into newer and newer nuclear technologies. So thank you for your work. If I can be of help, I'm obviously demonstrably interested, and best of luck with the program today. Thank you so much.
Senator Whitehouse, thank you so much. And thank you, Fred. Good morning, everyone. My name is Jennifer Gordon, and I'm the director of the Nuclear Energy Policy Initiative at the Atlantic Council. And some of you may have heard last week there were a few announcements that came out of President Trump's visit to the UK. And I am so delighted now to invite to the stage Mungo Woodfield, who is Counselor for Global Issues, USA, at the British Embassy to the United States of America, to shed a little bit more light on those announcements. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer, and thank you, Fred, and all the Atlantic Council for this timely opportunity to discuss how together we can make our nuclear energy ambitions a reality. And it's an honor to follow Senator Whitehouse in making a few brief remarks. So as Jennifer said, I wanted just to take the opportunity, and very grateful to have it, to explain a little bit about how the UK sees nuclear and how we consider our partnership with the United States as central to realizing that vision. And as Jennifer mentioned, last week was, of course, the historic state visit of President Trump to the UK. I just crossed the Atlantic on the weekend, caught a bit of breath, saw my children, and came straight to New York to do this week. And of course, we were absolutely honored to have the president there. And as many of you will have seen on screens, the whole affair is visually stunning. It's a sort of movie set, and you've got Windsor Castle, so you've got a bit of the Crown, and then Chequers is this Tudor mansion where the Prime Minister lives, a sort of Shakespeare in love. And then the Marine One helicopters and the Chinooks descend on the grounds, and you blend a bit of Apocalypse Now into the whole thing. So it was an amazing, amazing spectacle. But some of you may have noticed that in the midst of the castles, the carriages, the horses, the bagpipes, there are a series of big landmark agreements announced that we hope will shape our future partnership on tech, trade, and energy. As one newspaper columnist wrote in the UK, we came for the spectacle, but it was the deals that stole the show. And one of those agreements I'd like to talk about today is aptly titled, as far as this institution is concerned, the Atlantic Partnership for Advanced Nuclear Energy. And of course, nuclear has long been a pillar of the UK-US relationship, from defense cooperation with the Manhattan Project, the Mutual Defense Agreement that underpins our nuclear deterrence, to civil innovation. You know, in the UK, we had the first commercial nuclear reactor at Calder Hall almost 70 years ago. And then together with the US, we established the IAEA in 1957, building on President Eisenhower's vision. So we've always seen nuclear as fundamental to both our energy and national security relationship with the US. And today, we believe that joint leadership in energy security is going to be the next defining element of that partnership. We want, through this deal, to create a bridge between the world's oldest civil nuclear power market and the world's largest. Now, both the UK and the US, as the Senator mentioned, are working to ensure that their energy systems are more secure and resilient from malign influence. And Russia's brutal invasion of Ukraine delivered an urgent wake-up call to energy security in Europe. Britain and many other European countries have woken up and prioritized energy that is reliable, scalable, and secure. And in the UK, my government is kickstarting a golden age of nuclear, with the biggest nuclear building program in a generation. And I think it's fair to say, as with here in the US, we sort of lost our savoir-faire, our way to build nuclear over the last 20, 30 years. And we want to turn that around. This includes constructing a 3.2 gigawatt Sizewell C plant, preparing a rapid rollout of small modular reactors, and investing billions in R&D for nuclear fusion plants. With our agreement last week, we are trying to join forces with the US to accelerate new nuclear deployments and fast-track progress towards commercial fusion power. What does this mean in practice? Well, put simply, we are making it easier for US companies to build in Britain and British companies to build in the US. For example, at the moment, if a nuclear project like the Rolls-Royce SMR is approved in one country, it still has to go through many years of checks to get approved in the other. And so under this deal, where there is duplication, we will cut it, so companies can get much quicker approvals. Our governments have spoken to our regulators and had an ambition to halve the amount of time it takes to evaluate new design reactors, down to 2 years from around 4, and also to try to find site licensing approval within 1 year. And we're already seeing industry step up to seize these opportunities. We've had X-Energy and Centrica planning up to 12 advanced modular reactors in Hartlepool, creating thousands of jobs and billions in value for the UK. And as Senator Whitehouse said, this is in an area of the country where we already have the skills, we have the infrastructure, so it fits very well in. We have Holtec, EDF, and Tritax working on advanced data centers powered by small modular reactors in Nottinghamshire. Last Energy and DP World are pioneering one of the world's first micro-modular plants at London Gateway. And Urenco is partnering with Radiant to supply advanced fuels to the US market. And finally, we have TerraPower and KBR exploring natrium reactors for UK deployment. All these projects show what transatlantic collaboration can deliver: clean power, economic growth, and energy security for decades to come. So we believe that for all of us here today, there's a real opportunity to align our strategies whether that's rebuilding nuclear supply chains, scaling up component manufacturing, or investing in a skilled workforce. We see opportunity to combine our industrial strengths and align approaches on regulation, planning, and skills. The joint development, licensing, and demonstration of these projects can help us all deploy these technologies faster, at lower cost, and with greater global impact. And we all know that energy security is technology security. AI data centers, quantum, and other frontier tech will drive energy demand off the charts. So the British government is on a mission to radically reform our regulation and make it easier to build the infrastructure that powers the digital economy. Because we believe that this is not just an energy and a tech race, it's also a contest of systems. You know, if we fail and we concede critical ground, not just in energy, but in the architecture of the technological landscape, it is clear that our rivals will not relax, they will take that space from us. So we believe it is a pivotal moment to reassert and elevate our transatlantic alliance as leading, responsible, and innovative nuclear nations, to seize the opportunities to develop the next generation of civil and nuclear capabilities and become the market makers. I look forward to the discussions today and hearing your perspectives, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak to you. Thanks very much. Thank you, Jennifer.
Thank you so much. I'd now like to invite everyone to please take about a 10-minute networking break. There are coffee and refreshments just in the foyer outside of this room, but please come back quickly and please use this as an opportunity to talk to your friends at your tables. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. I would like to invite everyone to please pause your conversations and take your seats. Thank you. I am now delighted to introduce the plenary session for this morning, Powering the Digital Age, the Role of Nuclear Energy. And this session will be moderated by the Honorable Daniel B. Poneman, who needs no introduction, but was former Deputy Secretary of Energy and is an Atlantic Council board member, and many other affiliations as well. So Dan, I'm delighted to hand this over to you. Thank you.
Good morning, and thank you, Jennifer, and you snuck that in. Welcome, everybody. This is a great day, and I have been admonished not to introduce the panel, but I will a little bit anyway. But let me just start with a comment. First thing to say, most importantly, is to thank our hosts, the Atlantic Council, Fred Kemp, Jennifer Gordon, their teams, our esteemed friends and colleagues at ENEC, Mohammed Al-Hamadi and his outstanding team, for bringing us all together. This is an incredible collection. I just learned flying back from the Nuclear Energy Agency last week that at that famous dinner that Senator Whitehouse referenced, where President Kennedy made the comment about the greatest collection of intellectual capital since Thomas Jefferson died alone, that Robert Oppenheimer was at that dinner, and that was part of his rehabilitation. So it was an interesting historical footnote. And speaking of history, I have spent literally over a half century in this industry. I started in June 1975 as an intern for John Glenn. And I don't think in the half century I've been working on this that we have faced a moment that is more fraught with risk in terms of the climate and our national security, or ripe with opportunity because of all of the factors that Senator Whitehouse has already adduced and we just heard from Mungo. And we need to do many things well. It will take everybody in this room with your respective capacities and your perspectives. But one thing we all must do well is execute. It's really on us to do that. And in the introduction, we could all learn a lot from Mohammed Al-Hamadi, because I saw that program come literally from the sand. And he showed in this century that it can be done, and it can be done well, and it can be done on budget and in a good time frame. So there is no more distinguished panel I can think of to help us solve these problems than the one we had before it. I've given a brief introduction to Mohammed, who's led ENEC for a long time and built Baraka. I'll start with my left, my dear friend and former colleague, Alicia Duncan, Deputy Assistant Secretary of Energy for all things international. I haven't seen her since last week in Paris, right? My former partner in crime, Tim Gitzel. We used to run around Canada and various places. I think our last stage we shared was at COP28 in Dubai, and who is not only the CEO of Cameco, which is an incredible company, not just a fuel cycle company any longer, but now 49% owner of Westinghouse, but he's really a leader of global stature, has been the chair of the World Nuclear Association and so forth. And then the only person I haven't known for years is my namesake, Daniel Hanna of Barclays, at the end of the panel. So I'm going to start, since she's next to me, and we used to work together with Alicia. Department of Energy obviously has been a key driver with the Advanced Reactor Development Program, and you have done so much work yourself. From a policy perspective now, we've seen a lot of changes, the 4 executive orders from the president. How should we think about DOE's approach to accelerating the deployment of advanced nuclear?
Well, first, may I say thank you for having me on the panel, Dan, and thank you, probably my first time calling you Dan, I don't know, because normally you're sir. And there's so many sirs in this room, to include former Secretary Moniz and others from the department, former and present, Brian and others. So DOE is always present. And I think as we think about where we are in this time that you mentioned, we see that the president has been very, very forward-leaning in nuclear space with the executive orders. And not only are there the executive orders, they are tied to accountability. And that accountability really has us running at warp speed to try to be able to deploy new nuclear. And the government, I think now more than ever, is really trying to enable that with our industry and using the technical skills of our national laboratories. When we think about what we have to do as a nation and then how we want to help our partners around the world, I think the responsibility for us is to make sure we do it right. Obviously, you've mentioned the lessons we can learn from ENEC, and so therefore we've looked at how we can increase regulatory timeframes with the licensing, how we can help test these reactors at our labs so that they can be ready for deployment, and how we can enable reactors, most recently using the reactor pilot program where we have 11 projects that the government will partner with to be able to help support their success. Our most near-term goal is to be able to deploy 3 new reactor technologies by July 4th. So it won't just be for hot dogs and whatever else happens at the barbecue, but July 4th, 2026, that's our near-term goal. And I am very confident that out of the 11 projects that we will have, that's 10 companies, that we'll be able to see success. Hopefully in those 3, who knows how many more, but we're really, really, really focused, and we're not just given a mandate, we are being held accountable for that. So all of us are working together. It's not just the Department of Energy, it's our other interagency colleagues, State Department, the NRC, of course, all of the financing institutions that are looking forward, as well as our industry and our national laboratories, and of course our academic partners.
Well, when you cite that July 4th deadline, it talks about one of the things that we've been collectively poor at, which is speed to delivery, right? And so I'm going to turn to Mohammed. You've shown at Baraka your ability to build to a schedule. And now, just as UAE was pioneering in the Middle East in terms of new nuclear, now UAE has a very important role in the AI revolution with the investments that you're making. So we have seen enormous multi-tens of gigawatts demand curves that need to be met in a very few years to satisfy the data center requirements, et cetera. Probably no one's in a better place to help us understand that intersection, Mohammed, between the AI revolution and the role of nuclear than you are. Could you help us understand how should we think about the role of advanced nuclear in addressing the AI of the future?
Thank you, Dan, and very pleased and honored to be with you here this morning, and a very lovely time here in New York. If I maybe zoom out just to explain the demand and how serious the demand of energy, and specifically around AI. If you look today, so by next year, 2026, the demand of energy for data centers globally will be around 1,000 terawatt hours. And the 1,000 terawatt hours, to put it in perspective, is the total energy consumption of a country called Japan. So this is how big, and this is only data centers with the beginning and the start of AI. If you look at the trajectory in the next 5 to 10 years, the demand of AI is going to be huge. And to put that also in a simple term, the single rack that we see today in a data center will consume, it's consuming 100 kilowatts. Very soon it will go to 1 megawatt per rack. 1 megawatt per rack means a data center of 100 megawatt will be 1 gigawatt. The same real estate, same location. It needs a lot of energy. And it is something which is happening as we speak right now. You mentioned UAE. UAE is investing in AI and data centers in the UAE to enhance this demand. And this demand is growing very fast. So to give you the specifics of the UAE, today we have 4 reactors operational, and that's around 5.6 gigawatt. That's around 40 terawatt hours of energy being produced on an annual basis, providing 25% of the UAE energy mix. So it's major change for the UAE. We are very happy to have the civil nuclear industry operational in the UAE, and that's something we look forward how we can meet the demand of AI in the short, medium, and long term.
Great. Okay, and we're going to have to address this in a holistic manner, and everyone's been talking ambitiously about new build and the quantities of new build required to meet the moment and meet the AI requirements. And perhaps there's no one better to help us understand that than Tim, because in addition to decades of work in fuels, now he is an owner of a big reactor vendor known as Westinghouse. So Tim, given on the back of incredible run you've had at Cameco and the growth of that company and its success, how do we collectively meet the moment, not only from a reactor deployment standpoint, but for ensure we have the supply chain in general, in particular the fuels that are needed to make this work?
Thanks, Dan, sir, and thanks to the Atlantic Council for the invitation here. I'm delighted to be here. I'm delighted to be at this conference. I think this is the 5th conference in September I've gone to, and so that's a good thing and a bad thing. We need to keep coming to these conferences, but we actually at some point have to start going out to new construction sites and start going out there, and hopefully next year when we come here we can say this is the 5th construction site I've been at this year, because we've got to move from talking and conferences and going to these things to construction of new reactors. And so what's Cameco doing about that? Well, so if you know Cameco, we've been on the uranium side for many years. We're blessed up in Canada with some prolific uranium ore bodies that we've been supplying, I think, to about 30 countries around the world. We'll continue to do that. But if we're going to double and triple nuclear, like Mohammed says, then we better get to work on looking for some new ore bodies. So we're involved in exploration, and we're looking for that next. When somebody's building a reactor today, they don't really care about uranium next year or the year after. They want 50 years from now to know that these things run for 80 years. So they need to know that there's fuel 50 years, 60 years from now. So we're thinking about that, we're working on that, and we do not want fuel to be the bottleneck for new nuclear going forward. So we're working on that. Conversion's the next step. I don't worry as much about conversion. You can build conversion. We were talking to Mungo, we're looking at Springfields. We have a piece of property there that could host a new conversion facility, so we're looking at that. Those you can build. Enrichment, Dan, you know more about enrichment than anybody in the room. The U.S. is working on a plan going forward where we gave it up, unfortunately, to other countries, and now we need to get it back. And so we're working hard to do that. We're working on laser technology in Wilmington, North Carolina. We have a facility there where we're looking at the next generation of enrichment. And I know there's others, and there's others in the room, and we're all, hopefully some come out and that we can rebuild enrichment in the U.S. And then Westinghouse, we said we could feel the tailwinds for nuclear probably about 2020, 2021. And it was because of climate change, climate crisis, climate catastrophe, race to net zero, Greta Thunberg, all that stuff was out there. And we said if we're going to have enough clean, reliable, 24/7, 365 energy, nuclear has to be part of it. And so we said, okay, well, we're kind of back, because we went through a dark period from 2011 to 2020, which wasn't very pretty, I can tell you. We barely hung on as a company, and we could feel that. And then, then you have the Russians go into Ukraine, and then energy security, climate security, national security become the drivers. And so that, that's where we are today. So we trade on New York and Toronto. We're a publicly traded company. All of a sudden there was this company called Westinghouse coming up for sale. They came to us and said, would you like to be partners? And we said, it's now or never. 80% of our competition is state-owned enterprises around the world. And we said, let's go. So we took all our chips and pushed them in the middle and said, we're all in nuclear. And so now we're a half owner of Westinghouse. So, we're looking at micro reactors. We got an AP300, but the AP1000 we think is going to be the ticket. With the amount of power that Mohammed's talking about, that's just AI. I mean, there's the rest of the world that we're not using less electricity, folks. It's through the roof. And so, we think we're well positioned for that. So we're trying to set up as good as we can to be that Western supplier of nuclear fuel and reactors to the world, and we're ready to go. And so it's that trigger, and I'm sure we'll talk about it, what's going to kick it off and get it going. Because, and I'm talking North America for sure, because Canada's facing the same story as the United States.
Well, let me just pick up briefly a follow-up on that last point. What's going to kick it off? We now have you in an ownership position at Westinghouse. We have the executive orders. I think they also called for 10 large reactors to be under construction by 2030. You've got the demand curve that Mohammed just described. I remember talking to one of your predecessors at 10, 15 years ago at Westinghouse when they were building at Sandman and Haiyang. And I said, the worst thing somebody could do to you say is, that's nice, AP1000, I'll take 10 of them, right? So what is, Tim, what is going to kick this off? How can you, from where we are now, possibly get 10 or 10-ish reactors under construction by 2030?
So we're in front of the president in Pittsburgh on July 15th. Senator Dave McCormick held an energy summit and looked him in the eye and said, he said, I want 10 reactors started by 2030. And we said, yes, sir. Then the beads of sweat started dripping down the side of our head as we tried to think about how we're going to. It's got to be a joint effort. It's got to be a joint government, industry effort, utilities coming together. You know, it's a race where everybody wants to come in second or third. Nobody wants to go first because that we've seen first of a kind is usually pretty expensive. But we can take the lessons we learned from Vogtle. The most valuable thing at Vogtle isn't the playbook on how it went right, it's how it went wrong that you want to read. And then you use people like this guy right here and the success they've had, you bring them into the equation. So between government, industry, we'll put our money up. Don't worry, Cameco will be there, Westinghouse will be there. The utilities and the government, we've got to kickstart. We did it before. We got 94 reactors in this country. We got 20 up in Canada. We did it before. We can't say we can't do it. The Chinese are putting out 10 a year.
That's right.
Like, let's get at it. Let's get going.
Chinese built 37 in the last 10 years, right? And if you've been there, you see they get workforce and they like swarm one site and then they finish and they go to the next site. Well, one way to help accelerate it is, the old line, money makes the world go round, right? This is, coming to Daniel's expertise. And I'm reminded, Tim, by your comment that we've done it before. We did it in 2011. I saw Julie Kozarakat there somewhere. She's still there? We lost her. Anyway, the loan program office, with a deadline of September 30th, 2011, had to get $30 billion out the door. There were 0 grid-scale solar PV plants at the time. There was no real, there was a very modest Tesla. And we did it by taking that first dollar risk. And it was not displacing private capital, because private capital was not available at that tenor at that time, because we asked people on Wall Street. But it did de-risk, and we required private equity to come in. So, Daniel, you're in charge of this for Barclays. Help us understand the role of finance in underwriting and accelerating the deployment that our colleagues are discussing.
Well, thank you, Dan. And I think, first of all, let me say a very big congratulations to ENEC and the Atlantic Council for convening this conversation. And I have to say, it's a real privilege to be among such a distinguished panel and in an audience with a huge amount of experience on tackling, I think, exactly the question that you said. We were one of the 14 banks, I think, to sign the nuclear declaration 12 months ago around really supporting nuclear from a financing capacity. But actually, Barclays has a long history before that. We're the sole financial advisor to the UK government on Sizewell C. We've been a partner for many years to Constellation Energy here in the US on all their major financing. And we are one of the few banks that explicitly includes nuclear as part of our sustainable and transition financing, which is part of our 1 trillion target to facilitate financing by 2030. And I think as you sort of talk about money being the sort of thing that really drives that, well, in some ways I actually think capital is the last piece of the puzzle that needs to come in. And as we look over the last 12 months, we see 3 strands that we've touched on coming together that really makes, I think, the case for further capital to be deployed in nuclear improve and improve. The first one is new customers. Whether it's industrial clusters, emerging markets, we're seeing actors now beyond the utilities really thinking about nuclear as part of the energy mix. I think from politics, we've heard from Alicia, we heard from Mungo, we're now really seeing that policy environment coming through, and I think, as Tim mentioned, that real focus on what it takes to speed up execution. ENEC has really demonstrated what you can achieve, as you mentioned, Dan, in terms of bringing projects on time and on budget, and we've seen that there's a vast difference between the progress in Asia around the length of time deploying new nuclear projects than they do, say, Europe and the US. And that then is leading to the third trend, which is finance, as you say. And I think we are seeing a wave of capital now, whether that's sovereign, institutional, and increasingly private capital, circling the sector. We're seeing momentum. So we did the first green hybrid issuance for EDF, nuclear-backed, earlier this year. But we're not yet at scale. And I think the question is how we then bring these three strands, the customers, the regulatory, and finance together to really develop bankable, replicable projects. And I think as Tim said, enthusiasm alone does not deliver electrons. And I think as we get through into the panel, maybe we can start unpicking some of those trends to see how we really do that.
Well, let me just press you one more step since you framed it so nicely. If you had a match, what would be the match to light that fuse?
Well, I think it's a number of different things. I think, first of all, it is, the issues that we see that hold back capital is the high upfront costs, one, and then the uncertainty. And so as we move to much more replicable, modular kind of structures and clarity around the regulatory environment, that sort of brings greater certainty to tackling those upfront costs. I think then there's a bit of risk sharing. You touched on it a little bit with the DOE, but we're seeing this mix of whether it's export credit agency financing, public financing, and getting that balance between public and private risk-sharing models. In the UK, we have the RAB model, as you know. We're exploring different models here. And then I think the big question for us now is thinking about, as we get to a point of SMRs and these sort of rollouts, how you move, I think, as Tim said, from first of a kind to can you create replicable, not only technologies, but then financing packages that can go in that. Banks love things that you can see and then repeat, repeat, repeat.
This reminds me actually of a conversation Alicia and I had last week in Paris. The difference between, this is the Road and Maps to New Nuclear Conference, they've had 3 of them. The biggest, in my view, change between last year and this year was last year the World Bank said, nothing we can do about nuclear. We'll finance it once it's financeable, which is kind of tautological. And by the way, even if we could, they turn their pockets inside out and we have no balance sheet. And everyone just basically did not accept that. And they said, even if you had no balance sheet, if you remove the taboo against it, you would give social license to all the other MDBs. Right. This year, after Ajay Banga and working with US government, working with Director General Grossi, reversed that longstanding and really foolhardy objection, it was like night and day. The European Bank and Reconstruction and Development, the World Bank, all in, right? And so this, I think, to your point, Daniel, is critical to the risk sharing. It's going to give confidence to private capital, both debt and equity, to come in. But when they come in, you referenced also a lot of the uncertainties, and so did Tim. Alicia travels around the world. It's very fortunate that she happens to be in the United States today. What are you seeing, Alicia, in terms of the obstacles in the various countries you're visiting? Because obviously, if nuclear is going to achieve the tripling pledge that COP28 put on the table with the leadership of ENEC, this is a game everybody will have to play, so to speak. So what are you seeing in your travels? Where are the sticking points, and what do we need to do to get them unstuck?
Thank you. Well, first, let me say the president wants to what? Quadruple nuclear. Yeah. So let's just keep on raising that bar, shall we? So I bet if I ask the audience what the challenges are, they're going to say one of 2 things, most likely. They're going to say financing. They're going to say workforce development. Yeah. So I will not repeat that. We all know. What I will want to focus on are some of the things that I think people aren't thinking about, which trouble me deeply. One is, in the case of the U.S., doing business with the U.S. Russia, China comes, it's like a tray and a wallet, and they offer everything, and nobody has to make a decision or know anything or anything. And those models are not how it is in doing business with the U.S. And so that initial relationship building time frame can be very instructional for some countries because we want them to be smart. We want them to be responsible and accountable for safety, safeguards, security, the financial part of this, all of it. And so just that piece of it can sometimes be a part, I think, that countries, whether they're emerging or even established, when it comes to doing business with the U.S., we're expecting you to own and operate safely if that's what you choose to do, or at least learn all of these things. The other piece, I think, is And so that comes with financial expertise, project expertise, et cetera. That, I think, is normally always missing when they think about deploying the nuclear. Another piece of it is the leadership piece. That really bothers me because as we look around this room, there's a lot of salt in the pepper. I call it seasoned, and we're not getting any younger. And so this leadership is going to walk away, and we're going to bring in these young people. God love them. God love them all. But if they were to have to respond to something like Fukushima with their degrees and their technical know-how, would they be able to make those tough decisions? We need to be holding their hands for quite some time to make sure that they're ready and poised to lead, because we need that leadership. The other thing I would say is where I see some other challenges is that the countries aren't really adept in making sure that they have a pipeline from the education of the students to the jobs. And so they're out here thinking about how they train the workforce, but they haven't made sure that they've done the mapping to put these people in jobs. And so we have bright people in Africa and Europe going other places to go work because they've gotten degrees and they don't have jobs to match with their skill set. So I think those are some of the things that we need to be thinking about as we're working with these countries, making sure that they're doing the proper planning for their project and for their people, as Mohammed has done such an amazing job with, and that we continue to work with them in a holistic fashion, because we're not just doing something transactional in the United States, we are thinking about that 100-year relationship.
Excellent. Well, let's outframe this a bit, because we're all of us focused understandably on nuclear. That's why we're here. But nuclear lives in an ecosystem, right? And in addition to their great work in nuclear, the Emirates have done a lot of work in terms of renewables. Obviously, it's a huge hydrocarbon producer. In terms of reliability, in terms of thinking, Mohammed, systemically, how do we think about the deployment of nuclear alongside what has to be going on and what is going on with respect to both renewables and natural gas?
Yeah. So before I delve into that, I just want to comment on some of the points that were mentioned earlier. So today on nuclear in the world, we have since COP28, we have the political support. So governments have signed up. There's interest in nuclear to be part of the energy mix and a solution. Last year, same time here, we had the bankers, and we thank Barclay for their participation to provide and pledge for financing of nuclear. Yesterday morning, by the way, I was the opening bell of NASDAQ market. I was very happy to be there. And to see a panel and discussion on nuclear at NASDAQ in this also Climate Week, to me was, I would say, it was unheard of a few years ago. So there's a very positive, very strong current and undercurrent to support nuclear, to be part of the solutions. Now the challenge I'm seeing here in the US, where people are mixing tomatoes and potatoes. What I mean by that, when it comes to technology, any technology, a new technology, let's say it's a paper reactor, you cannot assume that reactor is just going to run in a couple of years from today. Not going to happen. So let's be realistic. We have an AP1000 been built, and that is technology that's proven and can be delivered to scale. Now, pivoting to UAE, we've been very happy and successful with our partners to be able to build those 4 reactors. And what I can tell you from personal experience, then the reactor 3 and 4 were 40% more efficient, more delivered on schedule, on budget, and we became on that volume of production of talent, development, resources, welding, you name it. And that's something we experienced. This is something we need to start here in the US. I think 10, 11 reactors in the US of an AP1000 need to happen ASAP. And for us as ENEC, we are interested in the US market because the US is the #1 when it comes to AI. US is very serious about the reindustrialization of the US, bringing technologies and industry back to the US. And that's a huge market for us as ENEC. We want to be in the brownfield, restart on the big reactors, small reactors. But we need to start and call for an action. We need to start immediately. We need to start digging the ground, licensing with the regulator, the sites. And the last point I want to mention with my colleague from Berkeley, finance is available if you can structure a project properly. You distribute, you give the risk to the right people who can deliver it, be it a technology provider, a contractor, an operator, and you manage that in a programmatic, systematic way like we did in the UAE. That's what's needed here today. So ENIC being a development company, a DevCo, coming here to the US market, trying to structure those deals and de-risk them and manage the risks throughout the whole delivery cycle. We need a site, we need partners, we need the customer, and all of that is available, but need to coalesce and happen. That's something where I think we need to start somewhere.
Well, let's think about those mechanisms, because you mentioned a DevCo, and I remember, again, back to the days of the loan program, 2011, there were utilities, they didn't want to build and operate, they didn't want to take that first dollar risk on their balance sheets in particular, and so forth. So Tim, now, from a chemical perspective, you're a design authority. I'm thinking now in terms of your AP1000 units. How do you think about bridging some of these gaps to accelerate? A lot of the utilities view themselves as merchant. They're not going to take on that risk. Do you see a niche or a need for a tranche of DevCos to come intermediate? How do you see, for example, the utilities versus the big hyperscalers that have, balance sheets vast in excess of what all the investor-owned utility balance sheets in the United States put together is about $1 trillion, and the hyperscalers each have $1 trillion or sometimes $3 trillion, right? So again, you're right there at the front lines. What do you see would be the catalyst to sort of bring those pieces together to accelerate the deployment?
All of the above, Dan. I think what you mentioned, all of the above. So we're seeing already some of the hyperscalers step up on units that had been shut down already that they're bringing back to life. Chris Crane, 3 Mile Island, the Clinton Palisades coming back. We'll see about Dwayne Arnold. That's all in association with AI. So, of course, we're talking to the hyperscalers. They're the ones that need the big electricity. We're talking to utilities, let's be clear. There are 3 or 4 utilities that want to go and are ready to go, and under the right conditions will go. Financing, big part of it. Project management and experience. We signed Westinghouse signed an MOU with ENEC not long ago with Mohammed because we want to learn from them as to how you execute projects and learn from their experience. When we hear, and you'll hear the same from Vogtle 3 and 4, I don't know if it was 40%, but I think it was 30% between 3 and 4 time and cost. So we got to get going, and we should have done 5 and 6. That was our biggest mistake. We should have kept going, because you won't get that gradient every time, but that's what you do. And so, does the government have a role to play? Absolutely, to kickstart things. Dan, you and I have had discussions over the decades, I'd say, about the role of government. I'm not the biggest fan of having government, but sometimes you need it to prime the well, and I think in this case you do. And then if we can somehow mutualize among, pick 3 utilities, I can name 3 or 4 of them right now, that say, okay, you're not going to be the first one, but we're going to share 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, then until we get to the nth one, then everybody's on their own, and then we pay a mutualized cost for those. So those are just things that we're working on, Dan, and then of course we have to work with our colleagues in the financial markets to help us out.
For those who have not been at the Tim and Dan show over the years, the argument is over whether nuclear deployment should be government-enabled, industry-led, or government-led, industry-enabled.
Right.
And I will say, I think there's an argument to be made for government-led, industry-enabled, and I'm thinking of the historic precedent in the United States. We had a nuclear navy. We had President Eisenhower's, less known than the famous shipping port story, making 40,000 kilograms of uranium available, half in the US, half internationally, in 1956 to support civil nuclear. We had Admiral Rickover, who had a carrier canceled, and so he had a couple of reactors lying around, and he gave them to Duquesne Light Company. That became shipping port. That's 100 reactors, so got 100 naval reactors. And so that ecosystem, which Ernie Moniz has published a very excellent report in 2017, on the ecosystem, I think has been enabling of that deployment. So, but I'm going to bring this back to the finance piece for Daniel. So we talked about the role of de-risking private capital by effectively co-investment, first dollar risk being taken on by the government. But let's stick in the private sector. Are there other things, Daniel, that can liberate private capital to support nuclear investments? And I'm thinking, for example, there's been a discussion with the rating agencies, you know, what's considered sustainable. There have been discussions about whether audit opinions should require any kind of statements about your carbon footprint. A number of things that there were insurance companies, like insurance companies, you had to certify to get a clean audit opinion that you were Y2K compliant, for those who remember 1998 and 1999. Are there other things outside, if you will, government stroking checks and stuff like that, that can be done to help private capital find nuclear investments sufficiently attractive to stroke a check?
So, excuse me. So I think, first of all, I think we're actually already seeing private capital starting to move in. And if you look at what we are seeing, both in terms of public markets, and I mentioned some of the public bond issuance that we've seen, the first of a kind sort of nuclear-backed bonds. We did one in the UAE for a UAE bank quite recently for FAB. I mentioned the EDF Green Hybrid, first of a kind, Constellation Energy, Green Notes. So I think public markets are starting to wake up to this. I think private equity, we're seeing a real interest coming through and momentum really building over the last 12 months of capital coming in. But it's not yet at the scale that we're talking about. And I think, Dan, to some of your suggestions, I don't think any of these won't help. Do I think they're suddenly going to unlock billions and trillions? No. I think, as Mohammed sort of laid out, I think what banks and capital require is kind of very clear regulatory environments, certainty of demand and offtake, and then real clarity around the execution risks and then the balance of who is taking those risks on. What I would say, though, is a few things I do think, in terms of the near term, are worth spending more time on. I think one, with the hyperscalers, we talked about them through the panel, they're not here, but our research sort of projects out as these companies really start thinking what their competitive advantage over the next 10 plus years is going to be, access to the cheapest, most reliable source of power is going to be critical. It's kind of watts per flop. And actually what that I think will push them to do is to take even more risk sharing than they're currently doing. So I think that's kind of one thing. I think the second thing that increasing capital can sort of deploy relatively quickly on is one, either extending existing projects that we've kind of seen. And again, you know, we've seen the DOE talking about installing, you know, 60 to 95 gigawatts on existing sites and extending that. That's a much lower kind of risk profile. And then obviously reviving old sites as well. Tim just talked about that. But our estimates suggest that the sort of adjusted risk cost for developing, you know, per megawatt is almost less than, you know, half to almost a third of a whole new project. So I think those sort of things are nearer term wins. And then this whole point around, you know, I think Mohammed said it incredibly well, replication, and real clarity of regulatory capital will then flow. I genuinely think financing is the last issue. The money is there. You put in place the right ingredients, and there will be plenty of other banks that will be sitting on this panel.
I do think that the economics of repetition are often undervalued and far more powerful in some ways than the economics of scale. We're coming toward the end. We're going to have about a minute and a half for each of our panelists. I'm going to do a bit of a lightning round. Alicia made a brief comment about workforce development. And I am thinking in terms of some of the comments made, including the salt and pepper. A little sensitive about that, but having more salt and pepper. But I am reminded of conversations I've had with people all over the world, and you have multi-decadal relationships, and these things actually matter. So at the time of Fukushima, where we were all on the front lines, we didn't have all the communications that we have today. We didn't have, you know, and so we got on the telephone and we talked to people real time. And if we hadn't had multi-decadal relationships, we would not have been able to help the Japanese to the degree. So I'm saying that because, and I see Kirsten Cutler here, you know, looking all over the world, what are we doing collectively and what should we be doing in terms of that workforce development that you said, and I agree, is a critical path item. in the emerging markets that are very seriously looking in Latin America, in Asia, in Africa at new nuclear? What should we be doing that we're not already doing?
So fortunately, Kirsten and I both are here because I know Kirsten will be on the panel and we'll talk about all the wonderful work they're doing with their various programs, first being their premier. Kirsten, I'm sure you will speak about that. The Department of Energy has taken an approach of building regional leaders and leveraging that space on the continent to be able to put training centers so that we not only supporting one country who may want to be first in their area, but so that their neighbors, friends, brothers, sisters, and cousins can learn while they're learning. So we've used that model in both Poland and Ghana. They've been very successful. We've convened hundreds of people on the continent to be able to learn those specific technical and policy related fields. Just recently I was in Ghana. I touched 4,000 students during school visits. We did 2 teams, so 8,000 total. We need to get people excited about nuclear. We need to start at a much younger age, recognizing that there are 6-year-olds who know a whole lot more than we do, because that's the first person I'm gonna call as a grandchild. When I need to know something about how my phone's not working or whatever, I'm calling a grandchild because they're gonna know. And so these children have the capacity because they are, those young people at that small age, they're into all types of coding, et cetera, and they will do this. And they're gonna do it faster and better than we will. So starting to engage people about nuclear earlier will be key. And I think that we also need to make sure that we keep that connectivity between the seasoned and the young, because we will have value to add through the experiences that we have that will not be known and experienced by these young people. So keeping that connectivity as well.
Excellent, excellent. Afterwards, you can give me your grandson's phone number. So, Mohammed, one of the super complex things about Baraka was it was not just dealing with KHNP, but you had a whole raft of contractors, subcontractors. You didn't have any of that gray hair before you started that.
Thank you.
How should we think about developing, you only have a minute here, but the supply chain, is it there? What needs to be done to stimulate that?
So on the, because we look at this last remarks on this panel, I think we need to focus the resources, supply chain, you name it, on critical path. What I've seen today, there is a lot of different things that need to be done different times, all need to be done at the same time. And from conceptual design of reactors that need to be executed in a 5-year span to an AP1000 that has been built over a decade. So my call for action here will be more to focus on critical path priorities, focus policies, strategies, talent development, supply chain, you name it. Pick a site, pick multiple sites. Let's get something happening, and that will bring people to, people will coalesce to in a mission. But trying to do everything one go, it's almost difficult and almost impossible. And from our side, as ENEC, we are very interested to find the right partners here, finding the right project. The demand is there. The demand for electrons is going to go massive. And as I said earlier, US is #1 today on AI. The only constraint is energy. And we understand that, and we know how to make those projects from an idea to a reality. We need to understand how to manage the risks from site selection all the way to testing, commissioning, and operation. And one of my colleagues here is Yvonne, if you can stand up. He's handling our business development, so if you're interested, please reach out to him. And we're looking for, getting electrons to grid and having this base load of reactors supporting AI and the industrial development of the US.
Okay, Tim, you've heard this whole discussion. So many pieces got to come together. You have all parts of the fuel cycle. If you could have, one wish, right? I'm going to put you on the spot here. Of all the things that would be most impactful in terms of unlocking this and getting us from talking to building, what would that be?
Yeah, there's not one thing. It's working together. And I think even in the North American context between Canada and the United States working together, the Department of Energy, Department of Natural Resources, we all have the same desire. And between us, we have all of the elements, uranium, conversion, enrichment, we have everything. We can build reactors. We need to get together, work together as a team. I can tell you, I worry down the hallway, right down there, as I walked in. I walked by and said, oh, I'm gonna go, oh, sorry, that's the natural gas one. I was gonna pull a fire alarm in there because I can tell you what, if we don't get going, those guys are gonna hand us our lunch. So we just need to really, I think Mohammed said it, we all have to get together, work together. We can do it, we just need to get going.
Okay, and then Daniel, you'll get the final word. You say finance in a way comes last, but you know nothing works without money. The decisions of the multilateral development banks to get involved, is that a place that you all can intersect? And you know what would be, from your perspective, you know, the first investment that would be attractive? You know, in what aspect of the fuel cycle, or what can you tell us about unleashing this incredible dry powder that's waiting?
Well, Dan, first of all, I mean, I have learned a huge amount listening to this panel, so thank you, and thank you for your expert moderation. I think this point that you're touching on with the multilaterals reminds me of a program I was involved in a while back, which was when the World Bank really said, okay, we need to scale solar across low-income markets. And they built something called Scaling Solar, which was a programmatic approach that looked at the risks and said, okay, we're going to black box each of these risks and parcel them out so it's very clear within a clarity of a policy environment that you can just replicate. And capital came, costs came down, financing costs came down. And I think that's exactly the same approach that we need here. So I think you've got this wonderful mix now of new policies in place, new customers that really want to do this, new technologies coming online. And if we can bring that in the right mix together, then new capital will absolutely follow.
What a wonderful note on which to end. So I would like to ask everyone to join me in thanking this outstanding panel. I learned a lot, and I really appreciate it.
Thank you all so much, and thank you again to Dan for moderating. And I'd like to invite this panel to please exit the stage. And I would like to call up our next session, our next group of speakers. This panel session is, I think, succinctly and accurately called Getting It Done. And we're going to hear from speakers whose companies are really doing the work to put steel in the ground. And I'd like to invite, come on up. I'd like to invite Bill LaCivita to moderate the panel. Bill is the senior partner at McKinsey & Company. And Bill, I am so delighted to turn it over to you to introduce your speakers and moderate the next session. Thank you so much.
Always waiting on you, Michael. I'm kidding. Well, good morning. Again, thank you all for being here. For those of you who know me, you know that I probably run a slightly less formality level, so maybe a bit of grace as we walk through this for the next 45 minutes. I'll let the panelists introduce themselves in a second, but I think what I'd start with is maybe framing where we are, and it's coming off a little bit of our last panel. I think there's no argument right now around the following. The aspiration is clear. We're well past the discussion of should. We're into the discussion of how and how fast. The demand curve, you all have seen it as much as I have, the demand curve is taking a sharp spike upward. The slope is increasing for those of you that remember, grade school math. And the question now, I feel like, is what will it take? And the purpose of this panel is really to dive into that question of what it will take to get it done, and specifically, of course, in North America, what will it take to get steel on the ground immediately, and then accelerate past the typical speeds we've seen in the past. So I'd love to start with, Michael, maybe start with you, if you don't mind just introducing yourself, and maybe spending a few minutes on what you've and the NEI have been focused on, and we'll just walk our way through.
Yeah, terrific. Thank you. It's great to be here. Love the energy in the room. Michael Flanagan. I run the government affairs shop at the Nuclear Energy Institute, NEI, down in DC. We represent the 94 units that are running. That's 20% of our baseload power and about 50% of our carbon-free power. In addition to that, we got a bunch of people in here that are members, vendors and suppliers, fuel providers, so it's great to be here with everybody. I guess I'd answer it, Bill, two ways. One is the steel that we have in the ground is going to produce more nuclear power. Every year we go out and ask our CNOs, what do you see 5, 6 years out? And the response we got back this year was, in the next 5 to 7 years, the existing units and 2 restarts, Palisades and 3 Mile Island, we think that 8.1 gigawatts will come online in the next 5 to 7 years. So that is a tremendous amount of nuclear power on the existing steel in the ground that's going to come on. So then what are we going to do for new nuclear? From a policy perspective, which is where we are at NEI, mission critical was for us to retain the tax credits that were in the IRA bill, in the One Big Beautiful Bill that it came to be known. And we were successful in doing that. So the existing fleet gets that tax credit, and there's tax credits available for these gentlemen to my right to build. And then lastly, we can peel back the onion on that if you want. And then lastly, I would say, on May 23rd, we had 4 executive orders come out all about building new nuclear. Maria Korsnick, my boss, was in the Oval Office when that happened. Like, if you could have said to me when the president got elected in November, like, there's going to be a signing ceremony about 4 EOs in the executive office on May 23rd, that would have been a KPI that I would have said to my boss, let's just reduce that a little bit. So those 3 things, the steel on the ground, what we're doing there, and then the tax credits and the EOs, we're trying to execute on those as an association working with the government.
We'll come back to a bit of that in a second,
Okay,
I'm
great.
sure, but thanks. Roger.
Thank you very much. I'm Roger Martello with GE Vernova, and I could spend a lot of time talking about GE Vernova. I won't do that right now. I think, to your point, the perspective we bring today is a perspective from about 500 miles from here. So exactly 500 miles north of us, northwest of us a little bit, is Darlington, Ontario. And if you were to go there today, you'd see about 400 people building a small modular reactor. And you'll see a pit that's about excavation about 27 meters deep into the ground, encased in concrete. That's where the pressure reactor vessel will go. I could take you to other places where we're building the pressure reactor vessel. We're building the steam turbine today. Up in Darlington, we've built a control center so people can start to train. We're building the marine part of the intakes and the outtakes, and we're looking forward to completing this construction in 2028, electrons in 2029. And so our perspective right now is we need to deliver that small modular reactor, not just for Darlington, but for everybody in this room, to show the viability of the technologies of SMR, and looking forward to working with our colleagues at the Department of Energy, inside the administration, all around the world, to be able to deploy these pretty quickly in strategic places, and look forward to the discussion today on how we think about that.
Andrew.
I'm Andrew Richards. I'm Vice President of Government Affairs for TerraPower. TerraPower is building our advanced reactor called Natrium in the town of Kemmer, Wyoming. I took a lot from the last panel and from the theme of this panel, which is what does it take to put steel in the ground? And I'll say we are already doing that. We are currently under construction in Kemmer, Wyoming right now. We broke ground on our advanced reactor in 2024. We've lifted steel, and you can see it from the road, a few weeks ago on our Kemmer training facility. And we're also building our sodium test and fill facility. And in a few months, we will be beginning construction on our energy island, which is the largest portion of the plant. So our reactor is being built with the public-private partnership with the Trump administration called the Advanced Reactor Demonstration Program. And through the support of this 50-50 cost share program, which started under the first administration, we're seeing this reactor come into reality. So we anticipate finishing construction in 2030 and the reactor coming online in 2031. So we're excited to bring it around, and we're excited to move elsewhere, both in the United States and internationally.
Great, thanks. Hunter.
Hello everyone, good morning. I'm CEO with Hyundai Engineering Construction in Korea. And we are famous for a nuclear power plant in the world. Let's get started.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Roger, maybe I go to you first. When you look at not just the work that's going on up at OPG, but if you just look at North America as a whole, what do you see as the biggest challenges that have to be overcome right now? We talked about a little bit in the last panel,
Yeah.
right? Maybe hit it at 50,000 feet. If you get down to ground level, what is GE and GE Vernova most focused on right now?
Well, it's interesting because I'd like to, if I may, start with what's not the biggest challenge. Like, we have actually designed, and I think our friends at TerraPower, we've designed a small modular reactor. Let's just pause on that. Like, you would think that would be the hardest thing. Like, how do you, at least to me, because I'm not a nuclear engineer, you would think that would be hard. But I think that's pretty great that both us, TerraPower, we're under construction, we have these dates, and we're doing it. So the next question becomes, I think we're going to be good in Darlington. That's coming together well, and we appreciate our friends up there. The next question, how do we really maximize what comes next? We have a successful example up here in Darlington. It's the first of its kind. But now you get to the next of its kind. How do you fully deploy that in the most strategic way? And we're not going to decide that on our own. We might have some views. But we're going to collaborate with the Department of Energy. We're going to collaborate with the White House. We're going to collaborate with ENEC. We're going to collaborate with our friends like at OSGE in Poland. And let's say hypothetically, we know in a reasonable period of time, we can take the first of its kind, make 20 of them. How do we strategically have a global chessboard that deploys them where the need is the highest? We're serving our customers, we're serving hyperscalers, we're serving strategic allies, we're being competitive with China so that US is leading when it comes to SMR technology with friends and allies and things like that. What does that chessboard look like? What's the best way to do it? And then how do we leverage this partnership through public-private financing to really create that success? So to me, it's less, the challenges are kind of in that policy strategy realm, not only working with the public sector, but frankly, our stakeholders, whether that's ENEC, whether that's Google, whether that's AEP. How are we all thinking about this holistically? Because those first 20 or 30, however you want to say it, really matter. Not just for us as a company, they matter for the world, they matter for this country, they matter for our allies. And that's really where we're spending so much of our intellectual capital. We have a team delivering on Darlington, we have a team looking at the next one. But how do we do this that maximizes the benefit and sets us and our allies up for the greatest success long term?
Is there if you look at the learning effects, or the learning drawdown from Unit 1 to Unit 4 at Baraka, I think we've all seen it's roughly 12% learning effect from Unit 1 to Unit 2 to Unit 3 to Unit 4, yes, for a total, I think, of around maybe 35 to 40% improvement. How is GE thinking about making sure those learning effects are seen across the first 4 units and then the next 8 or 10?
It's something we have to be extremely deliberate about. At the end of the day, we are a private company, and we owe it to our customers, we owe it to our public partners, that we are great stewards of resources and that we can have trust and credibility. So we do look at Darlington as the first of its kind. We see the next maybe 4, 5, 6 or so as the next of the kind of a cluster together. And what have we learned from the first to really kind of get that perfection, both in terms of cost, management, and the ultimate design? And then how do you leverage and deploy going forward? So that's exactly the conversation we're trying to manage, paying very close attention to truly maximize the values of what we're seeing in Darlington, and making sure we're being great stewards of the government's resources it's sharing with us, our stakeholders' resources, our investors, and that we're running a profitable operation. This is not just a benevolent approach here. We're here to make a return on this for the long term, and that we run this like any other business. I heard the last discussion about gas turbines. I think people know we have a pretty successful gas turbine business. We're going to hold this business to the same expectations on return on investment as we do our gas turbine business.
Andrew, any thoughts when you look at the challenges in front of TerraPower right now?
Yeah, no, so we have 700 engineers in Bellevue working on the design of an atrium, and we have about 200 in Virginia under our EPC Bechtel also working on it. So we are putting our full force designing the reactor itself. And taking away from the previous panel, I see a few themes that they were discussing, and it was private capital, construction, which we've talked about, an order book, and fuel. And so private capital, TerraPower is unique. Our founder and chairman is Bill Gates, who is very interested to see an atrium built, and he's contributed a lot of his money to see that happen. But we also have other investors. NVIDIA has just joined us as an investor a few months ago, which we're excited to welcome them to our board. SK and HD Hyundai are a few other private investors who are interested to see our project move forward. For our order book, we have Wyoming. We've spent 5 years cultivating a relationship with the state of Wyoming. We have strong support from the delegation, all the way down to the local level. We've spent a lot of time developing trust and transparency in the community, which is important. But we're looking to other states as well. We just announced Utah a few weeks ago. We're interested to explore where we could site an atrium there. And I'm excited to sort of tease that later this afternoon we'll be announcing our next state.
That's fantastic.
Yes. So, and then on top of that is fuel. And I know there's lots of conversations, particularly we require high assay low enriched uranium. We've actually signed a commercial agreement with a company called ASP Isotopes. They're a publicly traded company with operations in South Africa. And so we need our fuel by 2028, and they're going to build their facility in South Africa and then bring it to our manufacturing facility in Richland, and then manufacture with our friends at GE, and then load the reactor in 2030 for commercial operations in 2031. So there are lots of hurdles to climb, but we're taking them on one at a time.
It's fantastic to hear. Congratulations. Michael, maybe I come back to you for a second. We tend to hear in the conversations we have as our firm, two stumbling blocks right now to an order book. And the order book being the real piece that starts to unlock where we're all trying to go here and meet this aspiration. Number one is overnight capital cost, just the straight cost of it. And then, of course, the risk of overrun on the first of a kind cluster. I think, Roger, you said first three or so, think of that, then the next of a kind, et cetera. On the first piece, maybe some thoughts on those ranges of overnight capital costs we've seen go from $8,000 a kilowatt upwards of 20, right? And it's such a wide band right now. And if you're a utility or an investor looking at that, it's hard to get some sort of certainty in this to take those next steps forward.
Yeah.
Any thoughts on
the
how to
overnight
address
cost of
this?
capital, I'm probably least qualified to peel back the onion on that. I just said in all the conversations we have, to your point, it's very opaque and no one can put their finger on it. So I think that increases risk when you don't have the answer to that. In the policy space, can we do something to help get from first of a kind to the nth of a kind? We spend a lot of time in that space at NEI. And it's controversial because some of our friends at DOE say, and whom I love, say, look, you've got a lot of stuff in the tax system and other things. You've got LPO. It's unlikely that you're going to get federal backstop insurance or construction guarantee. And I guess what I would say on that is about a year ago, actually a little bit more a year ago, but we kind of refreshed it. We went to all of our CEOs on the regulated and unregulated side and said, what does it take to get you to move? And this was pre-executive orders and we knew that the tax credits were going to get extended in the one big beautiful bill. And they brought in their CFOs and they brought in their CNOs, and then they brought us in to put a political overview on it. And unanimously what came out was you have to reduce that risk. Our investment committee looks at this. The first thing they do is go down to Georgia. They look at 3 and 4. They look at what happened there. And they take that to their board and they say, that is fantastic. Why don't you let company X go first and we will be a fast follower. Right. To a T on our board, there's lots of appetite to build new nuclear, whether it's micros, SMRs, or AP1000s. But I would say, again, the ground shifting. To a T, it has been, you got to figure out something to do that can reduce that risk. We can go to our board. The other thing that comes with that we heard a lot about is if you make an announcement, say we're one of our big utilities, this city punishes you. Your share price takes a little bit of a dip. They say, oh, you're going to take that risk on. I know what happened to the other companies. So that weeds out who can do it because the smaller size companies do not want to go out and do that and have their market cap drop. So can we get this cost overrun insurance through Congress? We are working on that right now. Senator Risch from Idaho, a conservative member from a conservative state, last Congress introduced some legislation called the ARC Act, which was meant to, in simplest terms, you're going to build a $5 billion unit. When you get costs run over that, the federal government would step in at 50% and give you another $1.5 billion. We're close to getting a Democratic co-sponsor in that. I think that if we introduce that in a partisan town right now, if you had a bipartisan support for that, I think it would go a long ways. And once something like that gets enacted into law, or there's something that DOE can do with the Loan Program Office or other that would allow a big utility or a developer to say, okay, the risk has now been reduced. We can go to our board and they have a little bit more confidence. That is going to help get steel in the ground.
Maybe
a long answer to your question.
No, this is great. This is great, and I'll come maybe I'll come back to you two on overnight capital cost in a second. One follow-on would be, I know you're very focused on federal. Where does state state government, public utility commissions, even looking at the ISOs and RTOs, what do you see is needed there, both from helping to solve the risk issue, but also maybe some regulatory reform to help incentivize new nuclear?
Yeah, it's a good question. And we do, we got state government affairs, we got the federal side, and we've got the international side. And I'm happy to go into a conversation about all of them. On the state side, what I will say is we've never seen any more state activity than we've got right now. 3 years ago, there was probably 50 bills introduced. This year, we're over 390 bills at various stages that have been introduced. Almost all of those are trying to attract companies to a specific state to do it. The thing that we're seeing now, I think, which is advantageous is, you've got, I won't pick a state, but state legislators who want to see nuclear built in their state because they want the power, they want the jobs. TerraPower, fantastic, right? You've got a coal plant that's going to close down, you're going to put nuclear there. That all Republican delegation likes that. So now the PUCs are saying, we're elected or we're appointed, and I don't want to raise rates on somebody and then go to this local grocery store and get beaten up for doing that. But now what they're saying is, okay, let's go about saying, if we really want to have nuclear in our state, are there things that we need to do at the state legislative side and also at the PUC side to attract that? So lots of announcements all around the state. Tennessee's obviously at the forefront, but we've got several other states that are very, very interested in this. I would not be surprised over the next 6 to 8 months if you saw more and more announcements about SMRs, and hopefully a big unit coming, because there's just such a thirst and appetite for it. Have we ever seen this kind of demand for electrons? No. I mean, David Brown from Constellation over there, a good friend, we were at an event last week, and he said his new motto is leave no electron behind. It's like we're so short on this stuff. So I think that at the state level, lots of activity, lots of messaging bills, but I do think we're going to get to a point soon where you're going to see stuff that really does attract investment. Does that help?
Sure, okay. That's great, thank you. Roger, Andrew, maybe for both of you, how are you two and your companies thinking about controlling overnight capital cost? And I know there's an IP element to this, which we don't want to step over that, but whatever you could share, I think would be really helpful for the group to hear.
I mean, I can talk larger about sort of the Advanced Reactor Demonstration Program itself, sure. Right? It was launched 2020, and the idea is it's not just to build the reactor, it's to start up the supply chain, to do the licensing, to deploy the plant. And so when we look at the reactor itself, like, yes, there are costs to it, and I think the program was something around $4 billion. It's a 50-50 partnership, but overnight capital cost is something that we are looking at very closely as we look to lower the cost of an nth of a kind. We're learning. We're adding in some artificial intelligence through our partnership with NVIDIA. And then we're looking at our friends, GE, who are also constructing as well. And we're trying to figure out what we can do to keep those costs down.
Thanks.
Yeah. I think it's aligned to that. It's probably aligned to some of the comments I had earlier, looking at the first of its kind and really making sure that we are being fully accountable and putting a lot of weight on that. And I'm not implying that we're not being careful on the first of its kind. We're being ultra careful there too. But we know we have to make this a sustainable business model. This is not altruism. And all eyes are on us. And we don't want to be, we appreciate the partnerships with the federal government, but for the long term, we owe it to the government to be sustainable too on its own. So we are looking at every dollar, whether that's AI or spreadsheets and things like that. But as I said, we've solved for the design of a nuclear reactor. You would think that would be the hard thing. If I'm being honest, this is the harder part right now. It's how are we managing every element to be cautious on cost overruns. And frankly, we're holding ourselves to the goal of not needing to have to go in that direction.
I'm going to step back to talk about further challenges in a second, but maybe one other question to follow on is, we've seen hyperscalers and off-takers start to get into the game, probably for the first time in ever, but we're still seeing it mostly in MOUs and PPAs, which are helpful, but doesn't put their balance sheet in play for the true capital cost and the true piece that drives LCOE when you're looking at new nuclear. Are either of you seeing, I'll take all three of you, are either of you seeing a change where those balance sheets are going to come into play at some point regarding the capital construction cost?
Go ahead.
I put it out there generally.
I'd
Hopefully
go
one
back-
of you would pick it up.
I'd go back to your comment about the executive orders, without sharing too much. I think the executive orders were a game changer. And they sent the signal to those who are maybe waiting on the sidelines to say this is serious, and one way or another this is going to happen. So I would foresee that if we were having this conversation by the end of the year, we'd be answering it a little differently right now. But I'm seeing that uptick in wanting to get from those MOUs to the next level. So I feel very optimistic there.
I just echo that sentiment. Like our customer in Wyoming is Pacificor. Our power purchase agreement is coming in a few weeks, but I'd say in a year or so, hopefully have some interesting announcements to make in that space.
Do you want to make that announcement you're going to make
I can't.
later this week right now? Do you want to break ground right now?
I wish.
Michael, anything you'd add to that?
We're just seeing a tremendous amount of interest coming to us on the hyperscaler, on the data centers, and trying to marry that up. Amazon with X Energy in Washington State, a big announcement going on there. It's been out there for a while. The stuff that TerraPower's doing, the NuScale stuff. So I'm with you, which is the demand curve is only going up, and so there's got to be a response to that. I think that this administration, as I mentioned earlier, was very intentional about how they wanted to drive that. We've seen tremendous support out of the White House to drive it. We've seen tremendous support out of DOE, out of state, on our international side. And unless there's a solution to that that's not nuclear, and I don't think there will be because firm power is needed. We're going to build gas, for sure. But I'm with you. I think over the next 3, 6, 8, 12 months, we're going to see an advancement from MOUs to stuff that's order book stuff.
I think there's a clear recognition for the need for energy diversity.
Yeah.
And the Constellation deal with Calpine completely points at that. Yeah. From a large nuclear, and I know we're talking about nuclear, but a large nuclear exposed company that needed gas. And I think it's going to go in the reverse as well. Hama, maybe back to you. What challenges do you see right now in getting steel on the ground?
Big challenge in getting it done. I will address the challenges in getting it done by distinguishing between the global market and the US market. The challenge in the global market lies in the frequent changes to nuclear policies due to political situation and geopolitical risks. Many European nations phased out in nuclear sector, but have recently reversed their stance. Unpredictable nuclear policies have discouraged investment in nuclear projects. Another global risk is caused by the concentration of the global nuclear supply chain in certain countries. To mitigate the risks, it is necessary to establish a reliable supply chain centers on allied nations. The challenges in the US market can be broadly divided into 3. First, the licensing risks. Second, the collapse of the supply chain and shortage of skilled manpower. And third, the lack of nuclear construction experience. Let me explain more one by one. First, regarding the licensing risks during the Vogtle experience, the NRC's strict licensing regulations caused schedule delays and cost increase. To address this, Trump administration has recommended that technical reviews of new reactors be completed within 18 months. Through this, it is expected that risks will be significantly alleviated. The second is the collapse of the nuclear supply chain and shortage of skilled manpower. due to decades of suspended nuclear construction. This tells us the difficulties of constructing a large nuclear power plant by American companies alone. To solve this, partnerships among US companies, international supply chains, and global top-tier EPC companies are necessary. And active support from the US government in doing so should be added to. The last is the lack of construction experience. Nuclear construction requires the integration of strict safety regulations, quality standards, and complex project management based on decades of accumulated know-how. For this reason, the involvement of companies with extensive nuclear experience is essential. And through this, the US nuclear market can progress with stability and reliability. That's all.
Thank you for that. Maybe, guys, building on two things off of what Hanwei said. One is, maybe Roger, for you and Andrew, what do you perceive or see as, is there real licensing risk at this point? Design certification, let's go there. Is there real licensing risk right now with the NRC? Or do you think that is mostly behind us and it's just an acceleration question as opposed to a risk and delay or complexity question?
So from our standpoint, we have our license to construct in Canada, which was a big threshold for the position we're in today. When I look at the executive orders, that came out, I think you said May.
May 23rd.
They make it pretty clear that the NRC is encouraged to try to not reinvent the wheel, but to try to adopt as much as possible that's been approved by an international body. So from our perspective, we would never prejudge an outcome. What I would say is we have been very appreciative of seeing the urgency at which the NRC is moving forward, based on some of it based on the Canadian application, some of it unique to the United States, but certainly seeing the urgency, seeing the commitment, and seeing good questions, but also reasonable questions. And so without prejudging an outcome, I'm comfortable with how everything is proceeding, I think, as a result of those executive orders.
Yeah, we were really excited to see President Trump's executive orders and seeing how it's working on the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. For us, we don't see licensing as a challenge. We've been working with the NRC for several years now in pre-licensing work. We have a fantastic relationship with the regulator. We submitted our license application in March of 2024. And thanks to the President's executive orders, the NRC told us that they're actually accelerating our license application by 7 months. So it puts the onus on us to actually move a little bit faster to see if we can keep up. So we anticipate that the NRC will finalize our CPA in December of this year, and hopefully the Commission will vote early next year, and then we can begin nuclear construction. And so we're very excited.
Thoughts on the regulator?
Yeah, well, funny story I probably shouldn't even share, but at the event,
but clearly you're going
at
to.
the event, and Maria will probably see this, and she'll be like, "What did you do?" On the 23rd, when she's going over to the Oval Office, we get news back from the Oval, like, no reporters, we just need you to be in the room and say something. So she's walking out, and I said, "Come into my office, like, you're going to get asked to step forward, and there's going to be press in there." So, fast forward about 2 hours later, like, press will be there, Maria needs to make a statement. So we prepped for that. One of those executive orders was to modernize the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. And, the ADVANCE Act is a piece of legislation that passed the last Congress with overwhelming bipartisan support, right? I want to say it was 88-3 out of the Senate and maybe 13 folks against it in the House. So a clear message, bipartisan from Congress, like, we want the NRC to modernize. I mean, it's a great regulator. I would just say it probably needed a little bit of a kick. So the executive order probably takes that to the next level, and there's lots of changes going on over there, which we're supportive of because we want to see that things happen faster. We want to see efficiencies come to the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. But the flip side of that coin is we also want to make sure that it's staffed with professionals that know how to get these things done in a way that companies that apply there have confidence, right? And we want to make sure that it remains the gold standard that companies look at internationally. Say the NRC is how we should do our business in our country. So it's a little bit of a push and pull between the two, but I mean, I think that the dust will settle and the NRC will be a better organization because of it. And when we'll continue to work with the administration to put forward professionals who understand the industry, who can work there and drive those efficiencies.
Very helpful. I'm going to hit the other piece of what Hanwoo mentioned a little bit around pace. When you look at when we speak with investors, especially when you move away from debt and equity, and private equity in particular, the length of time for construction immediately comes into discussion. The length of time to have electrons on the grid, right, with revenue incoming. Maybe a question, Roger, Andrew, for you both would be, what do you see as needed to get that speed of construction down to, say, maybe 5 years, or even, I'll put something radical out there, even 3 years as a limit of performance?
Go.
You go first.
And if that's an unfair question,
well, no. I think it's a perfect. I think it's something we ask ourselves every day. I mean, if you were to have a meeting in the White House and tell the White House Energy Dominance Council, we can get you nuclear or Chris Wright, nuclear electrons in 5 years, that's not going to be a very good meeting. Okay. They're going to say absolutely not. We're not going to go into a meeting saying 5 years. If we were to say 3 years, then they're going to say we want it faster than that. So we're not going to probably say 3 years either, because we know we've gotten to know them a little bit at this point. We know how they.
We're going to have to edit this out.
They're always going to push you further. But I think that is the reality of the situation. We have to get to the point where we're having a reasonable time from construction to electrons on the grid, and we're here in 2025, almost 2026. I'd say it's not within the realm of reason that it's not impossible that you could see SMR electrons on the grid in this 2030, clearly 2031, given the pace at which the administration is moving, certain governors are moving, and well-sophisticated companies partnering on this. That is kind of the goal we're setting ourselves, is that accelerated timeline.
Is there if you assume that clearly learning effects is a part of reducing that speed, increasing that speed, and if you assume that having just a broad order book gets you there,
yes,
because you get a labor force trained, you get a supply chain up and running, is there another unlock to get down to, and I'll say it for you, to get down to 3 years?
I think, and you spoke about this too, I think supply chain, and how much can we localize and domesticate the supply chain, because there is just going to be lags when you're dealing with a complex supply chain, and I think that is something that's part of these EOs, it's part of something of the governors, and I think it's a good conversation to have. I admire our leaders that they're thinking, we just don't want to deploy SMRs, we want to think about how do we manage the entire supply chain here at the outset. And I can assure you, you don't go into a state, and maybe you feel differently the same, but you don't get to go into a state and say, we're going to put this SMR in your state.
Right, no.
No one's going to take it that way. They're like, well, what are you going to do in terms of workforce training? What are you going to do in terms of moving your supply chain from some other part of the world? And they're looking at this very holistically so that we're building that resiliency. And that's how we get closer to the 3 years.
Yeah, very clear uplift for the state that this lands in, if you bring the entire ecosystem in there, just from a GDP perspective.
The states are going to want to push, just like the White House wants to push for time, the states want to push. They want to own as much of the ecosystem as they can. Now, not everybody gets an SMR factory, but there's, these are complicated supply chains, and there's different things you can do in educational programs, so all of that is part of the discussions.
Yeah, no, our BD team gets asked, how soon can you put electrons on the grid? As fast as possible. So that's the question we get. We were with Ed Miliband yesterday talking about our UK work, and that was the question he asked us as well. And I think, to your point, it's supply chain. It's, we pick a site, and you can move forward as fast as possible, but supply chain and workforce development. We're trying to onshore as much of our manufacturing as we can, but we still have components that we have to go overseas for. Our reactor vessel in Korea, our liquid sodium in Europe, heat exchangers in Canada, or HALEU in South Africa. And so we're trying to bring that onshore as well as the workforce. Natrium will have 1,600 construction workers at peak, as well as 250 permanent jobs. And as we look to site these up, it's finding that workforce and training them up. And it's a challenge. And so we're working hard as much as we can with universities, as well as our manufacturing suppliers, to see what we can do to condense that timeline. But it is a struggle.
Bill, if I can.
Sure.
I mean, the workforce.
Would you anyway if I said no, you can't?
You told me to jump in. Workforce, super important. We've got a big initiative going on. I think the thing that should not be overlooked, and the folks on this stage have done a really good job, is the importance of community relations when you go do one of these things. You can say, hey, I'm going to snap my fingers, I'm going to put an SMR in state Y, but if you have not laid the groundwork to get that accomplished, if you don't have the local mayor thinking this is a good idea, because that mayor talks to the city council person, and that city council person sees the senator at a cocktail party who sees the governor, I mean, you'll have all the best intentions, and it'll just erode. And so, you know, I know Tara's work a lot in Wyoming because I spent a lot of time in that state, but in a coal-intense state, to have the governor, the delegation, and the community say, we really, really want to embrace this. We want to embrace coal, for sure, but we also want to have nuclear in our space. It's just super important. And that would go along to all of these announcements that are made, which is you just don't deploy the SMR and then go build it up. You got to be doing them at the same time, because once the community says, you know, I'm not crazy about this, then the governor says, oh, I'm a little nervous about that. And then the senator says, I'm a little nervous about that. So just, I'm probably stating the obvious, but super important to lay the groundwork for that community relations.
Just to jump on that, like, we didn't choose Kemmer, Kemmer chose us. We said we were interested in Wyoming. We had 4 communities that basically lobbied us, and they said, we'd like you to come into our community. They had coal facilities that were shutting down or transitioning, and we essentially had to work. Mayors were coming to us, the governor was coming to us, and saying, where can you pick? And it was just such a great story of just, eventually Kemmer was the best for our site, but we still have a MOU looking out to see if those other sites are still a possibility in Wyoming. So that's sort of a reverse way of how we sited nuclear. And so far, it's been incredibly successful.
We only have a few minutes left. Maybe at the risk of repeating something to close out here, I'm going to ask each a question, and if it goes back on a few things, that's okay. If you look at the lessons learned from Vogtle in particular, and maybe Vogtle 4 is a little more instructive than Vogtle 3 with some of the hair that was on Vogtle 3. And pay attention also to Baraka and what went right there. What do you all see as the biggest action or set of actions that we need to be focused on to make sure this first book of work, A, gets formed and then moves forward, you know, on time, on speed for delivery? And any one of you can start. I'm staring at you, Michael, or Andrew, go ahead.
For us, it's the Advanced Reactor Demonstration Program. This started in 2020. It has strong bipartisan support in Congress. It's been going on for 5 years. It was great under the Trump administration, great under the Biden administration, and it's been supercharged under Trump's second administration. In the House bill, there's over $5 billion in appropriations that were passed a few weeks ago to keep advanced reactors and Gen 3 Plus to keep them going. So I think the one thing that is needed is to finish what we've started, keep focus on the things that are actually under construction, and keep that moving. It's as simple as that.
I will go back a little bit to what I said earlier, which is we have to run our SMR business as a business. We owe that to our investors, we owe that to our partners, we owe that to our governments. You know, we're a publicly traded company, we're a diversified company, but even with our market capitalization, this is a significant investment by our investors and by our partners. And so we see the importance of getting this first of its kind and the first few of their kind right. But at the same time as we're committed to being the first, and we will be the first to deliver the first SMR, we are putting equal energy into making sure this is a sustainable business with the right return, with the right people thinking about it, and running it through the same rigor you would expect us to run our gas turbine business, which I know is held to a very high standard. So we work closely with all of our partners. It's a very diverse group of partners, from hyperscalers to international investment companies and so on, and having that depth of experience, I think, helps us, you know, move forward towards this success.
These gentlemen hit on it. I guess what I would say, and there's probably someone from Southern here, but I mean, the lessons learned from 3 to 4 were significant, depending on what they were doing. And I know that Southern Company has captured that, and I'm sure if you want to go to them, they'll sell you that book for a small dollar. We look at this all the time to say, you know, how do you get to that nth of a kind, and what exactly is nth of a kind? But I think capturing that is just super important to the industry, because then we get down that curve. And if you go to China, there are over 20 reactors being built over there. And don't hold me to this, but our technical people say that these are the equivalent of an AP1000. They're turning those every 6 years, right? And so they're building them, and then the guys pick up the welding torch and they go, man, I didn't do it right over there, but on this one I'm going to get it right. So those lessons learned, if you can capture them and get that going, is what I think will really start to drive it. I mean, I think we'll be flat out in 3 or 4 years. And the supply chain will be a problem, the workforce will be a problem, so there's just so much interest in it. But capturing those lessons learned, super important.
Those are good problems to have if we get there.
Fantastic problems.
Maybe Hanmu, for you to close, how do you see and what is needed to really scale what's coming?
We have to focus to 3 key elements when it comes to large-scale nuclear power plant. First is the reliable management of schedule and budget. And in the large-scale nuclear industry, the first success determines everything. The lessons learned from Barca UAE are not just internal experience, but serve as concrete evidence to owners that a project can indeed be completed on schedule and within budget. Second is the rebuilding of supply chains and workforce. Over the past decades, the suspension of nuclear construction has weakened the supply chain and skilled workforce. In the initial phase, we plan to leverage verified supply chains from all over the world. Most importantly, workforce development is essential. Establishing a system to transfer skills and accumulate experience on site is crucial to long-term success. Unlike supply chains, experienced Korean technicians will serve as mentors in the early stage, ensuring quality and delivering know-how for U.S. personnel to take the lead afterward. Third is the partnership. Large-scale projects are on industry that a single company cannot execute. Hyundai ENC strengthens execution capability through a system aligned with market requirements. Taking the U.S. market, for example, we are forming partnerships with major American construction firms, although these companies may lack experience in nuclear. They bring numerous strengths such as state-level permitting, labor management, and local networks, which will be combined with our extensive expertise. This type of collaboration goes beyond performing construction tasks. It plays a crucial role in restoring the execution foundation and cultivating necessary workforce. These 3 keys provide us with competitiveness through efficient schedule management, securing global supply chain, and deploying skilled personnel. We can offer clear solutions to the issues owners are most concerned about, schedule delays and budget overruns. That's all.
Very good. Well, thank you all for a great conversation, and please give them a hand.
Thank you so much, and thank you again to Bill for moderating such an excellent session. For a long time, the conversation in nuclear energy policy was really between the industry and between governments. And over the last couple of years, of course, we've seen so many newcomer sectors coming to the nuclear energy sector. And we've also seen exciting announcements, as were referenced earlier, from the banks, from financial institutions, from the World Bank. And now we get to see philanthropists who are starting to realize that nuclear energy is an area that is very, very much worth supporting. So I am delighted to call the next panel to the stage, which is a special event on philanthropy in nuclear energy. And I'm delighted to invite Mark Nelson, who is founder and managing director of Radiant Energy Group, to moderate, and Steve Camello, and Isabel Bamecki, and Johannes Akva. So please come on up to the stage.
Want to reset the clock?
introduce this panel in a very specific way. A lot of industry in this room is very happy about the saving of Diablo Canyon nuclear plant. Diablo Canyon nuclear plant, to the extent that we can possibly know, and we know a lot about the situation, would not have been saved without the specific effort of private philanthropy. And the people who made that happen are right here in the room and on the stage. If you're a uranium company and you like that the turning of the tide, including plunging back in the uranium markets in a panic to save California, well, I would just like to take a moment for everybody benefiting from the current nuclear moment. Know that the belief in the industry was strongest and earliest, including from people on this stage. I'll go into more details and you'll hear more as they introduce themselves, but there are things that people who choose this line of work would not say themselves on stage. So my slightly risky role here is to make sure those who need to know how this nuclear moment came about before, so that we were ready, or at least partially ready, for the AI boom. We're going to hear those stories here today. To some degree, a conference like this is a little bit of a danger. A lot of us know each other. We come to events over and over and over. So the challenge of saying something genuinely not just new, but genuinely useful for people in this room is a little bit steep. I think we've got something for you today, as you'll hear when I introduce our panelists. Our panelists are sitting ever so slightly out of order compared to what my introduction was going to be, so I'm just going to stick with the original one. We have none other than Isabel Bemeke, founder of Isodope, and an individual donor that has made one of, if not the largest ever personal donations to nuclear philanthropy that has ever occurred. Please give some hands for this. So I'm going to make the other two intros really quick and then come back to Isabel, and I have a point that I'm trying to make. Now, if you read your program, and as you heard the intro, we've got Johannes Akfa. Johannes Akfa is with Founders Pledge. It says that he's the climate research lead. That sounds nice. It's good to research climate. Founders Pledge, founders are cool. If they succeed, they make money. Sounds good. That sort of undersells what's happening right here. In 2018, Founders Pledge started donating to nuclear, was able to enable the tripling of some of the institutions that were using that money to save Diablo. So again, if you're enjoying the nuclear moment a little bit, if you're excited about what we've heard on the other panels about getting started, getting built, people who saw this coming, saw nuclear plants closing, not getting built, and acted extremely early, are now in front of you today. So Johannes, we'll come back to Founders Pledge. And then finally, what took you so long to come to nuclear, Steve? Well, let me just, without joking, I'll say that there is a weird connection between elite educational institutions and donated money. They need a lot of it. And people in a position to donate this money tend to be in a position to set up foundations.
Me in the best light, but continue.
I am. Stanford has no nuclear engineering school. That's not your fault. You didn't found the university, and it's not your job to make one. Stanford doesn't have nuclear engineering majors running around. In fact, as you pointed out to me, that's Berkeley.
Yes.
So you would not have been in an environment where there were nuclear engineering people, yet you're in an environment where one of the largest private foundations on planet Earth exists to educate some of the most elite people in the world, or at least that's the hope when you admit them and when they go on their way. So if we're worried about workforce, if we're wondering why we haven't put the right deals together yet, or why the stars haven't aligned to start digging as much as we want, it is in part because of the link between philanthropy, climate philanthropy, whose size and scale we'll hear about in a moment from Johannes, and educating or miseducating young people, and how long it's taken to bring the right people together so that we can support the industry, so the industry can give the power that powers our world. Not a single moment on here do I want anybody to say that we need firm, clean power. Instead, we're going to hear why firm, clean gets said and why there's a raging battle inside some of the biggest philanthropies in the world that's going to have remarkable implications both in education and for the projects that many of you are so excited about in the future. So let's go back to Isabel. Isabel, there are many ways to give. Your gift last year of, I think it's $10 million for nuclear philanthropy at a stroke, significantly increased total global giving for nuclear. But before that, you add something that, depending on who we're talking about, is more valuable and more irrevocable. You made a decision as somebody who was already a public figure with a high profile. You made a decision to go public in a way that nobody else with such a profile and public figure in your sector had ever done. And you said openly, I want to save nuclear. And I think that people don't fully appreciate that. They said, oh, well, no, nuclear's cool now, the influence are coming in. There's a reason it's cool now, and that's because people donated and sacrificed and risked their reputation. Could you tell us something about the fear, getting over that cliff of deciding to come out? Because I doubt you woke up one day and said, oh, it's today. Today I've decided to like nuclear and I'm going to come out and be public. You dropped an entire brand. Could you tell us about what you were feeling, either fear or anxiety, how you got over it, and help us understand why so many important people have not come out in favor of nuclear?
Well, first of all, thanks for the amazing introduction. I also want to take a second to appreciate my cooling tower bag. I put it right there, full display. Well, so let's go back 10 years ago. This is the first time I even heard about nuclear, really. I saw a tweet by a planetary scientist called Carolyn Porco. She was talking about molten salt thorium reactors. And I got curious, but I went on Google and tried to learn about it. And everything was just too complicated for me at the time. It was a steep learning curve, and I said, okay, I don't have time for this. But you know, it was a process. I first got curious about it, and then I started asking people. So I would go to conferences, I went to TED a couple of times, and I would ask anybody who was working in the climate space or energy space, what do you think about molten salt thorium reactors? And they would say, you're insane. I don't know what you're talking about, but let me tell you about nuclear. And this was one of those moments where it was like, there's something interesting here, because they would almost look to the sides and whisper, it's actually good. We need it to solve climate change, but people hate it. And that was also interesting to me. I was like, how is it possible that a technology that's good, that is necessary, is hated by so many people? Again, several years go by, and I'm still noodling with these ideas until 2019, when I open my phone and see the Amazon on fire. Now, for those of us who remember 2019, which feels like 100 years ago at this point, it was Australia's fires, the Amazon fires, California fires, the orange sky images. So I grew up with climate change, but that was the year I decided I wanted to do something about climate. And I went to look into the solutions, and I stumbled into nuclear again. But this time I had the motivation to do the research necessary to even understand nuclear.
So you're saying fear got you over the fear of being hated?
Fear of climate got me over, at least over the edge, to try and learn more about nuclear. And I think anybody who is afraid of nuclear or has all these misconceptions, after you do, I hate saying your own research, but after you learn about it, you come out the other side thinking, how is this possible? Like, have I been pranked my entire life? How is this possible that the whole world is not talking about this technology? And at that point, I just had accumulated so much evidence, both from talking to people behind closed doors, talking to respected scientists. And it's the science about nuclear safety and everything else is so mainstream. We're not asking people to go on Reddit or some obscure web page, right, to learn about it. And it was just having confidence in the data and then also thinking, what if I can give people the social license to say the things that they've been saying to me behind closed doors publicly? And so I had an unusual idea to become a nuclear energy influencer. And my friends thought I was completely mad. Most of them, they said, okay, that's cute, but what are you trying to do here? And I said, well, I'm trying to educate people about nuclear. And frankly, now they tell me a very different story. They say, wow, I can't believe you were talking about this 5 years ago. But it was just a series of, events reassuring me that this was the right cause.
So one of the challenges here is that despite my introductions, people are being very humble. for many years, including the years that you were learning and trying to get over this fear hurdle and to come out about this, people were realizing that if you just said SMRs or advanced nuclear, you could sort of slip in the conversation. You could pull it back if it was a little scary, go a little more, you could pull it back. You literally chose the very hardest single problem available to you in the entire nuclear world. There was a big, old, crumbling power plant, long hated by the elites of Hollywood, that was on a fault line, and maybe we could get advanced reactors, best to close it anyway. Oh, there's a deal, even the unions are in it. Everybody's happy with this closing. Don't ask questions, don't speak up. So you were overcoming this barrier to talk about nuclear publicly, but you did it in a way where almost nobody in the entire nuclear sector dared raise their voice beyond a whisper. So let's just be clear, there was coming out in favor of Diablo, which made you, I don't know, in some ways alienated from the mainstream of the nuclear world. But on the other hand, you were also risking your relationships in California and beyond for the anti-nuclear world all at once in a single cause. So that was more of a statement than a question, but I guess what I'm trying to point out here is that as nuclear has become more popular, people have forgotten the specific type of courage and breakthroughs that have made this moment possible. And my worry, because I think that nuclear philanthropy, as we'll hear from Johannes, is still in its infant stage, can still be easily smothered in a crib by outside spending, especially when you whisper about restarting the one that started it all, Indian Point nuclear plant, which we visited yesterday, and it can restart. We're going to need all the help we can get, and the more the industry understands it, the better we're going to help the industry. Even if we can't take money from industry, we're going to be able to work on two different sides of one of the hardest problems there is. So we'll come back to that in a moment. Johannes, just how big is this problem? First, could you tell us a little bit about the total size of climate-related giving and the amount that's dedicated to nuclear?
Yes. So climate philanthropy at large is on the order of 15 billion a year. Nuclear philanthropy, or rather pro-nuclear philanthropy, is probably on the order of 15 million a year. So another way to say it is it's like about every one in $1,000 targeting climate is targeted in a way to kind of accelerate nuclear energy. If you kind of compare it to clean electricity, right? Because it's kind of hard to say 1/1000 of climate philanthropy is that little or is that much. If you kind of compare it just to what climate philanthropy is spending on clean electricity, it's somewhere between 800 million and 1.2 billion. So nuclear philanthropy is at most 2.5% of kind of philanthropy targeting clean electricity.
That should be okay, though. Isn't climate philanthropy famously open-minded about which energy sources should be allowed? Oh, I won't make him answer that. I will reveal, and please forgive me, and I hope we have a relationship after this panel, one of Johannes' darkest and deeply held secrets. Johannes, see everybody, and I need you to support him to this time, is German.
Oh, no.
As such, well, hold up. As such, Johannes' taxpayer money is being used to tear apart your nuclear reactors, okay? The ones that you love, you've cared for, you've supplied, you've fueled, that ought to be saving Europe from itself. Johannes is required to pay his taxes, and Germany is the great state funder of both national and international anti-nuclear advocacy. Even today, pro-nuclear journalists go to German taxpayer-funded anti-nuclear publications to find information that they could absolutely be getting in a much better, much more sophisticated form that's very well available from World Nuclear Association. And yet, as long as that German money flows from Johannes, he's funding the anti-nuclear movement, is what I'm saying. Okay, beyond that, Founders Pledge. Founders Pledge has donors like Dustin Moskovitz, founder of Facebook. Facebook was one of the entities that, until I'm disassociating this poor guy from my statements here, so this is me talking about Founders Pledge. Founders Pledge was working with money from including founders of Facebook like Dustin Moskovitz to save nuclear plants. Founders Pledge was absolutely crucial in the giving that saved Diablo Canyon at a time when Facebook and their peers were both giving to and explicitly supporting a renewables exclusive policy up until, say, 2022, 2023, depending on the big tech company and depending on how explicit we insist support to be. Which means, in a weird way, Johannes's direction for Founders Pledge, they were already interested in nuclear when Johannes became one of the few converted German nuclear advocates at the time. Johannes was able to help direct spending that ended up helping save Facebook's rear now in 2024 and 2025 when they're doing what all the companies refused to do only 4 years ago when we were losing, say, Constellation plants, which is explicitly say, we support nuclear. If you build it on time and on budget, we will buy nuclear plants. So again, just to make clear, groups like Founders Pledge giving tens of millions a year, some part of which has been going to foundational efforts, say, on the other side of what Isabel was doing with her campaign to save nuclear energy. This is what has constructed what we can construct at this moment, and I just wanted to take a moment and make sure people appreciated that Founders Pledge helped save Diablo Canyon. So you became pro-nuclear in a country where that is very rare to say in public. You did it very early, and then you directed, I don't know, let's just say probably low-digit millions per year directly to the most surgically effective operations that linked up with folks like Isabel and got the deal done in Diablo. Could you tell me something about why Founders Pledge takes risks like that?
Yeah, I mean, so Founders Pledge is a community of entrepreneurs, so tech entrepreneurs that are pledging to give upon exit. And the second part of our proposition is we want to move that money towards high impact causes. And so if we look at climate, our basic theory is that the problem with climate is not a lack of money. The problem in climate is that there's kind of blind spots. And nuclear is an obvious example where the philanthropic dollar can go much further because there's so many low-hanging fruit, so many things that civil society organizations can do and are doing where they can go the furthest. And I think I want to add something, right? Because like when we were introduced, it was said, okay, nuclear philanthropy is very nascent. And in some sense, that's kind of true. Like we all wish that I think everyone on this panel wished that nuclear philanthropy would be at least 3 times the size or more. But it is also true that kind of nuclear philanthropy and the civil society ecosystem around nuclear has already fundamentally changed the game, right? So organizations like many of which are in the room, Clean Air Task Force, Third Way, the Breakthrough Institute, Generation Atomic, We Planet, et cetera. So like there's kind of a system of organizations that I think together are absorbing on the order of 5 to 10 million for the nuclear programs that have really changed the conversation on nuclear, certainly in this country, and I think also increasingly where I come from in Europe. Maybe even someday in Germany, though. I don't really believe it, having seen how worked up people get.
We'll work him on that. We'll convert him. Just to be clear, Johannes got converted to nuclear. The path started when he went to a philanthropically funded institute, Breakthrough Institute, back in 2013, and had to start asking very hard questions about his upbringing and his schooling. So there's a daisy chain of incredible lead donors going back now 12, 13 years, where the waves keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger. So thank you for that. Steve, I've only known you for a short time. I'm like weirdly convinced that if you had gotten nuke-pilled earlier than 2022, we might not have lost a plant like San Onofre nuclear generating station, plunging Southern California into a permanent energy deficit and permanent higher emissions by probably costs of on the order of 500 million to $1 billion per year in perpetuity.
I'm sorry, but continue.
It's okay, you're here now, and that's what matters. So Steve, could you tell me a little something about, you were not like against nuclear, you were not for nuclear, you were just at Stanford. So Stanford didn't have a nuclear program, and it wasn't something that was part of your life. And yet you're here on this stage. You're involved in one of the biggest, and what I expect to be one of the most effective nuclear philanthropic operations that we've seen to date, which has been very generously kick-started by Isabel, and that is Nuclear Scaling Initiative. What I want you to describe is, what did you find coming in, cheerful, with an open mind, Nuclear Scaling Initiative, it's time to build. You're not interested in like the Nuclear Scaling Initiative getting rich from building. You're there to make sure the building happens. And what did you discover when you walked back into the philanthropic world or into the philanthropic world for the first time saying, yeah, we're trying to build a bunch of nuclear, how should we do it?
Thanks, Mark, and happy to be here. And I guess I need to continue to apologize for being coming from academia. But as my boss, Ernie Moniz, would say, he plucked me from obscurity. I left California, I came to DC to work on hard problems. And a lot of what I do is thinking about how do you take first-of-a-kind technologies and turn them into nth-of-a-kind industries. And quite frankly, you're right, I had not been thinking about nuclear at all because it already exists. And it's well established, and there's a lot of money flowing. There's a lot of thick pensions out there from people who work in the industry. What's the issue? But then you start thinking about pledges being made. And if we go back almost 2 years to the tripling of nuclear pledge by 22 countries at the time, now 31, saying, well, we would really like to triple the amount of capacity in the world by 2050. Well, if you start doing the math, that's about a terawatt, or about 1.2 terawatts. And if you keep doing the math, that's about 50 to 60 gigawatts a year, every year for 20 years of building. We've never done that before, right? Our last high water mark was 33 gigawatts in 1983, and especially in the West, we've really atrophied our capability. So this became a hard problem, even though you have an established operating fleet and you have a lot of capability when it comes to operating, to scale that way and to build new, to develop and to bring new technologies to bear. That's going to take a lot of what we like to say industrial and policy acupuncture. And that's what essentially what NSI is developed or has been established to do. EFI, my organization, Clean Air Task Force, NTI, we're here for a specific reason, which is to help create the commercial conditions to scaling nuclear to meet the tripling of nuclear pledge. And I will say that it's an initiative. Our one KPI, and if we don't hit it, we fold, but our one KPI is creating order books, right? And I think order books has been like an exhausted term probably at this conference and anything around nuclear in the past few years. But it's true. The only way that you bring down cost and bring up commercial confidence is by showing you can do stuff. And then the only way you can do stuff repeatedly is by having a large order. Why do we all shop at Costco, right? Because toilet paper is cheap there because you know that essentially a lot of the capital has been put into place to make toilet paper essentially cheap because you're buying in bulk. Okay. Order books mean that you need to order a lot of stuff. That means you need buyers clubs. You need a lot of people to show up and say, well, we're going to buy this stuff. How do you pull all that together? How do you pull all the supply chain developers, the utilities, the off-takers, the state level policy, the federal policy, the international policy, the regulatory? You need to do that all extremely quickly in a coordinated fashion. Otherwise, we're going to keep coming back to these conferences and saying, you know what? We signed another MOU. Is there steel in the ground? No steel in the ground. But there's a lot of designs out there. There's a lot of heat and not a lot of electricity, pun intended. So essentially, what was compelling to nuclear is it's an established industry that is getting ready for scaling like it never has done before. And I'm interested in applying lessons that have scaled industries in the past and applying them here. And I think we're well on our way. But again, I think that you need the civic society to help create some of that connective tissue to get all the right players to line up, because time is not really on our side. And there is a lot of capital to be deployed and a lot of profit to be made, but only if we're coordinated.
Thanks, Steve. I need to say that there's a number of people who are very, very interesting, and I think high potential parts of what we're about to see, this connective tissue, this enabling of ordering books, who have their own events to help convert the unconverted and are needing to leave. Theo has just stood up and he's leaving the room, but he's with Charles and Karen Oppenheimer on the Oppenheimer project. They had this conflict, or else they would almost certainly be on stage with us here. You've heard about the Clean Air Task Force. Armin Cohen there needs its entire book, maybe a movie eventually. We'll have to work on that once we've saved the rest of the nuclear plans. We've got the We Planet effort over here. So Tea from Finland is part of a confederation of environmentalists now from around the world, not just Europe, who have been funded by some of the parties on the stage in order to provide a pro-human, pro-energy, pro-nuclear counter argument to groups like Greenpeace that have held the stage for so long. I'm Will Shackle, who you'll hear from tomorrow, Johan, who you'll hear from tomorrow, and a few other young leaders who will be able to tell their stories and how they bootstrapped conversations in entire countries. I wish they could all be on this one stage at one moment, but I have to share moderating duties with other people. So if you have to leave to be part of one of the many very exciting philanthropy events going, please stand up and just know that as you stand, I've told everybody to look at you and appreciate your, as of yet, unadvertised efforts. So thank you very much. Okay, back around to Isabel. So you did it. Diablo's saved. But one of the things that people who worked on Diablo always said is, we have to learn from Indian Point. It's too late for Indian Point. You were at Indian Point nuclear plant yesterday. What's so interesting about Indian Point is not only did it play a weird, interesting, pioneering role in a lot of technologies in nuclear, which we learned about, Indian Point bootstrapped the anti-nuclear movement. How so? The organizations that formed up around and just before and then converted over to fighting Indian Point became some of the largest, most powerful, well-funded, and effective climate environmental philanthropies in the world. They're based, some of them, right here in New York City, and they're going to fancy events, maybe even with higher ceilings than this, all around the city this week, calling themselves part of Climate Week. Thanks to their foundation, not in climate, but in tearing down nuclear plants, the more crucial for our grid and survival, the better, these organizations have been using hundreds of millions of dollars, sometimes billions of dollars per year, specifically on efforts to kill off nuclear, and they were doing it before they cared a damn about anything climate related. In fact, some of these groups, we found evidence, resisted or were slower than others to call for action on climate change because they thought it would just be a free giveaway to nuclear. So I'm not going to make you pledge your support for restarting Indian Point here on the stage, but I wanted to point out, and I wanted to ask you, Indian Point is the heart of the beast. We thought Diablo was, but truly Indian Point is. 30 miles away from a New York that is now in danger of evacuation every winter from running out of gas. Do you think there's a chance to run a similar playbook? You've supported at a level that could almost fund something like this, but do you see a chance to run a playbook that you would be willing to get involved with for saving Indian Point nuclear plant?
No pressure. Well, when I started looking into Diablo Canyon, this is 2021, I asked a lot of pro-nuclear organizations, what are you doing to save Diablo Canyon? And they all said, lots of people have died on that hill. It's a done deal. It's not going to happen. Just don't even waste your time. And you were a part of the Save Diablo campaign, and we did it somehow. Whenever the TMI restart was announced, I thought there was going to be major unrest, that we were going to awake the anti-nuclear movement. Nothing. People are generally very fine with it. And so, is it possible to restart Indian Point? Absolutely. It's entirely possible. It's going to take a lot of money, probably, to create a campaign. As Steve has mentioned before, this takes a lot of coordination. And even in the case of Diablo Canyon, I ran the grassroots campaign, organized a rally in San Luis Obispo, wrote a letter to Governor Newsom urging him to delay the closure of the plant.
Signed by some of the most famous climate scientists on Earth, including Ernie Moniz, who is a famous scientist and leader.
But behind closed doors, I was collaborating very closely with Armin Cohen from Clean Air Task Force, who had set up Carbon-Free California with the help of people on this stage. And so it was a very coordinated effort. And it's going to take the same here. And so I think my number one ask for anybody in this room that's interested in seeing through this nuclear renaissance is that now is really the time to put all of our brains and pockets together, because this push is going to need all of our helps. It's the magnitude of these efforts are so big, I cannot do it alone. I need everybody else's help.
Well, thank you, Izzy. And there's an entire symposium, Nuclear New York, put on by volunteers who formed together in just too late to save Indian Point, and are almost certainly going to make saving Indian Point again the purpose of their hobbies and their lives over the next many years. Johannes, so tell us, people who have been in money jobs and finance know that sometimes dumb money runs in packs. It's safe to co-invest along things where you could see yourself enjoying getting fired and going to the bar at the same time as your peers in other organizations, or at best, you know, you're not doing something so weird it looks irresponsible you ever tried. So how risk averse is climate philanthropy? You're not needing to make a profit. So what's if you don't need to make a profit and you can sort of work out KPIs, what is it that you think differentiates a thing called Founders Pledge that's donated? What is the problem? What are we missing in the, you know, the other 14 point, let me get this right, shoot. 9,
essentially 15,
8, 6, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0 per year that is not going to nuclear?
I think there's kind of two dynamics why climate philanthropy is lagging behind on nuclear, and also lagging behind kind of compared to how governments have come around, or how the private sector has come around. On the one hand, obviously, climate philanthropy is like staffed by people that are coming out of the traditional environmental movement, right? So, and most senior people in most climate-related foundations are reflexively anti-nuclear in the same way that I was reflexively anti-nuclear, kind of growing up reflexively anti-nuclear. So I think that's kind of number one. And I think the second part is kind of more philanthropy specific, which is this dynamic around being very risk averse in a reputational sense, right? So like no one wants to be the first, and everyone is kind of silently whispering to each other, we should be pro-nuclear, but well, what will our board say about this? Or like what will the person who is kind of ultimately giving the money kind of say about this? So it's kind of in a situation where there are less people that are anti-nuclear, but there are also like a lot of people that are lukewarm, and it's kind of still somewhat risky to be pro-nuclear. That's kind of, I think, that the situation, right? And it's kind of just in the same way that you often see the same 8 logos of the same big foundations funding a green organization, right? So like that there's kind of this pack dynamic in terms of what climate philanthropy does fund. There's also this pack dynamic on the side of like what climate philanthropy does not fund. I do think it's no coincidence that both Isabel and Founders Pledge and kind of the community we represent are kind of, in some sense, kind of coming from the tech world, right? Where like being contrarian is kind of more prized, and where essentially the money is not kind of coming out of an anti-nuclear environmentalist kind of funding. I think that the thing that needs to change there is that people who get rich in tech need to understand that policy advocacy and thereby philanthropy are absolutely crucial to make progress. Mm-hmm. That's, I think, the typical bias. The typical bias I see with people in that space is not that they're anti-nuclear, it's that they don't understand the value of advocacy, and that's the reason that we have like a lot of kind of impact investing into nuclear, and the civil society ecosystem is still only funded at like $10 million, which is just crazy.
So you're describing a bit of a head-spinning dynamic. Tech entrepreneurs win at tech and they make giant companies. Those giant companies hire people from the climate foundation world that make energy policies to say, exclude nuclear, put the stuff on the grid, buy the nuclear and fossil plants, but only buy and only support renewables. But the tech founders themselves, that's kind of has been below their lines, but some of them have donated, like, you know, to Founders Pledge. And then that becomes the avant-garde of the new wave of thinking about climate and energy that of course includes people who, you know, rise up de novo like Isabel. And that is what came together to deliver the very specific wins that suddenly in 2023, when the AI movement hits, is out there already having saved nuclear plants that are suddenly crucial to not having the grid go down immediately when the first wave of new demand hits. So That is something absolutely fascinating. I'm not absolutely sure I put that all together before this panel, which is why it wasn't in our notes. Okay, so we heard something from Isabel. Collaboration, coordination. You might as well have said that as your central word, Steve, too, because you've said order books, which by themselves are, I don't know, giant centralized economy scale efforts together, where, you know, we heard with Dan Poneman earlier, the idea that maybe you need government-led, industry-supported, rather than industry-led, government-supported, but both ideas are going to get their test, are getting tested right now. You've sort of suggested another model, where depending on how much change we have in the American economic institutions or European, we might have a situation where tech money started the sort of organized coordination that Isabel and Steve, you both represent, and that, of course, Johannes, you've been helping fund. And that may be a crucial part of not having to have, you know, a revolution in our way of doing business in this country, which I don't know if it's good for nuclear, whatever, but that scares a lot of people. So climate philanthropy, getting, as the influencers say, nuke-pilled, and with your ability to bring that diplomacy into rooms around this city this week, I think that's going to be one of the crucial things that helps us as an industry get through the hard stage of starting to build. Not every project, not every startup in nuclear is going to succeed. We have this moment where the climate philanthropy can be converted to being pro-nuclear climate philanthropy and can bring it together. Now, Isabel, you said we need to come together in this room, pocketbooks. There are different attitudes about the necessity of never even, you know, talking to a nuclear person lest they attempt to give to you, and the absolute independence. And some of the pioneers of nuclear philanthropy have been absolutely rigorous to make sure they are unimpeachable in their efforts to do things like save Diablo. I will ask this, though. Presumably, there's a lot of, say, there's some early career people, but mid-level and high-level executives at this conference. Presumably, many of you give charitably, especially it's a culture in America. I will tell you that just some of the names I talked about and the new efforts that will almost certainly come out of this nuclear moment are going to be self-starting young people of exceptional talent, like people on this stage, where support, even at the collective small scale, will be going to the highest agency, hardest working people who, until we get the massive money coming in, like the giant donors that have made Stanford what it is, but haven't included nuclear just yet, until that big money comes in, any little bit helps, and it could be the movement that saves the next nuclear plant or provides the push and the support to site a nuclear plant in the better location, not the second or third best location. And I would encourage all of you to speak with some of the people you saw shouted out, or who, you know, I guess I could have made them stand, but speak with them. Now's the time where a little bit of money is going to have outsized effects down the line. I'm going to quickly have a last word from each of our panelists. Johannes, you're in Germany. You overcame a lot very early, starting with a little bit of philanthropic money back in 2013-14 with Breakthrough Institute. What is the number one thing you're hearing? What's the number one thing you're hearing at Founders Pledge or in your work that gives you room for hope? And is it enough that you think that you're going to turn this, say, $15 million a year, some of it, a big chunk from you guys, into $50 million or $100 million in year terms? Are you optimistic? He's German, and he's almost certainly not going to say he's optimistic if he's not. So.
Yeah. I think what makes me optimistic is that climate philanthropy has changed, right, from becoming a much broader societal effort or climate becoming a much wider societal issue, and people outside the traditional environmental movement kind of coming into climate philanthropy, right, and I think they make the biggest contribution to nuclear philanthropy right now. Yeah, so like that certainly makes me optimistic or cautiously optimistic. I would say not optimistic enough. Like I guess I wouldn't be on this panel if I believed that nuclear philanthropy was in the back, right? Like there's no point in talking if
You're saying you wouldn't have even flown over.
I wouldn't have flown over here.
If you thought we had what we needed.
Yeah, yeah, right. So I think there's kind of, right, because like right now there's the nuclear policy moment that is kind of really large. Like there's really an uptick in interest in nuclear, and this has not been matched yet by philanthropy at scale. given that philanthropy is risk averse, and that given that philanthropy is often like a talking shop, like it's not guaranteed that it will happen, right? And like everyone in this room should kind of make sure that it happens. So I would kind of describe this as like cautious optimism. It's not hopeless. That's why we're all here, but it's also not in the back, I think, the way I would describe it.
Thank you. So Steve, I'm certain you have a very busy schedule after this and this week. This is a city that has, New York Climate Week, which until a very short period of time banned nuclear and required NDAs saying you wouldn't say that it was banned. So clearly things are changing. When you go out in the city, you're going to be speaking to outside audiences. What is the single most effective thing you found for getting elites to move towards accepting nuclear and accepting the reputational risk that isn't really there now that the kids think nuclear is cool? What would you say if people here go into spaces filled with donors, go into spaces filled with billionaires? What's the biggest thing that helps people get over the line and start contributing to this group effort?
We almost have all the tools we need. What we need is just a shared vision and actual people working together and asking for something specific. I will go back to the order book idea. There's a lot of risk on the table. There are many tools to take a lot of that risk off the table. We have technologies that we already know how to build. If you start putting that all together, the risk that is left over is very small and very certain. Have a clear message on what you want, what you need to close that risk to zero or to an acceptable level. And if you have that level of specificity, who you're asking support from will show up. But the hard work is sitting around a table, seeing what you can do to take certain risk off the table, and be very clear on the one thing that is needed from your consortium or your group to go and build this order book. I challenge you that it will be one thing that you need, and if you're specific, I believe that the policy and political appetite is such that if you give that level of specificity, the probability of them showing up is very, very high. So the work is in those long, deep conversations to get to that one single thing. Once that's solved, I guarantee the tools that already exist in the world will help you build at the scale that I think we need to achieve relatively quickly. Again, that's over the next 10 years, but that's relatively quickly.
Thanks, Steve. Now, I have like 5 different questions I could ask, but considering a minute's left, this is just a really powerful thank you. Things were really bad in 2020. Stock prices for anything nuclear was in the dumps. Diablo was going to close, ripping down energy security in California with it. And the day your videos started to go viral, my phone started blowing up from people in the industry, including very important mentors of mine in this room, and we felt, without any evidence that this would somehow work, we felt that not just that we are on the right side, I mean, that's why we're in nuclear. We feel that it's genuinely making the world a better place. But we felt, I think some of us, for the first time, that we're going to win.
Oh.
So thank you. And thank you to my panel. Yeah.
Thank you once again to everyone who spoke this morning. And now I'm delighted to invite you all to join us, please, for lunch just outside of these doors. And please come back. Our program will resume at 1 o'clock. Thank you. I'd like to invite everyone to please take your seats and please wrap up your conversations so that we can begin on time. Please come into the room and please take your seats. Welcome back to the Atlantic Council's Nuclear Energy Policy Summit of 2025. I am so delighted to be kicking off our afternoon programming with our third session, which is called Getting It Financed. And this session will be moderated by David Victor, who is Distinguished Professor of Innovation and Public Policy at the School of Global Policy and Strategy at the University of California, San Diego. David, I'm so pleased to hand it over to you now to moderate your panel and introduce your panelists. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. It's great to be here. It's particularly great to be at a session on nuclear power in a city that right now is focused on the UN General Assembly. The culture in the UN General Assembly is everything runs late. The culture in the nuclear industry is a naval culture, and when it involves boats leaving ports, everything runs early and on time, and we are running exactly on time, so this is a tight ship, and I intended to keep it that way. I work at the UC San Diego. I study deep decarbonization, in particular technological change. It's extraordinary what's happened in the nuclear industry. Let me introduce the panel here. To my left, to your right, Cara Mangoni, who's head of Sustainable Finance Group at Goldman Sachs. Next to Cara is Karen Fang, who's Managing Director, Global Head of Sustainable Infrastructure Finance at Bank of America. Then next to her is Ashwani Kubani, Head of Corporate Banking at Power, Utility, and Renewables at Citi. Next to Ashwani, Alexei Verul. Did I massacre your last name? I'm going to take that as a yes, I massacred your last name. Executive Director, Power and Renewables at JP Morgan, and down at the very end there, almost in a different zip code, Mark Zawinski, Executive Director at Morgan Stanley. Terrific panel. This is the money panel. So I want to start with you, Cara. Since the tripling pledge, a lot has happened. Give us in just a couple minutes a summary of what you see and why it's happening.
Great, thank you, David. It's great to be here. A lot has happened, and I would say while this is not the first nuclear renaissance we've seen in this country, it does feel like the stakes are different now, and it's translating to momentum across the nuclear ecosystem. I'll talk a little bit about what we're seeing in terms of activity, and then why do I say the stakes are different, what's different this time around. So in terms of activity, annual investments in nuclear have increased significantly the past few years. If you look at private raises, we're seeing record levels of private equity and venture capital investments in advanced nuclear companies. Last year, this was about $800 million. That was up 13 times relative to the prior year. So pretty significant momentum, just as you mentioned, relative to the declaration last year. And the tripling, the declaration within the financing community and the declaration a few years ago at COP. I'd also note long-only equity investors are also entering the mix. And some of that is on the back of stronger policy signals and administration support. As that becomes more apparent, you start to see some of those long-only players. An example is T. Rowe Price took a stake in a uranium miner this past August. And we are seeing a lot of that dialogue in that space as well. So I would say there's a lot of momentum to highlight. Why now and what's different this time around? As I mentioned, this is not the first time we've seen a resurgence on nuclear. I think a few things. One is, it's been talked about today, but obviously hyperscalers, they want reliable, firm, emissions-free power. Second is increasing electricity demand in the US. And this is across multiple end markets. So I think that's important. This is not just power centers driving that demand. It's a core component, but it's also transportation, industrials, and residential, and so on and so forth. The third is government engagement. We would say that is something that feels different this time around. There's a lot of focus, energy, no pun intended, to fund and support the innovation that is really needed to meet that demand. 4 executive orders have been signed on this topic, so that's a good example. And the fourth is, I mentioned hyperscalers want carbon-free. They're not the only ones. Carbon-free continues to be a really important leg of the stool for many players in the ecosystem. So for us, it does feel different for a few of those reasons. I'll just note by saying, end by saying, you know, it's going to take probably 10 years to get the next. You all know better. We're the financing community. Everyone else can tell me whether it's going to be 10, 11, 12, or sooner.
But if you don't give them the money, then what they say
Fair
is
enough.
irrelevant.
Right, fair enough, exactly. Right, but let's just say it takes a decade to build the next nuclear plant. By then, our existing fleet will be 10 years older, 10 years closer to retirement. A lot more coal will be retired. So this is really a critical priority, investing in innovation, investing in these newer technologies. And this really will help, you know, the United States maintain a diverse generation supply, and that diverse generation supply is really important to a lot of the players in the ecosystem that I mentioned.
So let me ask you, Karen. Kara's given us a summary of what's happened. Do you see, is that change happen because of the tripling, or are there changes in nuclear finance and the way the finance communities approach this sector that have been material in the last couple of years?
I think the pledge is always very important. So that's from COP28, so we're almost 2 years in. I do think actually the AI demand in terms of power and the fact that it has to be firm baseload, right? Because the energy storage isn't picking up in terms of levelized cost of electricity and just cost of production, with really the LCOE coming down for renewable energy. So if you don't have really long duration energy storage, you cannot make renewable energy, which is the cheapest source of new generation, the firm base load that we need in the grid. So we definitely need, you know, before you even get to carbon free, you need this additional tremendous amount of baseload power that we're seeing right now with regards to, you know, gas plants, supply chain. How much can you actually get the first electron from CCGTs and gas power plants? It's probably, conservatively speaking, you know, 3 to 5 years. So if you think about conventional nuclear technology that's been tested and tried and have a long track record, that is not first of its kind or second of its kind. There is a tremendous amount of momentum in terms of capital flow behind that. So I do think AI, I mean, I think the CapEx dollars is around $344 billion, up significantly from even 5 years ago. That's obviously from the hyperscalers, but it's also from large corporate enterprises like ourselves. So when you think about that, this is definitely driving fast, proven energy and power technology adoption and proliferation in an unprecedented way. So how much United States has 100 gigawatt of nuclear. China is building nuclear capacity faster than any other country. ENEC built a tremendous, 4 reactors in UAE. That may be the 4 newest reactors that we have seen in a long time. There are real issues on know-how, technology, labor. Frankly, we haven't built a reactor for many, many decades. So I do think the AI boom is driving the demand for nuclear. The nuclear finance has to follow, to your point, right? Because this is not going to be clean energy, playbook 101. You get, tax equity, you get project finance debt, you get PPAs, everything just off you go. And you have 18 to, depending on the technology, 3-year construction period. Here, you have to think about the NRC. You have to think about the regulatory commission. You have to think about the supply chain. You have to think about, do you want to use the AP1000? Are you really betting on SMRs or fusion? How do you think about the fuel, right? Are you going to use HALEU? Are you going to use what have you? So you have to think about the entire ecosystem. I think what we're seeing right now is the nuclear supply chain, capital raises, whether it's equity, whether it's prep, whether it's converts, whether it's kind of getting PPA, starting to get it organized. Microsoft getting 3 Mile Island reopened is a tremendous template. If we can do that, we can actually have PPAs and we can start financing on the project level. That will make the cost of capital even cheaper.
And I think this goes to what Kara was saying, which is we're also going to see some different players that have not traditionally been in the space, in particular long-dated capital. Okay, so there's a lot there. I want to talk about first of a kind in a little bit, but first I want to put the very easy question to Ashwani. Let's think about how you finance projects that are more or less in the money, that are familiar, and let's take the easiest of all these, which is reopening plants. So you're involved, among other things, your company's involved in the financing of the restart of TMI and the renaming to the Crane Clean Energy Center. So that's very important insight from social sciences, which is if you don't call it nuclear right out of the blocks, you're a little bit better off. what worries you? Are these totally straightforward projects, or are there things when it comes to the restarts that we should be concerned about from the finance community?
But I think it sort of starts with the sponsor, right? And the history and the technology expertise or the execution operation expertise they bring to the table. So for Constellation, it's the easiest thing to talk about, right? I think if it was something with respect to new players coming in and saying we are reopening or restarting an existing plant and we want to start from scratch with less of skill and know-how, it becomes a different discussion. So I would say, and you think about some of the easier conversations, they are more linked to restarts because the existing players have the infrastructure and the skill and know-how to run the plants again. And that makes it very easy. So things which Karen talked about in terms of what we worry about are actually 90% gone there. And more importantly, I think there is no risk of cost overrun as much as you have for a new plant. The technology is already there. You're getting, NRC by definition is the most reliable sort of, security you can get in terms of whether technology would work or not. And I think so it is definitely the easiest thing to think about. Now, it is also playing into the transition into what would come in 10 years, right? Because like Kara said, and Karen sort of followed up, is a new nuclear plant will take at least 10 years. An SMR may take less than that, let's say 5-7 years, right? But the amount of power which is needed by the sector, you need to bridge that. And how do you bridge that, right? You need to bridge that with existing plants. That's where nuclear comes in. You need to actually use gas more, which is why you see the valuations of all the existing gas plants have gone, skyrocketed. And the reason is you need that bridge for the next 10 years where you can actually see that play out. And so we are seeing financing linked to just nuclear on sort of like restarts, but also in the industry, the realization that nuclear needs to come in 10 years or 15 years to get to that point where actually you can get the ramp up. Otherwise, your existing generation cannot support it.
So I don't know if we're allowed to talk about individual companies, but that's part of the intuition behind Constellation and Calpine, as you have been intrinsically complementary assets. So I want to ask you, Alexei, let's now look beyond the easy stuff at new plants. What are you seeing at new large reactors? What are you seeing that's interesting? Are there now projects that are emerging in the United States? Are there projects emerging in other countries that are more interesting in the United States? What does that finance book look like as we look out over the next 5 years?
Yeah, it's a good question. I'll focus primarily on the United States here because that's where I spend the vast majority of my time. And I would say that we're seeing interest and specific projects both on the large-scale reactors, so let's use the AP1000 as a proxy for that, and on the SMR side. And I think what's changed, going back to your earlier question in terms of last year versus this year and maybe even 2 years ago, is that the projects that we're seeing crossing our desks now are at a much higher level of maturity than they were before. So if you think about the elements that's required for a quality project, you're thinking about high quality offtakes or an ironclad PPA with ideally an investment grade counterparty that we feel confident can make the required payments over the useful life of this asset. You're also looking for high visibility to the equity portion of the financing pool that's required for this asset. And then finally, you're looking for a mature consortium of contractors that we feel confident can actually execute on a project. And we're seeing many more projects, again, both on the AP1000 and SMR side, having all of those elements. Now, I haven't seen a perfect package just yet, which is why we haven't done one of these deals. And just as a reminder to everyone, we actually haven't done project financing for nuclear, bank project financing ever. So this is something that's very new for the industry. And we're sort of trying to meet the challenge that the industry has put to us. But again, what we're seeing is increasingly approaching what the ideal looks like, and we feel like we'll be able to play a role.
When, just to push a little bit on this, when should we expect to see, financed in whatever form, another large PWR in the United States?
That's the $1 million question. It's
at least really $1 million, I think it's either wrench.
Yes. Yeah, it's very hard to handicap it. I would say that the natural builders of projects of this scale have been somewhat hesitant to throw their hat into the ring, and I'm thinking here of the traditional sort of large load-serving entities. So I imagine it will be something outside of that, likely for the first one. But as I agree with what the other panelists have said, we're probably looking at another 10 years before we get one of those online. And I'm actually quite optimistic on the SMR side in that we'll probably have one of those up and running before an AP 1000.
Well, I mean, certainly the experience in Canada is going to be very helpful to us,
Yes.
at least for that design, the GE Hitachi one. So let me first initial comments here, and then I want to cycle back on a few questions here to you, Mark. You've heard all the other panelists talk about what's interesting and easy, what's harder, what the timelines are, and I'm just curious, A, do you agree with that? And B, when you look around the world, are places other than the United States, in fact, looking much more attractive than the United States? And I'll ask others if they want to comment on that as well.
Sure, definitely. And I think kind of as a first point, looking at Morgan Stanley's own research and an estimate on the size of the nuclear industry, last year they put out a forecast, it was big. This year they increased it by 55% in the base case to an expectation of just shy of 900 gigawatts of new nuclear capacity globally by 2050. I'll point out that isn't close to the triple nuclear concept, but it's still a staggering amount that by their estimate equates to over $2 trillion of invested capital. So one, we have a very significant financing challenge opportunity for many of us on the panel to help support the industry in deploying these projects, but agree there's a lot of different factors that at play that come together to make those a reality for investors, but as others have mentioned, investors are more interested, more active. I think in terms of what markets are attractive, I spend most of my time in the US, but I think that the key thing is there's lessons to be learned from abroad for the US. We can look to the example of Baraka in the UAE as a project that was delivered in a superior way. And there's other kind of learnings that we can cross-pollinate and bring to the US as we put together a consortium and work with the different stakeholders to assemble projects that are financeable within the capital markets as they exist today.
Can I just press on this issue of international? There's been a bunch of tenders in Europe. They seem to be pretty successful. And so I'm just curious, is the bright spot outside of the China build-out, which is incredible, is the bright spot in new nuclear increasingly Europe, especially Eastern Europe?
I can take that a little bit. I think the thing about nuclear in Europe is it has started before the AI boom started in the US. And the reason was not because they were expecting more demand to come, but it was transition. They were already, they have a 5-year head start to think about nuclear because they have been thinking about this more than we've been thinking about here in the US. And so what we've seen in like Sizewell C in UK, or we've seen in what's happening in Bulgaria, Romania, they're putting new plans out there to finance nuclear, either on the balance sheet of the utility out there, which are the bigger ones, or some sort of governmental support to kickstart the process, right? And they're getting to FIDs with support from export credit agencies and stuff, which helps banks to think through those situations much easier because you can sort of fill the huge gap which is there in terms of expectations and how to solve a problem with some sort of government guarantee or support, right? And to some extent, US is sort of thinking about it through the DOE loan programs and how we think about insurance to cover the cost overruns and stuff, which is, I would say, there's a lot of learning from Europe, but I think we have now the benefit of what they have done, and we can maybe improvise that more in the US.
Does anyone else want to comment on this? Because the United States, unless you've been living in an undisclosed location, is a little chaotic right now, and I'm just curious as to whether that's a problem for the new nuclear builds. Anyone want to comment on that?
I might, from a demand signal, with the hyperscalers building AI data centers in the US, there's a very strong demand signal and folks who are willing to pay and have demonstrated a willingness to pay a premium price for nuclear power. And that's a pretty significant tailwind. I think that does compare to, okay, what is sovereign support worth in other markets, and how does that balance the difference in kind of market structure and the economic frameworks by which we build these projects.
And I will just add to that. I think the United States has a few additional advantages, right? Clearly, we have, till today, we still have the largest nuclear fleet, and 100 gigawatt. It has been producing carbon-free, firm baseload energy for our country for a few decades. So that data is really important. The track record is very important. The second thing is NRC is going to extend the useful life to about 80 years for many reactors. We have 94 reactors in the country. So that's a low-hanging fruit that we can all get around and behind, and antitrust issues aside, we'll all be consortiumed up and try to provide that capital to support the transition or extension. And third, I think the AP 1000 from Westinghouse, those are approved and permitted. We just have to put them into the grid and start generating electricity from that. That's a really welcome movement. And lastly, SMRs, right? DOE is doing, Arlo Atomics is doing, SMR criticality within 12 months on DOE land without NRC approval. Interesting playbook. That's a really cool way to accelerate permitting and regulatory approval for SMRs. That gives me hope that maybe that's also more near around the corner than we think.
I want to come to Kara in just a second on first-of-a-kind risk, but let me just quickly follow up on the NRC issue. For decades, people have pointed to the NRC and NRC approval, especially in the last 10, 15 years with pre-approvals and so on, as a source of tremendous strength for the United States. We now have a situation, we're going to have to see what happens with the independence of federal agencies, which has been very much in the news of late, not because of the NRC. Do you worry about the capacity of us to send clear regulatory signals when the question of the independence of the safety regulator is at stake now?
I think for any industry, for any energy we're talking about $345 billion of CapEx in AI data centers, and they have to be powered across different energy and technology types. And the permitting is not, I don't think the question is really just around NRC and for fission and fusion. I think it's kind of the permitting reform we have all been waiting for across the energy spectrum. So I think that's actually really important. I do think the current administration, one thing that I hear from clients is that nuclear, geothermal, and e-fuels, the policy seems to be very stable. We got those tax credits renewed in the One Big Beautiful Bill. We don't seem to have a lot of changes in support in terms of tax credits 45U, tax credit 45Y for the nuclear build out, and we need that. So that policy stability is actually there. I think the question is around permitting timeframe. If you want these electrons to come online, which is proven technology, in 5 years, what can our NRC do? What can the Department of the Interior do, DOE do? I think that's all what we're waiting for.
So I want to bring you in, Kara, on this conversation, and then to Alexei about first-of-a-kind financing. AP 1000 is no longer first-of-a-kind, a little bit. But we're not building enough reactors in this country to reliably talk about 5th, 10th, and so on. So what, from a finance point of view, are you looking for in terms of first-of-a-kind financing mechanisms?
Yeah. So I would say, a few things. One is it depends on the project type and the technology, right? So a lot of what we're talking about on the kind of Vogtle, we've got it done, we have a plant in the US, that is like, the challenge there is it's cost, right? It's really who's gonna handle that cost or project overrun? Who's gonna shoulder that shock, if you will, right? So that's really the challenge there. But we know we can do that. And I think all the points Karen made and others in your original prior question on US versus other countries, like certainly we are behind in many ways on this, right? Like we don't have the supply chain, we're investing in the supply chains, we don't have the supply chains built. My understanding of speed to market in some of the other countries, some of that would just be very hard to do in this country, right? For a lot of reasons. It's not just permitting, it's approvals, some of it is how you get things done. And so this, as I said in the beginning, feels different. There's a lot of bipartisan support. There's so many actors focused on rolling up sleeves, but I do think that that is a challenge that we have. But we've proven we can do it. On the first-of-a-kind technology, so on kind of SMR, fission, fusion,
those are radically
that's different.
Worlds.
It's radically different worlds. And I think to me that's one of the important points is financing this is complex, but if you kind of go under the hood, financing a plant is quite different than SMRs or fusion. Although I think there's a few learnings in how we get those done. why is it so different? Of course, from a financing perspective, it's more about tech risk on the latter. So if we're thinking about SMRs for us, if we're looking at this, we're thinking about, okay, some of the things Karen mentioned, licensing risk. Are there going to be certain requirements that are going to be put in that could delay or could change the profile of the project? NIMBYism is certainly a factor, right? We know that. If you look at polling of how comfortable most Americans are with having renewables like solar versus, nuclear, most Americans will pick solar, even though it can be more of a polarized topic.
Do you think the industry has an opportunity for hammering on power density? The particular more conservative circles have started to really emphasize this, and it seems like this is a huge opportunity for the nuclear industry to talk explicitly and numerically about power density.
Yeah, I think it's an opportunity, and I think it's working, because I think, again, if I go back to the statistics that we've seen and kind of this resurgence of investment, renewed focus. So yes, I think that will help. I would just say some of the tools, so those are the big differences. The way we think about it is, on the larger plant size, can be done, right? But you're going, based on historical experience in the US, very likely to have delays, very likely to have cost overruns to a pretty big ticket size. And so who shoulders that? And obviously the US government is thinking about how to do that, and so are hyperscalers and others. But that's certainly a consideration. On more of the first of a kind, that is exactly to your point. That's like getting that first one done. And then the second come, and the third and the fourth. But it's really about how do you reduce the risk enough to get comfortable from a financing perspective to get that first thing.
So let me bring you in on this, Alexei. I don't know if you want to comment on this, but I'm particularly curious about the first-of-a-kind financing arrangements for these SMRs. It seems like we've gotten very good at doing press releases and MOUs and so on, and the caloric content of the paper of those press releases is much higher than the caloric content of the actual projects. But at some point, we need to start doing projects. And so what do the financing arrangements look like for those projects? I'm sure it's going to be complicated and so on, but what seems highly promising to you for projects that have real capital behind them that put steel in the ground?
Yeah, and so maybe before I answer that, I just want to make one, not correction, but modification to your characterization of the AP1000s. Even though the technology itself is not first of a kind, each deployment is effectively bespoke and therefore first of a kind and carries some of those execution risks. We're not at the point yet, for a myriad of reasons, where the AP1000 is truly rinse and repeat. And when we get there, a lot of those risks that were mentioned that we're asking the US government to retire for these projects will no longer require their involvement, because they start to look a lot more like traditional infrastructure projects, like, if not renewables, like a thermal generation plant. In terms of the true first-of-a-kind projects, I think it'll be a while before they are able to really attract the traditional bank financing that some of these other more mature technologies are able to attract, for the reasons stated earlier. But I think one of the things that would keep us up at night is whether or not these plants will function as intended. I think the expectation is that they run in the same way that like water reactors run, and they all have 90+% capacity factors and are therefore able to service any project financing that we'd put on top of them. But that is still yet to be proven. I'm encouraged by all of the work that's being done around the technology, especially technologies that are derivatives of technologies that have operated. But that is a risk that would require at least some operating history before the bank financing market really steps in. I think before that, it's probably going to be a lot more equity heavy and a lot more quasi-government lending before they're able to really enter our market.
So bank financing is going to be largely irrelevant to the SMR world until we have 5-10 projects of each design.
That's right.
Okay.
I don't know if 5-10 is the correct number, and we're institutionally trying to be as creative as possible, but it won't be the first one.
Ashwani, you seem upset about that.
No, I know, I'm not. But I'm upset.
It's okay to be upset.
Yeah.
This is a big tent.
I'm only upset that to the point earlier made, this is an opportunity for us, so we have to find ways to do more, right? So I think, going back to the technology point, I think derivative of AP1000 is AP300, right? So if you do AP300 and you can do it in 3 to 5 years, and you can rinse and repeat, I think we can get there earlier. We don't need to wait for the 5th plant. I think it's, but it boils down to, you need the right sponsors, you need the right sort of folks who can work through this, and you need the technology providers to lobby in a way that they can get the right support from all their customers they're planning to work with. Because what's going to happen is the first one whoever builds is going to be the most expensive. And the next one is going to be cheaper. And then by the fifth time, you'll be like, now this is rinse and repeat, right? So I think when it comes to the fourth, fifth, or sixth, it really boils down to cost. But how do you build a framework around it that the first one is incentivized to come in, and then get some benefit of the fifth one also, right?
So I'm a globalist, which means that I qualify for protection under the Endangered Species Act in the United States. And I've asked the panelists questions about the global market, and everyone then talks about America, which I appreciate for the most part, some exceptions. I'm going to ask another global question, see if anyone wants to talk about it. One of the things I thought was most important about Baraka, in addition to speed and excellence and building a model that can be exported outside of the Emirates, is that it was working with Korean technology. When you look at the global market, it's dominated by Chinese, basically Chinese reactor technology is a derivative of US technology. There's a bunch of reasons why Chinese-built reactors and designed reactors are not going to be viable outside of China, and Russian exports. And we have a stake in the success of the Korean model.
Yes.
We have a stake in the success, to the extent that it's possible, of Westinghouse. But I'm curious from a finance point of view, when you look at projects around the world, if they involve Chinese technology or they involve Russian technology, are they immediately no-fly zones for you, or are there interesting projects that you're seeing that use those technologies? Because I think there's a larger political question that it's easy for the industry to lose sight of, and it's easy for governments that are chasing shiny objects to lose sight of, about the profound need for viable rivals to the Chinese and the Russian models. Does that figure into any of the conversations you have?
To some extent, yes. So I'll speak first. I think the Russian is no-fly zone for more different reasons. It's like just sanctions. Before even we look at the technology, we can't even think about it. It's just too far out, right? So I think that's out. I think Korean technology is definitely interesting. We've seen the success, and we've seen them actually winning bids and getting.
It's very impressive.
Right, and so I think the point is right. I think we just don't need to talk about only Westinghouse, only Canadian. We just need to talk about beyond that. And I think we need that competition because the demand is just insurmountable. And I think having the right technology, whether it's Korean or Canadian or American, is a point of view which we're taking right now. It's going to change very quickly, and we think there is definitely legs to that.
Any other comments on this theme before I move on?
Yeah, maybe one. In talking to investors, both in the U.S., some in Europe, and internationally, I think a lot of investors are newer to nuclear as a sector. So if they are coming to it, they're going to focus on what's close to home first, and then look more broadly. And I think that's where perhaps anecdotally European investors might be more familiar and take a slightly more global view towards those things. But it's really, I think, the question I actually got yesterday afternoon, it's, are there any nuclear projects that are investable for my mandate yet? And the answer was no, but hopefully soon. And I think that's when you have folks who are governed by mandates, and the capital and how they can deploy it, is trying to match the project and the capital boxes, and that's where I think all of us spend quite a bit of time, not to speak for others, but that's kind of the key question.
Yeah, maybe I'll just chime in with one final comment. I think to answer succinctly, we just don't need to. If I look at the Chinese technology, for example, the large reactor technology, it's really a derivative of the Westinghouse technology. And we have a very attractive menu of SMR technologies that we can choose from, so we don't need to look overseas to get inspiration.
So you think the solution to this problem is going to be SMRs?
I don't think it's going to be a singular solution. I think there are likely to be a few SMR technologies that succeed in addition to the large reactor technologies. But again, we have all of the options here. We just need to figure out how to execute cleanly. So to your other question, I think we can borrow execution models and learn from what's been done across the globe, but I don't think it's a technology question.
I just want to add on to the point about the 5 or 6 projects. I mean, I don't think we think about this linearly like that, right? It is not a time and we have to wait for this. I think all of us want to help the industry, which is why we signed the goal to actually finance a lot of it. Because I do think there are technologies in the space that's conventional, that's proven, and frankly, permitting and others and supply chain might be the bigger issue. It's not the technology risk, it's not the credit risk of the off-taker or the sponsor, right? It's not the construction risk necessarily. Obviously, we have to worry about construction and waste management and all of the above. I think for us, honestly, it's just We haven't built a lot of these for 30 years. How do we think about building that here again? And how do we de-risk, right? So if the government wants to put around some kind of de-risking mechanism where we know there's 20% of the risk factors are not fully de-risked, and therefore you don't qualify for the bank financing, whether it's 250 over or 275 over money, which is extremely cost effective, right? We want to build large scale, carbon free, hundreds of gigawatts of this. So we want to make sure the cost is there, cost is cheap enough to support that, right? So what do we need is for that 20%, 15%, whatever the number is, residual risk factor, if the government wants to actually, or a private sector insurance industry really picks up the capacity, I think we can actually do a lot more of that maybe sooner than you think. I mean, one example I'll just give you is carbon capture. Carbon capture isn't a great, it's not a cheap technology today. One would say it's hard to bank, but when the UK government did that for Northern Endurance Partnership, I think some of us were in that together as a consortium, we got that done. So feeding tariffs and industrial policies.
Done, yeah, but the disconnect in the scale. Did you want to comment briefly on this?
I was just going to add one point, which is Karen's emphasizing something really important, right? Is like we want to get this done. We're willing, ready, and able. And I think one of the things we haven't talked about, but is really important, is the ecosystem around nuclear. So one of the areas where we are spending time and we are financing is the uranium miners. That's a really important part of the supply chain in the U.S. And those are projects and transactions. And we're advising. We advised Uranium Energy Corp this summer on an acquisition of assets, which was really critical. So I think that's one piece. It's also about thinking about how to diversify the capital pools a little bit. I talked about. We've mentioned examples of PPAs and offtake, Buyers Club. Eni had an announcement 2 days ago, Commonwealth Fusion. I think committing $1 billion.
These are announcements about projects that don't exist.
They are.
Complete vaporware, which means they're very innovative. They're very Silicon Valley style because they're total vaporware.
They are. But part of it too is creating this opportunity. If you think about the risks we're talking about, how can investors exit if they don't see it, if they actually don't see it panning out? And one good example is Oklo is a company that we worked with. You probably know on the SMR fission side. We did a $1 billion follow-on for them this summer. And that's an interesting model. It's a publicly traded company. It's early stage technology, but it does you do have the ability in a publicly traded company to provide an exit. So I think my point being, one, it's not just about the physical projects. If we think about everything that needs to happen in this country to build up supply chain, that's really important. We spend time with hyperscalers. A lot of us what we're trying to do is do the things that we do best on the structuring side and advisory side is we listen to the different parts and we try to figure out how to connect the dots and create.
So we have 8 minutes left. I have 2 questions. Let me ask the first question, which is, this would not be an energy panel if we didn't talk about the hyperscalers and data centers. It's just obligatory, so I want to talk about them for a moment. What does the first project finance new nuclear with a data center look like? Is it SMRs? Is it somebody who has the balance sheet to be able to do a giant PWR? Is it, God knows, what does it look like?
But I think the PWR makes it easier because there's a technology view on that.
But it's like a snake eating a goat.
It's longer term, right? I think for SMR, if you see 1 or 2 successful SMRs ahead of doing that, you'll probably see that before, right? I think the chances are, if you have the right players into the off-takers and the sponsors who are building it, you can get comfortable with SMR actually much quicker because the time it takes to build it is just 1/3, right? And that makes a huge difference. So I do think both have their equal chances. I would think SMR has probably a little bit more chances because we'll see some coming up ahead of time.
Right. Presumably that will be made easier by success in Canada.
Yes.
I would just say the low-hanging fruits, as I mentioned before, is extending the useful life to 80 years. And if Crane Energy Center wants project-level financing, I think that's very doable. I don't want to put words in your mouth. I think that's extremely doable. Obviously, you have some of the strongest utilities and with strongest balance sheets, they don't need to finance it on the asset level, but I happen to think off-balance sheet asset level financing is beneficial because they could use that balance sheet capital for something way more important like incubating other technologies or SMRs or fusion or what have you, and we want to see more strategic M&A happen in the space. I think SMRs, look, if DOE really gets their moonshot and we start seeing these electricity coming online, maybe this is a 3 to 5 year game, not a 5 to 7 year game, and then we're 2 years ahead of pace. I think a lot of hyperscalers, not just Microsoft, wants to commit and offtake carbon-free nuclear power.
So we can look at the PPAs right now for carbon-free nuclear power, including the PPAs associated with restarts, and we know what the off-takers are willing to pay, which is roughly double market, $40, $50 a megawatt hour plus or minus. Is that number going to grow, or is it going to shrink over time?
It's going to grow.
It's going to grow.
Okay.
They need speed to market, and every next incremental electron is more expensive.
Anyone else want to, any other brief comments on this before I move to the second question? You guys, okay, very shy. I want to, Alexei and Mark, I want to go to you. Your two companies had different approaches to the pledge a year ago, or to the finance part of this. I wonder if both of you can initially comment on what's the value or the concern about, as a financial institution, signing up to a conspicuous pledge to finance more nuclear?
Yeah, it's a good question. So JPM did not sign up for that pledge. Not that there's anything wrong with signing up for pledges. We've just found that it's more useful for us to do the work and focus on what clients actually need in order for us to get there, rather than sending a signal. The signal is often quite valuable, so again, it serves a role. But we prefer to sort of be in the minutiae on the micro level to actually get things done.
Mark?
Yeah, and very simply, it was in alignment with our sustainability program that had been republished a few weeks prior. So it's kind of in the middle of the fairway in terms of what we already committed to.
Are you seeing, there are a lot of companies that made a lot of sustainability pledges, including carbon pledges. And I don't know what some of these companies are smoking and inhaling, but I'd love some of that product. And I'm just curious as to whether you're seeing a greater appetite on the corporate side for nuclear-related decarbonization because they're grappling with these realities, or is it something that's in the society as a whole that's changed because of the Diablo campaign, because of the evidence now that the youth vote is more interested in nuclear? Do you have any views, Kara?
I mean, we spend time with a lot of different clients on this topic, and not specifically around nuclear, but just kind of the public pledges that have been made. And I think the reality is where a lot of clients on the corporate side shake out is acknowledging that it's a marathon, not a sprint, right? And so the value is not necessarily that you picked the right year and the particular metric, but the value is, again, in a signal or demonstrative to the market of what you think is important and where you're headed. And your question specifically on, are the hyperscalers, for example, doing, focus on nuclear because they made a pledge, or vice versa? If you think about energy supply and diversification and how long term, I mean, this is just going to build and build and build, right? It's not like we're modeling. Our research department is not modeling increased energy demand through 2030 and then it goes down. So I think for them, some of this is existential around diversification. And I think on the carbon-free component, where what we hear from a lot of our clients is, interestingly, we are focused on things like physical risks. Natural disasters are increasing. Water is really important to cool data centers, right? So I think you can say maybe we're moving beyond this big era of targets driving, but I think the targets have been constructive for a lot of clients because it's demonstrative of areas where they think they can either drive business value and growth or will help them manage risk.
I think certainly the willingness of the tech community to include nuclear as part of clean, firm power. There's very powerful results from the modeling community about the value of that. So very quickly at the end here, a lot of opportunities here. I want to ask about what keeps you up at night, though. As a banker who's now excited about nuclear finance, start with you, Mark, very briefly.
Sure. I think that continued safe operations of the nuclear fleet so that there's no change in public opinion.
I think field execution for some of the first projects, I think, can have very damning impacts on the industry. So I hope that whoever gets there first does it well and proves that the nuclear industry, in fact, can deliver on its promise.
Ashwani?
Change in policy dynamics. If there are any changes in the policy which are not supportive, it won't go.
Good thing we have stable policy these days. Karen?
Supportive.
What keeps me up at night is our power prices going up across the board without discrimination. So I think we really collectively as people and as ecosystem participants need to see the space pick up in momentum, in volume, in velocity, because it's just good for all of us.
Yeah, I mean, all of the above. I would say cost of energy more than anything. I have 4 little ones, and it's something that I find really important to talk to them about is, they get excited, mommy works on the climate topic, and what I try to explain to them is how important is energy. Everything that you do, everything that you use in your bedroom and your soccer ball, how do you think it was made? All of those things are really, really important. So to me, it's really the cost.
Sounds like a very interesting breakfast table conversations in your
Appreciate
household.
it.
So
Appreciate
please
it.
join me in thanking this terrific panel.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, and tremendous thanks as well to David Victor for moderating. Our next panel is a session on building reactors, fuel, and the workforce. And I'm delighted to invite the panelists and Lauren Hughes, who is Deputy Director of the Nuclear Energy Policy Initiative at the Atlantic Council, to please come up. Lauren, I'm so pleased to turn this over to you now to introduce your speakers and moderate the session.
Well, thank you, Jennifer, for the kind introduction. It's my privilege to serve as Jennifer's Deputy Director at the Nuclear Energy Policy Initiative at the Atlantic Council Global Energy Center for this 4th session. Thanks to all of you who are joining us in person and online to tackle building reactors, fuel, and the workforce. No tall order in 45 minutes, and I appreciate that this esteemed panel is willing to grapple with this challenge. Certainly distinct elements to think about, but also interrelated in terms of how they impact one another. I'm joined on the far end by Katie Ayatollah, the Senior Vice President of Enterprise Strategy and the Chief Risk Officer of Duke Energy. To her right is Seth Gray, the President and Chief Executive Officer of Lightbridge Corporation. To Seth's right is Rob Redditch, the Chief Business Development Officer of Synthos Green Energy. And then just to my left is Brian Smith, the Director of Nuclear Reactor Development at Idaho National Laboratory. So I'd love for let's start by having all of you provide us a little bit of an overview about what you do, where you sit, but tackle that first piece of this ask on building reactors, building the order book. So Katie, I'd like to start with you. Can you please tell us about Duke Energy? I wouldn't shy away from the contributions of the existing fleet, even though we're talking about building the new generation, and then your plan for what that new generation might look like.
Sure, sounds good.
Oh.
Okay. Good afternoon. Nice to meet everybody. So as she said, I'm from Duke Energy. We currently have a 60 gigawatt fleet. Of that, 11 gigawatts is nuclear. So nuclear plays a huge role in our current day, and we look to see it continue to play a role. Well, not only our existing, there we go. That's kind of what I was waiting for, sorry. So that 11 gigawatts, we're in the process of relicensing all of those 11 gigawatts, and we are also looking to have new nuclear play a large part in our future generation as well. From a nuclear perspective, we've relied on it as a key element of our baseload generation for a long time, and it is certainly going to continue to do that as we think about our load portfolio growing with AI demand. We're expecting to be at 3 to 4% annual growth by the end of this decade, and nuclear will be a big part of how we make that happen.
Thank you, Katie. And for those who may be tuning in online and perhaps not as aware in the United States of what your service area looks like, can you just give us some broad framing?
Yes, thank you. And I'm coming off of, we just had a very exciting discussion next door on AI and generation. So. So from a service territory, we operate in 7 states. We have generation. We're a fully vertically integrated utility. We've got generation, transmission, and distribution. And we also have a gas local distribution company. The territories we operate, we've got parts of Florida, we've got North Carolina, South Carolina, Ohio, Indiana, Kentucky, and then our Tennessee, we recently announced a sale of our Tennessee gas business. So we have a diverse set of jurisdictions we serve. We have a diverse set of regulatory constructs that we work through. And so we're excited to have the opportunity to serve the load in all of those areas.
Oh, thanks, Katie. I'm glad your mind was buzzing from the AI discussion,
It was a
and
great
it's certainly
discussion.
relevant to that 3 to 4% demand growth that you
For sure.
talked about. Seth, I'd like to turn to you to tell us a little bit about Lightbridge, but with a focus on, what is the role of advanced fuels in the nuclear energy innovation ecosystem when we're thinking about building reactors?
Well, at Lightbridge, we're developing fuels for the existing reactors and for small modular reactors. The fuels will be very different than the current fuels in that they'll use what's called high assay low enriched uranium, a higher enrichment, and in a metallic form. And these fuels will bring about a power increase from the existing reactors as well as from new reactors, as well as other benefits. And just the ability to bring more power is what the utilities we're working with are focusing on, getting more power from the existing reactors, from new reactors that they build. And these are advanced fuels for existing reactors. All of the advanced reactors being designed are having their own new kinds of tweaks to some previous ideas, be they pebble bed or molten salt or different types of reactors needing different kinds of fuels that are going forward. And since the president signed the executive orders 4 months ago, things are really moving fast for a lot of us. And with hats off to Brian and his colleagues at Idaho National Laboratory, in these last 4 months since the president signed the executive orders, we've received physical highly enriched uranium, HEU, from the Department of Energy stockpiles, which very few companies have ever received. We, working with Idaho National Lab, produced samples of fuel. Those were qualified with Idaho National Laboratory. The experiment was approved to go into the advanced test reactor at Idaho National Laboratory, which I believe is the world's largest test reactor, using something called INL invented called FAST, Fission Accelerated Steady State Testing, which using the highly enriched uranium with more neutrons just speeds up the testing. And we were supposed to go into the reactor in the spring, but it looks like that's being expedited to November. And that's all in the last 4 months. Things aren't supposed to move that fast in the nuclear industry, but now in the advanced space and at Idaho National Lab, they are.
And they're moving fast together, it sounds like. Great plug for Brian later in the session. Rob, so let's broaden the aperture out to include Europe. Tell us about SGE's drive to deploy nuclear reactors there, and what is the role of international civil nuclear cooperation in deploying new reactors?
Thanks. And thank you for having us. This is like truly a star-studded event of who's who in nuclear energy. So, I think we're offering a solution, hopefully, to the problem that we're all here to discuss this week, which is how do we really get this to scale? So we're a fleet developer in Europe. We're headquartered in Poland, but we're working across the continent, specifically with BWRX 300 SMRs from GE Vernova Hitachi, to bring that technology to scale to Europe. Based in Poland, as I said, we're looking at what we've so far received from the Polish government is permission to build 24 units in Poland. So the concept behind our company is to do these projects commercially, finance them commercially, run a lean commercial deployment process that will make this economical to get to the scale that we need. And to do that, we really need to be thinking in dozens of reactors. And that's kind of the ethos of our entire fleet approach. The additional advantage is working across Europe, you have a lot of small countries that might not on their own be a market for a fleet. And so by partnering with local partners, local utilities, local constructors in the region, we bring that fleet efficiency to a country that may only need a couple of units on their own.
Well, it's fantastic, and I'm glad I added that mention of at scale before turning to you, because you clearly illuminated why that was important. Brian, let's talk a little bit about the role of Idaho National Laboratory, and I know that's certainly your purview, but I want to include the other DOE national laboratories too in advancing reactor deployment. And I know there are so many activities underway regarding new builds at the NRIC Dome, which I'm certain you'll tell us about.
Yeah, sure. Happy to be here, and I speak at a lot of non-nuclear events, and where I'm the one-eyed man in the land of the blind, right? And here in this room, at this event, with this panel, everything I say has to be verifiably true, and so I'll ensure that is the case. I'm from Idaho National Lab, but for perspective, I'm a longtime career Fed. I bookended my federal career with the Department of Energy, where I also spent time in the Naval Nuclear Propulsion Program, the Nuclear Navy, along with National Nuclear Security Administration, and even some time in the House of Representatives as a staff member in the Appropriations Committee. And so I kind of bring that purview to this conversation and my work today with Idaho National Lab. And I'm glad you mentioned the entire National Lab network. I think it's important to remember, even though Idaho National Lab is the U.S. government's lead laboratory for nuclear energy research, development, demonstration, there is a network of 17 labs, virtually all of which have some role to play in the exciting things that we're talking about. But Idaho National Lab being the lead lab for nuclear, you're exactly right. There is just an absolute ton going on. There was seems like every week there's more than an absolute ton going on. We're just adding to what we're working on. It is very exciting. We've got the Dome test bed that you mentioned, the demonstration of microreactor experiments, DOME. That test bed allows private vendors to come in and turn on their reactor experiments. The first two companies that are going to demonstrate their reactor experiments were recently announced by INL and the Department of Energy. Westinghouse and Radiant are going to put their microreactor experiments in there. And that's exciting, right? Because if you're Westinghouse or Radiant, maybe you don't have the unique facilities that you need to put your reactor experiment in, turn it on, bring it critical, and get just massive amounts of test data. Good news, we have that at the Idaho National Lab. And that's one of those things that we can offer to help de-risk these programs. We've talked a lot in the session today about opportunities and challenges to getting to scalability, commercial deployments at scale, and de-risking various aspects of the programs, including on the technological side. That is something that Idaho National Lab can bring to bear. Seth had mentioned the advanced test reactor, where it's the most unique test reactor in the world, frankly, and so we can do a lot of just whiz-bang things in that facility to de-risk programs and accelerate the technology development programs. And then we're also citing pilot reactor projects. So even if they're not experiments, but Oklo was mentioned earlier today. Oklo just did their groundbreaking yesterday at Idaho National Lab to cite their pilot reactor at Idaho National Lab. So we may talk a little bit more about the AI and data center boom and how that aligns with nuclear, but making federal lands, including at Idaho National Lab, available for developers is a big part of our efforts in this space.
Oh, thank you for that fantastic overview. And I wonder if I might just ask a quick follow-up question on the dome and sort of the symbolic power behind it being repurposed in the same way that we have reactors being repowered. Can you talk about what that building used to house and why it's wonderful that it's being used to de-risk these new technologies?
Sure, no, that's a great question, and I'll even give you a little tidbit of trivia about Dome, which I find fascinating in the kind of the arc of nuclear history in this country. So the Dome is the old containment building for the experimental breeder reactor, EBR-2. That was a reactor that ran at INL for decades. Proved a lot of principles. It was part of that underpinning research and development that Idaho National Lab has done for decades out there in Southeast Idaho. Not only beginning with powering 4 light bulbs, with the original EBR reactor. EBR-2 kind of stands there as a testament to this nation's commitment to kind of honing the steel, being a leader in nuclear technologies around the world. But one thing I find interesting about EBR-2, just as kind of a footnote in history, we talked today about all of these advancements in advanced reactors, inherent safety features, passive safety features, in some cases kind of designed into the physics of the reactor. And in the EBR-2 reactor, when it was still operating in April of 1986, it was early April 1986, we were running a series of experiments, but over the course of April 3rd into April 4th, we did a couple of experiments that it certainly can make engineers and physicists excited, right? It's maybe to the average person, it's not so exciting. But one thing that we did was we ran the reactor at full power and turned off the pumps running the coolant through the reactor. We thought that the reactor would just shut itself down, right? This is a concept we talk about today as newfangled technology, walk-away safe reactors. That's a principle we were proving the night of April 3rd, 1986. Indeed, the reactor shut itself down, just as predicted. We ran another experiment right after that where we essentially closed the heat sink for the reactor, expecting that the physics of the reactor, indeed, heat would rise and then the fission reaction would stop, and indeed, that's what happened. This all happened in early April 1986. You might not have heard about it, you might not have read about it, because guess what happened in late April of 1986? Right? In this room, we all know Chernobyl happened in late April 1986. So it is very interesting that while we in the US were demonstrating the inherent safety of some advanced reactor designs, certainly at that time, something else that happened on the world stage came about and overtook the conversation. So that is just again, an interesting footnote in history, but I love the fact that we're able to repurpose that containment structure and make it available as a test bed for these advanced reactor concepts.
Yeah, well, what a fantastic historic anecdote that is still, just so prevalent today, and I think underpins your earlier comment about that network of national labs that is undertaking, work similarly supporting these deployments. So let's turn to talking about strengthening the fuel supply chain, the second piece of the puzzle. Katie, I'd like to come back to you and talk about how Duke Energy is thinking about fuel availability and security of supply. And Seth talked about how they're supporting the existing fleet and the new reactors. So please feel free to focus on either your existing, on both or
Sure. So it's always been best practice for us to make sure we've got line of sight for a very long time for our fuel supply. Certainly changed over the last 5 years in terms of where we source our fuel supply. So that's been the focus for us, is making sure we've got line of sight to a diverse set of fuel supplies, and as much as we can look domestically or close to home, really focusing there and leveraging all the different fuel sources we do need. So that continues to be priority, just in balancing the risk of making sure we've got access, 11 gigawatts. We need that access and we need that visibility for the long term. And so that's really where we are today. And then, of course, as we look forward, we keep that front of mind in terms of technology, where we land in terms of what technology plays the central role in our future portfolio, and making sure that that's a supply that we know will be accessible, affordable. Big piece of our value proposition is making sure our customers have the most affordable power. So all of those things factor into how we think about it.
Yeah, thank you so much, Katie. Seth, so can you make Katie affordable fuel? No, I'm kidding. Can you tell us more about Lightbridge's efforts to strengthen the fuel supply chain? I know you touched on it a little bit there in the beginning. But
yeah, and Duke is a utility that's advised us, and we're very grateful to that, and making sure our fuel can head toward those reactors, we hope. And so, when we talk about what's called the front end of the fuel cycle, uranium mining, conversion, enrichment, fabrication, that are all needed if we're going to have nuclear power. And if we talk about tripling nuclear globally by 2050 and quadrupling it within the United States, these are good areas for your kids to go into if they're looking for jobs that won't be replaced by AI, that will be growth areas. And at Lightbridge, we're sort of in a space between the third and fourth step, between the enrichment and the fuel fabrication and fuel design for more advanced fuels. and then together, and we expect with partners on fabrication for the reactors. Right now we're fabricating at Idaho National Laboratory, and we're outgrowing that, and we're doing front-end engineering and design studies looking at where we'll build our pilot scale facility to fabricate fuel that can be expandable over time, perhaps, or a separate commercial scale facility. And the main activity we're involved with there is going to be deploying this facility, but we think that by doing so and by deploying new fuels that will pull through the supply chains, the mining, the conversion, the enrichment, and in our case, higher levels of enrichment. And we think that in a world where data centers and others need constant power from nuclear, this is going to be something that you're going to see more and more response to from the market, such as, I used to think the utilities were the big dogs, no offense, that they kind of made all the decisions and pulled through the supply chains, but now we'll see something like Constellation reopening 3 Mile Island Unit 1 as the Clean Energy Center because of the Microsoft power purchase agreement, something Constellation never would have done on its own. And we're starting to have some conversations directly to hyperscalers and others that on their own will then pull through utilities and down through the supply chains.
Thank you, Seth, for that fantastic overview, and then also differentiating between the different parts of the fuel cycle. We certainly don't have time to really explore that further, but so appreciate it. Rob, I'd like to ask you to tell us about how SGE will envisions utilizing the existing fuel supply chain, and can't help but mention Katie talking about risk again, and like what the imperatives that are driving SGE's decision making in this space.
Yeah, so we're using the BWRX 300 reactor from GE Vernova Hitachi, and we're co-invested in that with OPG and TVA into the standard design itself. And the X is 10th of a kind. So this is a well understood boiling water reactor that is in commercial operation all around the world. And that was really important to us, not to disparage some of the Gen 4 designs that are fantastic that are coming out, but we need power now. Poland in 2025 is going to have a generation gap that will grow every year well into the middle of the decade. By 2040, we're looking towards 19 gigawatts. I said 19 gigawatts in a generation gap. For, by US standards, a relatively small country. So we need reactors that we can build now, and we need reactors that we can fuel now. So there is an existing fuel supply chain for BWRs in Europe. The fuel is already fabricated in Europe. It is already certified by European regulators. So that's just another way that we get to market and we get to scale quicker. Poland is the only country from the kind of the former Warsaw Pact region that did not leave the communist period with an existing civil nuclear program. So in all our neighbors, and those are countries we're working in as well, but those countries, a lot of them have legacy Soviet era nuclear power plants that we're looking to plan for the replacement and retirement of, along with the huge amount of coal that is coming offline in Europe. But in Poland, we don't have that legacy nuclear power. So we do have to work incredibly urgently.
And I think, as a legacy of how the fuel supply chain evolved and, dominance of certain players in that supply chain, I think it speaks to what Katie earlier, inferred about the pivot toward different suppliers and having to rebuild some of that after Russia invaded Ukraine. And and I think that emphasis on the power gap that you're anticipating, if you don't do something, underscores the importance of energy security.
And to be fair, even if we do something,
right,
we're not solving for the power gap. We're mitigating for the power gap.
Yeah, that's really important. Brian, I'd like to come back to you and tell us about how INL is engaged on fuel supply efforts? I know Seth talked about it a little bit in his opening.
Yeah, and you're exactly right. I mean, they're going back to the unique capabilities, the unique skill sets among our workforce at Idaho National Lab. We bring to bear what I would say is kind of the bread and butter, the core of what we do and what we've always done is provide underpinning research to support nuclear technology development and deployment. So we continue doing that, certainly. The hot cells and glove boxes, modeling and simulation capabilities that are always getting better. Certainly those are far better than they were, say, in the 70s or 80s. And so, we continue, we remain at the leading edge of technology development that can assist in our fuel development, fuel qualification programs. Every one of those vendors out there that wants to be successful is going to have a qualified fuel form, right? And Idaho National Laboratory isn't necessarily the only stop that you have to make, but at some point along the way, all of those vendors are stopping at Idaho National Laboratory, not just to work with our scientists and engineers on their reactor design, but on the fuel that's going to go in it, because without the fuel, you're just going to have a pretty machine sitting off to the side. So there's that aspect. We are, in addition to, I noted, some reactor vendors that are citing their pilot reactor projects at Idaho National Laboratory, leveraging the federal land, leveraging Department of Energy regulatory authorities that can perhaps kind of streamline that deployment process and then help establish synergy when they pivot into an NRC license. That exists on fuel development work as well, with some fuel developers that want to site their fuel fabrication lines, for example, at INL. Again, using those federal lands, using Department of Energy regulatory authorities, and kind of moving quickly so that they can then parlay that into a commercial deployment. So, lots of activity on that front. And then I just say again, maybe stepping back for a moment and thinking of it from the across the arc of my career. I was working in the House Appropriations Committee when Department of Energy was sort of coming up with the plan for how to establish and increase domestic enrichment capability here in the U.S. And we kind of decided that would be in the form of offtake agreements and sort of settled on a number. Today, there's $3.4 billion that Congress has appropriated for the DOE to go out and essentially, in some ways, in some pockets, create a domestic capability. And there's a lot of work still to be done at DOE. It's an exciting place to be for a lot of reasons, not least of which is the fuels area. And putting that $3.4 billion to use to stand up these production lines, these enrichment lines, that's going to remain very, very important. So INL has a role to play in that, but that is an all-of-government effort.
Yeah. And thank you for surveying some of those capabilities. I was very fortunate to actually tour one of the new hot cells out at Idaho National Labs earlier this year. And I think it is important what you emphasized, that the developers and some of the data for the fuel qualification can happen there instead of some of these developers trying to build. I mean, it would be cost prohibitive to build a hot cell to that standard on their own. So
thank you for saying that, because you hit on really kind of what, as a taxpayer in this country, we should all be proud of that national laboratory system, right? I mentioned 17 national labs. Those are DOE-owned laboratories, and therefore they're taxpayer funded. And those very unique capabilities that exist across all 17 labs, we should be very proud of that here in America.
Yeah. Well, in our remaining time together, I'd like to pivot to talking about something we've heard run throughout the conversations and panels today, building the workforce and fostering a talent pipeline. I heard Alicia Duncan's call earlier, about all the salt and pepper and some of people's hair on stage. I have a little myself, but let's talk through how we're attracting new talent and how we're also ensuring that those who do have salt and pepper in their hair are able to translate lessons learned and institutional knowledge down to this younger generation. Katie, as we approach this frontier of nuclear energy innovation, can you give us a sense of how Duke Energy is investing in cultivating talent?
Sure, and the stat that I heard, and I believe it's correct, is by 2050, I think the estimate is 375,000 employees that'll be needed to support small modular. I think that comes from the DOE. So very much front of mind in terms of not only do we need to be prepared to build new generation, support the fleet we have today, but then also transition to a workforce that can run the machines, right? And so when I think about that, I don't think it's we think of it not as a Duke Energy, but as a collective problem to solve. And so we've been leveraging, actually, I know INL is doing quite a lot on that, and so really appreciate the work that's happening there. And from the DOE perspective, looking at the skills we need, not only for the current operations, but also the construction, and then ultimately the next workforce. So I think it's a collaborative effort. I think we understand the skill sets that are needed, and working through collaborations with universities, with DOE, with laboratories, with each other is imperative in order to solve this 375,000 person issue. And so that's how we're looking at it. It's a collective effort.
Yeah, I like that emphasis on collective and working together to really try and plan as much as possible without overskilling or upskilling too many people in a specific field. And I wonder too, are you seeing a demand for technical and non-technical roles at Duke?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think broadly, yes. I think it's a step change that we're solving for, not going to have to. The other thing I'd say is transferability. There are skill sets that are transferable, easy for me to say, between different parts of our generation fleet. So where we can identify that, let's do it and make sure we're building not only specific, but also building across. And so I think that's the approach we're looking at.
Yeah. What a great way to also retain then that corporate culture and your institutional knowledge too.
That's right.
Yeah. Thank you, Katie.
Yep.
Seth, I'm hearing about ample employment opportunities across the nuclear supply chain. I've been in states like Kentucky and other places. It seems like there's an existing shortfall now. Can you give us a sense of the scale and the scope of the need that you're hearing and how you're thinking about this issue?
Well, the president of the American Nuclear Society, Hash Hashemian, is here today. And the American Nuclear Society recently put out some new data about its total membership. And for the first time in many decades, there are more members of the American Nuclear Society under age 35 than there are over age 65. And and what's interesting in the spread of it is how, it is sort of pushing more toward over 65 and under 35. So you have a skills transfer from people nearing retirement to people early in careers. And what's happening at Lightbridge, I think, is a microcosm of this, where we're hiring now, we're hiring new engineers, we're going to keep hiring new engineers for some time, we expect, and we're having, more senior, experienced people nearing retirement, trying rapidly to, transfer skills to younger people. I know some industries have hollowed out management. This sort of happened by itself in nuclear with the people in the middle kind of going away. And it's a difficult thing also when you talk about, new technologies, where you have people getting excited by working on things that are new, that can be well placed in the market, but are entrepreneurial, that are risky in some ways. And there's a lot of projects, and what some of us are starting to do is collaborate, like Lightbridge and Oklo are looking at ways to work together. Our engineers really got to know each other side by side at Idaho National Laboratory. We both benefited from DOE support, and we're looking at potentially co-locating our commercial nuclear fuel fabrication facilities and having some personnel in common and some training that could go with that. I think through these steps I mentioned earlier of uranium mining and conversion and enrichment and fuel fabrication, as we step up, it's going to be tremendous opportunities. Our friends in Canada, Tim Gitzel is here, the CEO of Cameco today. mines a lot of the uranium used in the United States mines 5% of its own uranium and has a goal to increase that. So there's a lot of upside there that will include a lot of personnel and each of these steps. So I think the opportunities are tremendous, and I think that, I'll just say one last shout out for INL. I know that the people working there on the Lightbridge project are just so excited, and in other projects too, like Oklo, where they're physically making things that are physically being demonstrated. This is really transitioning to a very exciting time to work on things.
Well, thank you, Seth, and I think it's important that you illuminated there's an existing bottleneck now and need for those who have been technically trained, and there's certainly long lead times for workforce development. So, it's great that, again, to Katie's point, we're gonna keep collaborating and trying to assess what the balance of those 375,000 and change, perhaps more, if we aim toward, further increasing beyond the tripling of nuclear to quadrupling would be great. Rob, can you talk to us about how SGE is thinking about fostering its future workforce in Europe? Because you're talking about fleet-wide deployment at scale. Yep. That's a wonderful ambition that will require many people.
Yeah, absolutely. And it is a little different in Europe. We do get strong participation from a large number of the governments. There's a lot of trained workforce or similarly trained workforce in existence, one from the existing reactor fleet that can migrate technologies, but also other specialized folks from inside and outside the power sector that can be upskilled, so to speak, to learn some of the very specific skills in a family of knowledge they're already doing. We talk about this all the time. Marine welders can become nuclear welders, things like that. We do get great participation from governments across the region in coordinating with their universities and their technical schools to help deploy these programs. That's very important. I think, as we look at large and small new build across the region, a lot of that workforce is going to be the same workforce. One thing that we're looking at in our fleet approach, we always want local leadership, local partners, but certain aspects of the workforce are certainly going to be standardized. Whether it's a Bulgarian company working on a Polish project or a Polish company working on a Czech project or so on, those highly specialized folks have great opportunity to go across the region and do some work that's going to be incredibly efficient. And then the other thing is a commercial project, we have to think about how to just do this work more efficiently. And everybody likes to wave the hand and say AI, and then not really know what that means, right? 5 years ago, everybody said blockchain, and then that made things better. It doesn't matter. No one does. It may not even be real. But yeah. So we've moved past that phase of just saying AI, and we're starting to really look in detail where automation, where artificial intelligence can help make things work smarter. And we're not going to eliminate entire chunks of the workforce, but if we can have one person with a human in the loop, so to speak, doing the work of 6 or 7 people, if we can get some of the paper moving out of the process and digitize it and automate it, that's how that is going to reduce the workforce, but that is also going to reduce the cost of these reactors and the time it takes to build these reactors. And that's how we get to projects that are actually commercially solvent and provide electricity at an affordable price.
Great point, thank you. And I wasn't aware of those the efficiencies that you're looking for in those teams that you can then move from one country to the next and that at scale.
I mean, every aspect has to be analyzed individually. And there's places where it makes sense and there's places where it doesn't. But these are the types of details that we're thinking through when we look at how to deliver these projects as quickly and as economically as possible.
Wonderful. Brian, can you talk to us about how you're thinking through workforce development and how INL might be engaged in this area?
Yeah, sure. And these have been, just great comments. And not surprisingly, I think there's just a lot of synergy on the way that, that we think about it in the National Laboratory System and in partnership with the Department of Energy. And I guess one thing I'd say, first of all, Idaho National Lab is, I think, quite good at leaning in on the university partnerships. We've got both regional consortia, we've got engagements with, directly with universities all around the country. A lot of that has to do with, we may do joint appointments, right, where we'll bring a university researcher out to the lab or vice versa. We'll help with curriculum design, that kind of thing. There is a lot of cross-pollination, not surprisingly, because of the missions between universities and the national labs, including INL. And that's important. We need to continue that, and we need to do more of that. And we do also, we've got K through 12 programs, we do high school internships at INL and the other labs. That's good at kind of capturing folks at every stage. And I know a lot of that is kind of geared toward we need to grow the STEM, students in the pipeline. And that's important, but I also come back to, for a moment, I go back to my nuclear Navy days. Right, you can have the best designed submarine, on the board and in the computer, but if you don't have people bending the metal and welding it together, you don't have a submarine. You just have a really good design that a bunch of engineers are high-fiving over, right? So, we've wrestled with this in the Navy across the shipbuilding operations, but certainly in the nuclear shipbuilding operations, and we've tried to get at that because we need to increase our production of ships coming out of the shipyards. And we've tried to inspire those craft trades, that skilled labor, to go out to the shipyard and support the national defense by going and learning a craft at the shipyard. The commercial that you might see during the Super Bowl, it says "Build submarines," right? That came out of those efforts when we said we need more shipyard workers. That's very, very important. So I look at it across a spectrum. Yes, we need to bolster our STEM education programs. And yes, I want to inspire people to do big things, including going and building nuclear. But I also recognize that to the extent that we've talked today about putting the Vogtle 3 and 4 workforce to work on the next project, we've also talked about a tripling of nuclear in this, tripling or quadrupling of nuclear in this country. That essentially means what? The Vogtle workforce times 10, at any given time. So we need a lot more folks to get excited about nuclear and excited to go off and build nuclear while we continue to bolster, those that are coming up through the academic programs in the universities. So yeah, I think it's kind of an all of the above. And I guess my last comment on that, I would just say, I know Amy Roma is here participating in the series today. She's fun. I mean, she's just, for those, you all know her, she's brilliant, right? She bills herself as a nuclear lawyer, and she is, right? She's a lawyer, and she's one of the most influential people in this space out there. She's brilliant, and we need her, and she's a lawyer, right? So would our STEM education efforts have inspired Amy Roma to, right? But we need people like Amy Roma, Flory Knopf at Department of Energy, another lawyer, but she's the Deputy Assistant Secretary in the fuels area at the Department of Energy, doing big things. And so, this problem of scalability, I think of it, there's the technical piece of it. We need to get that right. But it's MBAs and lawyers that are going to figure out the right economic conditions that need to come together. The panel before us spoke on that and spoke quite well about it. And they weren't tackling engineering problems. They were tackling the financeability. And I think that's key. So let's look at it as an all-of-the-above approach and inspire an entire generation of Americans to go off and make this a reality.
Yeah, hear to that. I mean, there's certainly a place, I think, in this nuclear energy ecosystem for everyone as a social science major, myself. And, we need the MBAs, the lawyers, the tradespeople, it's just the list goes on. And so, and I think in the time that we've already spent talking, we've built an incredible scaffolding together, kind of outlining these three different elements of the ecosystem. I wish we had more time to do so, but I would love to turn to all of you and ask, in closing, what would you like the audience to really come away from this discussion and your respective efforts, and what are the what is the step you would think is to ensure delivery of nuclear energy ambitions? Katie, may I start with you?
Sure. I think what I'm most excited about is the excitement of what we're doing, right? And the excitement of the role that nuclear is playing today, but then the role it's going to play tomorrow. So I think maybe it's just the ask around the collective working together to make that happen. I think that excitement is here, very prevalent in this room, and just continuing to build that excitement and work together like we do to make it happen.
Great.
Yeah, I think that excitement is very important as people are working on projects that they'll see come to fruition. I think that it's very important for people entering the field to know that there's a long career path ahead of them. And this tremendous power demand from data centers with AI and for other reasons has really convinced a lot of people that this is not going to peter out. This is excitement that's going to continue for a long time for industries that are going to need the power.
So I want to tie in a little bit from the last panel and this panel. And I think one thing that I'd ask people to think about is how do we address this gap between getting the first couple of projects going and getting into dozens of projects going at a time? Because as we talk about the Vogtle 3 and 4 workforce, where are they working today? Not on Vogtle 5, not on an AP 1000. So, you know, in the last panel, we heard a little bit about how we're going to build a couple, and then when they're up and running and we know what it takes to build them, then we're going to use project finance and we're going to go to scale. There's a gap there. So as we're lining up this workforce, as we're lining up this supply chain, we can't stop for a few years and make sure it's all good and then start again. We've got to keep the flow going. And that's what I'd really like people to focus on this week.
That really resonates with me. I learned from some of our state-based work in West Virginia, the affiliated construction trades had over 7,000 of their members working on the AP 1000 projects. And there wasn't an order book to follow, and they have not waited around to find out if there will be another. So several thousands of those have moved on. So just really.
And it's not a criticism. I wish there was another AP 1000 under construction right now. There should be.
Yeah. Wonderful. Thank you, Brian.
I guess maybe it's because I don't know how to follow. Those are just wonderful statements from my fellow panelists. Let me turn just for a moment back into my nuclear Navy background and training. And this kind of plays into the role of the financing. Levelized cost of electricity, LCOE. One thing maybe I'd like folks to take away is if I think about nuclear energy for many, many attributes that go well beyond just the dollars and cents. And let's just, I like to say this, if it were all about LCOE in the nuclear Navy, we would have a fleet of diesel-powered submarines. You as a taxpayer would demand diesel-powered submarines because that's the cheapest way to build and deploy a submarine. We don't, and we as Americans are very proud of our nuclear-powered submarine fleet. It achieves unmatched dominance against our adversaries in the undersea domain. We are very proud of it, and we as Americans, as taxpayers, accept that that does come with a higher design and build cost, but what we achieve with that is unmatched. I see that dynamic within the commercial nuclear sphere, and I'm continuing to look at ways that we can get past looking only at LCOE as we consider advanced nuclear deployments, because it really isn't just about what the lowest cost energy is. It's about what is best suited for American energy dominance and resilience. And so that's maybe what I'd like to leave folks with here today.
How do I follow that? No, I really wish that we had more time together today to explore all of these themes. I just so appreciate all of you being here and being on this panel to talk about them together. Please join me in thanking our panelists for all of their time and insights.
And thank you so much to Lauren for so expertly moderating this panel. And now I'm delighted to invite everyone to please join us for a brief coffee break. And please return at 3 o'clock when our program will resume again. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. Please return to your seats so that our afternoon program can resume. Please pause your conversations. So I'm so delighted for our afternoon keynote remarks to be introducing Mr. Sung-Yol Lim, who is the Senior Vice President for Overseas Business Development at Korea Hydro and Nuclear Power. Mr. Lim, I think we last saw each other in Gyeongju in Korea in June. It was so wonderful to get to spend time in Korea with you and your colleagues, and I'm so pleased that you and your colleagues are now here with us in New York. So please come up to the stage. The podium is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Sung-Yol Lim, Senior Vice President of KHNP. I would like to take this time to thank Mr. Frederick Kemp, President and CEO of Atlantic Council, and His Excellency Mohammed Ibrahim Al-Hamadi of Emirate Nuclear Energy Company for inviting me to speak at this meaningful event. I would also like to extend my gratitude to the leaders of the state and representatives of industry, financial institutions, international organizations, and the academic community who have joined us here today. The Atlantic Council is an important partner of KHNP. Former CEO of KHNP, Chu Ho-Hwang, first met Mr. Kemp in February of last year, where he confirmed a deep mutual understanding of the role and importance of nuclear power. Building on this shared understanding, KHNP and the Atlantic Council established a partnership in September that year. Since then, we have been working closely with the Council to strengthen U.S.-Korea nuclear cooperation, organizing and participating in various events to share insights and exchange information. In particular, a major international conference was held this past June in Korea, The Next Decades Shaping the Future of U.S.-ROK Nuclear Cooperation, making a significant achievement that reflected on the past 10 years of collaboration and clearly set out the vision for the future. The bond between ENAC and KHNP is also very special. We are not only partners who have labored together in the Baraka, but Ihuan brothers. The Baraka nuclear power plant stands as Korea's first successful nuclear export and the Middle East's first nuclear power plant, a powerful symbol of what our two nations have achieved together. For two of KHNP's esteemed partners to join hands in hosting such a remarkable event reflects the fact that nuclear power has emerged as a key solution to climate change, energy security, and industrial competitiveness, especially over the past 2 years. Nuclear power can provide large-scale, carbon-free electricity reliably and around the clock, allowing it to address both the rising global demand of electricity and the challenges of climate change. Furthermore, recent geopolitical developments have also renewed global recognition of nuclear power and its role in energy security. At the same time, the rapid spread of artificial intelligence, increase in hyperscale data centers, and broader electrification of industries have not only heightened the interest in nuclear power, but represented a new agenda for next-generation nuclear technologies, small modular reactors. In line with this trend, governments, global companies, and financial institutions have made a pledge to expand the role of nuclear power. The first step of that pledge was the COP28 declaration to triple nuclear energy by 2050. Initially endorsed by 22 countries, this number has since grown to 31. This was a powerful commitment by governments to achieve the 1.5-degree target. Second, we see strong participation from the industry. Global tech companies and massive power consumers are actively developing SMRs to power data centers, support operations, and achieve carbon neutrality. Efforts are even being made to restart nuclear power plants, such as 3 Mile Island and Palisade, which had previously been shut down. During Sarah Week this past March, such companies acknowledged nuclear power as a practical solution and joined the tripling pledge. Third, the involvement of financial institutions is gaining momentum. Nuclear power has been involved in the EU taxonomy, and the European Investment Bank announced financial support for Romania's safety projects, as well as for the construction of Chernobyl's tritium removal facilities. The U.S. International Development Financial Corporation is considering support for nuclear projects in countries such as Poland, Romania, Czechia, and Bulgaria, while the U.S. EXIM has joined the financing package for Chernobyl 3 and 4 in Romania. Notably, in June, the World Bank officially lifted its long-standing ban on nuclear financing and partnered with IAEA. It is now considering various measures to support the developing nations in meeting their growing power needs, such as long-term operation and SMR development. Distinguished guests, as you can see, governments, industries, and the financial sector are moving toward the common goal of expanding nuclear power. The pledges have been made. Now is the time for action. I would now like to share with you the efforts that KHNP has been making to turn this action into reality. First, KHNP has contributed directly to the tripling pledge by continuously constructing nuclear power plants. Overseas, we have successfully completed the construction and commissioning of the Baraka nuclear power plant, and are now in the final stages of the operation support service. The construction of Dukovany 5 and 6 in Czechia will commence in 2029. And we are also carrying out construction of the turbine island and equipment supply for Eldaba project in Egypt. In Korea, we currently have 26 nuclear units in operation and another 4 units under construction. Moreover, under the 11th Basic Plan for Electric Power Supply, finalized this year, we plan to build 2 new large reactors and 1 small modular reactor by 2038. KHNP is also making extensive efforts to advance SMR technology. We are expanding investment and technical cooperation with TerraPower, X-Energy, Oklo, and ARC. At the same time, we are pursuing the development of our model, the ISMR. We are also proposing the concept of SMR Smart Net Zero City, SSNC, designed to cut energy costs while achieving zero emissions through a customized energy mix powered by SMR. We are also exploring various ways to meet diverse industrial needs, such as attracting data centers to regions where excess nuclear power can be used beyond transmission capability, and repurposing decommissioned nuclear power plants. we have also worked to accelerate the participation of the financial sector. Financing is one of the key elements in materializing the expansion of nuclear power, and is particularly important for projects in emerging markets. At the end of 2022, the Korea Trade Insurance Corporation and KEXIM and 7 commercial banks signed the nuclear financing MOU with KHNP and our partners, laying the foundation for financing overseas nuclear export projects. Furthermore, we met with leading global investment banks such as Morgan Stanley, Goldman Sachs, Bank of America, and confirmed their strong confidence in the bankability of projects involving KHNP. Korea has also initiated cooperation with the World Bank to strengthen assistance for emerging nations, offering skills training and exploring additional support through funding and advisory services. Finally, international cooperation creates the pathway for organizations with common objectives to work together, accelerating implementation and expand their impact. KHNP is committed to preserving a strong and lasting relationship with the Atlantic Council and further solidify our strategic partnership with ENAC. Together with the Council and ENAC, we pledge to turn the vision of the nuclear community into a lasting reality. With such efforts, KHNP strives to create a sustainable energy ecosystem which achieves both carbon neutrality and energy security. At the heart of this vision are the reliability of large MPPs and flexibility of SMRs and a well-balanced energy mix. Honorable guests, now is the moment to act on our pledges. With you, KHNP stands ready to light the future of humanity and bring the nuclear community's promises to life. Thank you very much.
Mr. Lim, thank you so much for sharing your insights with us today. And now for a leadership spotlight, I'm delighted to invite Amy Roma, who is Partner and Global Energy Practice Leader at Hogan Lovells, up to moderate a fireside chat with Jackie and Ben. Amy, please introduce your speakers and go for it.
All right. Hi, everybody. Thank you so much. And thank you, Jennifer, for being patient with me. I just literally ran halfway across the city, so I may be a little dewy. I'm Amy Roma, Partner and Global Energy Practice Leader at Hogan Lovells. I'm also a senior non-resident fellow at the Atlantic Council. And to kind of maybe flesh out some of the conversations that we've had about fission over the last few days here during Climate Week, we're now going to turn to fusion. And so with me, I have Jackie and Ben from Helion and Nucor. I'll let you guys introduce yourselves. But so much is going on in fusion right now. I literally was running from a fusion conversation. And it was a roundtable discussion on how to open up access to private capital and investments into the fusion sector. And it was not that different from a conversation we had yesterday at an Atlantic Council event about how to open up access to private capital for the fission sector. And the thing that we kept coming back to, and the conversation was really strange for me because people kept saying, what is the cap on what private capital will put in to fusion? And I was really confused at what the premise of that question was. And they're like, well, without government support, how much money will private capital? And people were literally asking this question, and they were turning to the private capital folks saying, how much would that your sector put in? And I just kind of raised my hand, and I was like, people will continue to invest in fusion if they see that there's a reason to invest in fusion. And they'll invest in fusion when they see something happening there, which is what opened up the world for fission. And when I gave my examples, I used you guys. There's something happening there. So maybe, Jackie, Ben, introduce yourselves, and then we'll kind of go into the discussion about what's happening that makes fusion exciting.
Thanks, Amy. I love this panel. I love both of these people, so this is just fun, first of all. So I'm Jackie Siebens. I'm the Director of Public Affairs at Helion. We're a fusion company based out in Washington State, just north of Seattle. And I'll just start by saying this is such a timely conversation, and I think it's funny that you were sitting there talking about how do we pull private capital into fusion, because from our experience at Helion, it is pouring in.
Yeah.
Now we always want more money, so you know, but it is it's not related to we have to wait in the private sector to see the federal government do X, Y, Z. It's wow, the private sector fusion companies are moving faster than anybody anticipated 10 or 15 years ago, and that's what's making it different. And I can get more into sort of what really is making this moment different for fusion in a minute, but Ben, if you want to introduce yourself.
Well, great to be with everyone. So I'm Ben Pickett, Executive Vice President of Business Services for Nucor Corporation. For those of you that do not know, Nucor is the largest steel producer in America, actually about over 300 locations across mainly North America, 90% of which are in the United States. We've been on a pursuit for as much clean energy as we possibly can get for a very long time, and both in the fission space and in the fusion space. And it's interesting, again, also maybe I'll take that and Jackie can unpack it with where Amy started, which was, Nucor is a very conservative company. We don't invest in a lot of other different companies. We make steel. We focus on making steel and steel products and being the cleanest steel maker in the world, or at least striving to be one of, if not the cleanest steel makers in the world. Power, and most certainly 100% clean energy access, is really our impediment to truly, forever changing that dynamic. And in addition to the fission space, we took a look at Helion, and there was some there. And not only did we invest once, but we invested in a second round, which again is very rare, in particular for a company like ours. And that came from many, I would say, months, if not years of diligence, and seeing that this is actually achievable. And I'll let you take it up from there.
Yeah, so I'll just kind of like tell my own personal fusion journey story here. I spent, as a lot of you in the room know, I spent my entire career in the fission space until about 2.5 years ago when I went over to Helion. And when they called me and said, hey, we're interested in starting up a public affairs shop, we'd love for you to come out, my initial reaction was, I am not interested. Like, I want to work on something that's going to be built in my lifetime. And they said, please come out and take a look at what we're doing. So I did, and what I saw was a company that at that time had only been around for about 10 years, had built 6 working fusion prototypes. And that alone sort of blew my mind, coming from the fission regulatory space. It's just crazy to me how quickly, the framework is so different for licensing that you can actually build and figure out what works and doesn't work and then quickly turn around and do it again. That's a big part of why we're moving so fast. The other piece that was really interesting was when I went to go look at the 6th fusion prototype they'd operated called Trenta, they drove me up to an office park with, on either side of the machine, I'm standing in this room with the fusion machine that did over 10,000 pulses of fusion, and there's a chiropractor on one side of me, and I think it was a hairstylist or a dentist on the other side. And again, coming from a very fission mind space, it really took me a couple days to digest everything I had just seen. And really what David Kirtley, our CEO, explained to me was the whole reason they founded the company back in 2013 was because they saw that 21st century technology had finally evolved to a place that could enable 20th century concepts. The physics has been around forever. Theorists have said since the 50s, this could work. We just don't have the technology yet to actually build it out and prove it. And Helion was founded because particularly power electronics, things like high voltage capacitors, had evolved to a place where we could prove out something called the pulsed system. And I'm just gonna take I'm gonna try to do this so fast, Amy. Okay, so if you know anything about fusion, which I'm assuming most people in the room do, the predominant approach to fusion that's been pursued for many years is a tokamak design. So you're pursuing a sustained fusion reaction, which means you have to keep the material under extreme conditions of pressure and heat for long periods of time. And there's a lot of physics and materials challenges that accompany that. The pulsed approach was conceived of around the same time. And what it is instead of trying to keep that under that pressure and heat for a long period of time, we're doing rapid pulses of fusion, like a millisecond or less each, which really circumvents a lot of the materials and physics challenges that accompany that other approach. It also allows you to have much smaller systems. And so the whole point of Helion coming into existence was, we think we've got the tech to prove this out, and we want to make fusion able to be on the grid as soon as possible, make it mass manufacturable, so we can do this at scale and deliver the energy source that everyone needs.
So maybe I'll just take it up, just assuming everybody doesn't already know everything about fusion, just up a little bit higher. So, you know, a good friend of ours, Satya Desai, who's now at Pacific Fusion, used to work with me. And in addition to being a lawyer, he's also an engineer. And so he's like, when he explained it to me, I started working on fusion in 2017. He's like, opposite ends of the periodic table, so very different things happen, right? And so instead of splitting heavy atoms apart and releasing an intense amount of energy, you're squishing and fusing them together, but very light atoms releasing an intense amount of energy. But different things happen when you do that, right? You don't have ongoing sustained nuclear reactions like you do in a fission reactor. You don't generate spent fuel and high-level nuclear waste like you do in a fission reactor. And fast forward to where we are now, your regulatory regime does not require you to have a license from the NRC for a reactor before you can build it to test it to see if it works, right? Yeah. So fission can't iterate and develop prototypes, and I think, I don't know if Brian Smith is still here, but like last night we were having a conversation at dinner where we were saying how one of the disadvantages for fission was that it can't iterate. It can't build, test, break apart, build back together multiple versions of their reactor before you build your commercial one. You're building your first of a kind prototype is also your commercial facility, and there's a lot of inherent risk in that, but the regulatory framework kind of forces you into that bin. You guys are on several iterations into your prototype. You just need to get a radioactive materials license from the state of Washington, and the license lets you do a whole lot of different things. It's not very prescriptive in what you do. And so these are some really interesting things about fusion that allow it to be kind of inherently different than fission, including on what its path to commercialization can look like. So I think you already touched upon like why now, like what's happening now. Ben, one of the things that just happened in the conversation that I was at was all the finance guys were like, why aren't the hyperscalers paying for this? Hyperscalers apparently have blank checks. So like, I was like, do you guys talk to the hyperscalers? They keep reminding people that they don't have blank checks. They're willing to put in.
We don't either, just so that I make that clear.
Well, so my question to you is, you know, they're like, why aren't the hyperscalers just paying for all this? And I jumped in, I was like, hyperscalers had to get their heads wrapped around nuclear first. And nuclear is a technology that's here and is more knowable. And they still don't, it's still not a blank check, right? They still need to make a decision that is good for their business.
Bingo.
So what brought you to that? What made you decide right here, right now, we want to invest in fusion?
Yeah, very, very good question. And it's going to take a second to unpack that. You know, what I would tell you is that to make steel in the United States, it has to be affordable, it has to be competitive, right? We're in a global excess capacity environment. And to ensure that, you know, we have that edge, every input, every cost significantly matters. So for a company like Nucor, you know, the cents here and there in kilowatts is a big deal, right? We looked at fusion as well, and in particular the Helion design, and said, well, okay, if they can prove this out, you know, all the way down to the direct energy captures, this really is that world-changing moment because it is the limitless, very affordable, clean energy that we've been wanting for a long time. That's been part of this equation. The other part of the equation is what can Nucor bring? And as, again, anybody that knows this area, we're one of the most efficient, if not the most efficient industrial manufacturer in the world. And part of that was saying, now's the time. What can we do to help? And so in addition to this fission space, you know, it's sort of lending, you know, our teams, our Power EAF engineers, et cetera, to that ability to say, okay, what are the problems? How can we ensure that we're helping solve this? And then how can we help you in this manufacturing process? And so there's been quite a number of things with the Helion team that we've been able to lean into, both from our manufacturing side as well as our power side. We're 100% electric arc furnace steel-based making, and so largest operator of EAFs in the world. So it means we have some of the largest teams of power EAFs in the world. And they deal with the arcs, they deal with so many of these issues every day, all day long, and they've done so for 30 and 40 years. So it was sort of that dynamic coming together that said, all right, we not only love the pulsed piece here, we love the direct energy capture, let's figure out what we can do to help, because we do see our role not just in a supply chain piece, but in a help role to push this forward.
You know, I think it's interesting that I've heard you multiple times refer to Nucor as a conservative company, and I will take you at your word for that. However, you're super innovative, right? Like, you have been out there early on in the nuclear space saying, we need this and we can get behind this. You've been out there early on in the fusion space before anybody else, right? Saying, we need this and we can get behind this. How do you balance kind of those tensions between what you characterize as conservative, as also being a thought leader?
Sure.
And being here and being consistently at things like this?
Sure. You know, here's what I would say on that is, we feel, at least one of the tenets at Nucor, economic development, right, is that pathway for everybody to have hope, to have a future. We're building right now a $4 billion new state-of-the-art sheet mill in a very, very remote area of West Virginia, very, very poor area, and have grown to not only absolutely love the area, but love everything that type of economic development is going to bring that area. And you know, when you start with that economic development piece, or at least one of those pieces in mind, you realize that energy is really the root of that, right? If we don't have energy, we don't have industrial security, which means we don't have national security. And once you actually flow those things through, you know, concepts, it's pretty easy for someone like Nucor to get on board to say, okay, we play a role. Not only because of the manufacturing piece, but because people do know when we put our name behind something, it means something. We're anticipating this really is going to work. We've done our diligence, and we're leaning in that regard. I think it also helps to have, you know, an executive team, in particular, a CEO and COO who also came from the nuclear industry. That does help. That you had a couple of guys there at the top that enjoyed that aspect of it and believed in nuclear. It just so happens that Nucor is actually becoming full circle now. We were actually the Nuclear Corporation of America in the 1950s and did nuclear instrumentation, a lot of things, back when really the nuclear industry was really just getting going. So truly full circle, and we're excited to be part of the discussion.
I may be the only person in the room that did not know that Nucor was Nuclear Corporation.
It's where new and core come from,
well,
right?
And I also want to say, like, I think I'm going to add to my little Venn diagram of ways to describe you. We'll do conservative, we'll do innovative, but I think we're just going to do a big giant circle with pragmatic.
Yes.
Right? Like, that sounded like a very pragmatic answer of, like, how do you de-risk your business?
Sure.
And so one of the things that you just said that was interesting to me was that you looked at Helion and you looked at its technology. Jackie, can you talk to me about the Helion technology and kind of, it's a really unique technology that's different than some of the other systems, and can you just explain what that is?
Sure. So I already touched on one of the sort of 50,000 foot view differences, where you've got what I'll call the traditional approach to fusion, which is the tokamak design, where you're trying to pursue that sustained approach. So you've probably heard of ITER, the big international project in France. That's been under development for, I think, decades now, and has been delayed again out to 2039. There's been really good science done there and really good R&D that's helpful. But I just want to state for the record that that project, the facility in France, is twice the size of Disneyland. And so one of the, honestly, anchor principles of our company is that we cannot have the future of energy be built like airports. It has to be built like airplanes. We can't have these giant one-off bespoke projects, which is why you see the nuclear space so excitingly kind of shifting to these new designs. But so what does it look like in practice? Right now we're operating our 7th prototype in Everett, Washington. We finished construction last year, and now we're operating all week, every week. This machine is what we consider our pre-production machine. We have a power purchase agreement to deliver a 50 megawatt fusion power plant for Microsoft in 2028. We broke ground on that site this summer. So this generator that we're operating now is about the size of a standard shipping container. That's what you will see the size of the generator be for a 50 megawatt facility. And at either end of the machine, you have mirror image formation sections. That's where we're puffing in our fuel, which for us is deuterium and helium-3. I can talk more about that if we have time. But we're putting our fuel in, we're ionizing it, we're heating it up, and turning it into field reverse configuration plasmas, which basically are hot pink looking donuts. And then we are accelerating them simultaneously through 2 acceleration sections. They come together and merge in a compression section. And this is where we further compress and the fusion happens. Everything I just described to you, by the way, is happening in less than a millisecond. That's where the pulse comes in. The other thing that Ben mentioned a couple of different times is this direct energy capture. So we also don't have a secondary turbine system. So most generation types, no matter what it is, you're ultimately making heat to spin a turbine. We don't do that. We're actually able to directly capture electricity from the fusion reaction in our system and send it into our capacitor bank. And then shave off the extra that we created with each pulse, send that to our customer or to the grid, and then everything else gets cycled right back into the machine for that next pulse. And so it really does start to feel a little bit like a piston engine as it's going. It's like rhythmic. And we're ultimately able to do up to about, we're looking at 10 pulses per second, depending on what our demand is. And the other thing I'll just add to this too is that it is incredibly dispatchable. We do not have a long lead time to start it up or shut it down. So we can turn the machine off, and we can turn it back on, almost like a light switch. It's very, very fast. And one of Amy's favorite things I know about this is that we don't depend on a ton of external power to start the system up. We can do it with a small generator or a couple solar panels on our roof. And so we really are able to, in some sort of emergency or weather situation, able to pretty much be independent and start up when needed.
So I'm like the most annoying person on the planet on a site visit. So as Jackie can attest to, because I was like, how much energy, because we were talking about energy security and like, hey, the power goes out, you clearly need an intense amount of energy to get this started. And like, I remember talking to you guys and such, and it's like, I think you could use like a gallon of gasoline. Yeah. And I was like mind blown, right? And then I asked a million more inane questions. But that was like a really important data point for me, because I'm like, wait, you don't need huge amounts of energy to start this system. Yeah. It's also, there's immense amount of heat, right, that you use, but then it dissipates. So it's not like, because in my head, it was a very violent thing, right? And then I think to your point, we go out to the site, and you're in a strip mall. Yeah. And I'm just used to going to nuclear sites where you go past your armed guards multiple times, and then you go through this intense security, and then you go inside. And even ITER is very well guarded. And by the way, for anybody who has not gone, it's in southern France, so you should find a reason to go. Yeah. And I really hope the US continues to participate in ITER, just because I really like to go to southern France every time there's a fusion meeting. And so, but it's a huge facility. It's huge. It's an absolutely huge facility. But once you kind of peel away some of the things around it, like when I started asking about what's that building and what's that building, and they're like, it's literally to store equipment and to protect it because it's so far behind schedule. And because it's multiple countries working on it, there are some countries that deliver things ahead of time, and there are some countries that deliver things way behind. And so you have to build these buildings to just hold and protect the equipment until you can assemble them together. And so, but another thing, when I was at ITER, I asked, what is the worst case accident that could happen here? We're standing there, we're looking down into kind of like the donut thing that they're assembling together. They have these huge magnets. And I said, what's the worst thing that could happen here? And at the time, I was engaging in the discussions with what's the regulatory framework for fusion, and it's totally cool to keep it under a radioactive materials license. And they're like, well, we lose confinement of the plasma, it hits the side of the torus, like this whole building jumps in the air like 20 feet. And I'm like, oh no. But then when I talk to you guys, you're like, yeah, none of that's gonna happen, right? And so when you look at the accident scenario, right, you don't need to build in, when you look at the accident scenario of a fission plant, it's, you don't keep stuff cool that needs to be cooled, right? And then it melts, you release gases, you have explosions, bad things happen. None of that are your maximum hypothetical accidents, right? Which allow you to be in that radioactive materials framework and allow you have the flexibility to kind of iterate, but also to deploy. Can you talk about some of the work that Helion's doing, some of the thought leadership on how to enable an environment, a commercial environment to exist, a legal environment, a regulatory, a policy environment to exist so that fusion can be widely deployed when it's ready?
Yeah, so, all right, first and foremost, it really does, on the licensing side, it really does come down to material. Like, I love when you talk about the periodic table because that's really what the NRC cares about. It's like, what's your material, what's the radiological risk of a harmful release? And so that's why a couple years ago they separated out how they regulate fission and fusion, which in that decision allows us to be licensed by agreement states. So the Washington State Department of Health has licensed all of our fusion prototypes and is licensing our first commercial plant that we're deploying for Microsoft. So we are right now in the middle of working on permitting and licensing for the world's first ever commercial fusion plant. And I'm happy to go into more details if folks are interested after the panel. But I'll just say that we've had a lot of recent exciting success on that front. Have a lot of our permits already wrapped up, and had actually a decision of what is the terminology?
I need a little
no
bit
significance
more.
for our
No significant impact?
Yes, thank you for our environmental.
Finding of
Tom's
no
going to
significant
kill me for
impacts
messing
with
this
that?
up. He's my state and local director. He's going to be like, why am I not talking about this?
So it's an environmental impact. It's nothing to see here.
It's the state level environmental, and we had 0 public comments, and decision of no significance. We've done a ton of engagement in the local community and firmly believe that we need to build with communities, not just in them. Right. So that's been incredibly rewarding and just a great experience. But when we look at, okay, we are on track to demonstrate electricity production from fusion in the very near term with Polaris. That's what we built the machine to do. So how do we make sure that we can scale to meet the demand that we know is there as quickly as possible? What do we know the challenges are? All right, number one, great that the NRC has already made the decision to separate fission from fusion, but one thing that Amy and I have worked on together as well is looking at what does a design-specific license framework look like for fusion, where you're no longer having to go through a bespoke licensing process where it's a unique process for each individual one. But the main 2 things that stick out to us as the biggest barriers for scaled deployment are supply chain concerns and interconnect. So these are not foreign concepts. Like pretty much any generation company is looking at the same issues. I'll start with the supply chain piece for a second. Right now, we are making some of our own components, a lot of them actually, out in Everett, including high voltage capacitors, which we need thousands of for one of our plants. This was a decision that we made because nobody else in the United States was making the type of capacitor that we needed. And so we talked to our investors and we said, all right, the solution is we need to go build them ourselves so we can put them into our machines and go. But ultimately, what we're looking at here is a challenge and an opportunity. I think everybody in this room is probably familiar with the fact that in the past, in the US, we are brilliant at inventing things here in this country. We see the future before almost anybody else does. But when it comes to scaling those technologies that we invent, we're pretty crappy at it. Like we've really, when you look at things like battery technology and solar and microchips, like we've really sort of handed over the geopolitical and economic benefits to other countries, strategic, competitors of ours. And so we are in a window of opportunity right now where we can avoid that with what I would call the last frontier of energy innovation with fusion. And a big piece of that is supply chain. And so we're trying to make sure right now that we're in a position where we have a reliable supply chain predominantly here in the US and with our allies. And then ultimately the interconnect, that's not a fusion problem, that's an everybody problem.
You saw the governor of Pennsylvania,
yes.
like PJM, I'm out.
Yes.
You guys fix this. So yes, it's everybody problem.
And this is something that we talk about, right? Like our companies are in diligence right now trying to figure out where's the best place for us to site the first plant that we deploy with Nucor. And this is, it looks different in every state, potentially every county. But I do think that we're in a place where we kind of keep putting Band-Aids on a much bigger problem. And I think we're honestly fusion steel, everybody's headed straight for the same big sort of bottleneck here.
So I'm going to ask now a follow-up question that's two parts. So Ben, what made Nucor decide that Helion was the company it wanted to invest in? And why now versus at some point in the future? And then I just want you guys both to talk about timing. When everybody hears fusion, I think there's this loosey-goosey idea of it's closer than it used to be, but still not here. Like, Jackie, where are you guys in like demonstrating a commercially viable technology? And then where are you, and this for both of you, in terms of building a plant? So Ben, Ben, you've got the why Helion.
Yeah.
You have 4 questions, Jackie has 1.
I'll try to remember all of them. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, as we looked at fission and we looked at the fusion piece and we started going down the fusion pathway, you know, we had physicists of our own that we had hired that said, okay, we're going to do our diligence, much like I told you about being that conservative company ensures that this is going to happen, and spent quite a while on, as in like over a year, right, diligencing in this to figure out if that's the way we wanted to go, and with multiple companies to ultimately come to that this is it is Helion. I think it also, much to a couple points Jackie was making, was the geographic piece for us means a lot, right? There are going to be some areas where you can't put, you know, big nuclear fission, or where you can't have a solar field, or where you can't have a wind energy field, et cetera. But you can put a fusion facility. And so it geographically plays into a space that we also like. And so that's sort of the dynamic of why I would say why them. And I'll get to the other question.
All right, timing.
Timing, okay. All right, so where are we at? We are on track to deliver the world's first commercial fusion plant for our power purchase agreement with Microsoft in 2028. Now, when our company announced this a couple of years ago, it very understandably raised eyebrows around the world, including mine. But I can tell you that from what I'm seeing in our operations every week right now, that we are extremely excited and confident in what we're going to be able to achieve over the next 2 years to deliver on this.
And is that a 50 megawatt facility?
Yeah, it's going to be a 50 megawatt facility for, so Constellation is the power marketer and the PPA is with Microsoft. And what I'll say is that we're testing every day pretty much now with Polaris. But at the end of the day, what really gives us confidence goes back to what we've already achieved with those other prototypes, right? We have met or surpassed our goals with every single fusion prototype we've built and operated over the past 6 years, which was a big part of the diligence that was done by both Microsoft and Nucor, was showing that we achieve what we set out to achieve with our prototypes. This machine, this generator, Polaris, is the last puzzle piece. We just have to prove out the last little bit with this machine so that we can then go and build a commercial scale, you know, project for Microsoft. And that's why we've already broken ground on that project. So we're doing a lot of things simultaneously. So as far as like the machine itself and you know, where are we, we're really looking to demonstrate electricity production from fusion for the first time with this machine near term.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, and then the Nucor project, and we're at time, and Jennifer's going to get the hook for me. Probably in the early 2030s timeframe.
That's the goal.
And it's a 500 megawatt.
It is,
so it's
yes.
scaled up estimate. Okay, awesome. Thank you, and then I'm sure you guys would love to answer any questions during breaks with anybody. All right, thank you, everyone.
Thank you all.
Thank you so much to this panel. And thank you to Jackie specifically for really highlighting the role of and the importance of supply chains. And over the course of today, we've heard about newcomer countries, newcomer industries like industrial end users, industrial sectors. We've talked about the role of the finance community, and now I think somewhat new for us, talked about the role of philanthropy in encouraging nuclear energy policy and its development. Talked about fuel and the workforce, and of course, just now, fusion. But I think that really the common thread that went through all of the conversations today was about the challenges inherent in developing the supply chain. And so I'm so delighted now to introduce to the stage our final session for the day, a strategic dialogue on navigating the nuclear supply chain revolution. And this session will be moderated by Dr. Sama Bilbao Ilion, who is Director General of the World Nuclear Association. Sama, I'm delighted to invite you to the stage along with your panelists. So please come on up. And Sama, I am so pleased to hand this conversation over to you to introduce your panelists and to moderate our closing session.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Jennifer, and good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to join you for this final session of the day. Almost, we will have summarizing closing remarks. I have a fabulous, incredibly diverse group of people here that is going to help us go a little bit deeper, look under the hood of what's happening in nuclear supply chains. So I'm going to start. Next to me, I am honored to have Dr. Krishna Singh, founder and chief executive officer of Holtec International. Lovely to see you, Chris. And also next to me, I have Mr. Stefano Buono, chief executive officer from Nucleo. A pleasure always, Stefano. Next, I have Dr. Ron Fabish, Senior Director of Strategic Development for Nuclear Technologies and Materials at General Atomics. Lovely to see you, Ron. Ms. Margaret Consentino, Executive Vice President of Corporate Affairs at Whitehouse. Thank you, Margaret. And last but certainly not least, Brianna Lazarevitz, Energy Economist at the International Atomic Energy Agency. So this is incredibly diverse. This is a global vision of what is happening in all areas of the nuclear supply chain, because let's not forget, many times we kind of tend to focus on building new nuclear power plants and we need to do in order to build a nuclear power plant, but there is an entire ecosystem, there is an entire value chain that we really need to make sure that it's ready for this tripling or quadrupling or big growth of nuclear energy that we all expect. So I'm going to start by going throughout my panelists to ask them a little bit what they are doing and how the work that they are doing is relevant to the growth in nuclear supply chains. So Holtec, I will start with you, Chris. Obviously, you are busy in so many pieces of this puzzle, repowering new nuclear power plants, looking into deploying small modular reactors, in addition to the traditional work that Holtec has been doing for many decades on supporting transport and many other parts of the value chain. So what are you doing to reinvigorate, to rebuild supply chains?
Big question.
Yes, big question, hopefully lots of good answers.
I should have sat over there. Look, Holtec International is a nuclear plant builder. We're going to operate a nuclear plant, Palisades. We are the largest equipment manufacturer in the United States. We manufacture capital equipment for export, perhaps more than anyone else. So we are in the entire, if you will, the spectrum of nuclear industry. And what's relevant here in this conversation is the supplier. Well, we do manufacture practically every capital equipment for nuclear power plants. These equipment, they're built here in the United States. Our manufacturing plants are in the US. And the problem we see right now, never mind, I mean, SMRs are somewhat a little bit in the future. You'd be astonished to know that we have severe shortage of mechanics, welders, fitters in every one of our manufacturing plants. We have 3 plants in New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and Ohio. Every plant, we could today hire at least 200 workers that we cannot find. Okay, there is a shortage today. And we are trying to overcome that by using more robots. Robots also have long-term delivery now, and robots can't do everything that humans can. So where we are today, and this is before the floodgate opens for SMR manufacture. Our own SMRs have to be manufactured in our plants. the situation right now looks hopeless. Okay, it is not a good situation. You know, we can all talk about delivering 1,000 SMRs by 2050 and so on, but the reality is that U.S. has a significant labor shortage, a skilled labor shortage, and the government doesn't seem to, at least at this point in time, realize it. Now, we have ads, our website full of ads to hire people, and we get maybe one response for 10 ads. It's a desperate situation. So to talk about supply chain, you got to begin with top of the supply chain where we are, and then of course you have some 5 layers from where the ingot is made in the mill to where we manufacture the final component. We got typically 4 to 5 layers. And that problem exists in practically every stage. Last time those of us who were celebrating nuclear renaissance was in 2005, correct me if I'm wrong, it was about then. There was talk of nuclear renaissance. And immediately we placed purchase orders for forgings with Japan Steelworks. Their backlog extended 7 years.
Right.
Okay. Of course, they didn't get bought because Renaissance fizzled out, but it gives you an idea of the supply situation compared to the demand. This Renaissance, I believe, is going to happen, unlike the previous one, and it's going to be stronger. How would the world get the reactors when it needs them? That really, so when I saw the topic, I readily agreed to come and participate in it. It's a real problem. It is not a problem we can pencil whip. We got to solve it. And the country hasn't even thought about it at this point.
Thank you, Chris. I mean, this is the sobering part, which means that we need to find solutions. I mean, we need to face the challenges. And I think it is true that we all recognize that in North America, in many countries in Europe, we have really eroded our industrial capabilities, our supply chains, our workforce. So we are now a little bit in an uphill effort to actually regain some of those capabilities. So I'm going to go to Stefano. You are working in Europe, and I think that what is very unique and interesting about Nucleo is that you are a full life cycle company, and you are working in the actual design and development of the reactor, but also EPC, et cetera, et cetera. So from where you are sitting and your multi-European efforts, how do you see the supply chain opportunities and challenges?
Yes, I would say that the situation is also a bit difficult, I would say, but maybe it's less dire than here in the US, because Europe is a little bit slower at the moment in the development of new projects. In spite of the hype that is on the paper at the end, not many projects are starting. Nucleo is a relatively young company. We were incorporated only 4 years ago, with the idea of developing a nuclear reactor, a new technology. So we are in a different situation, I would say. But of course, we had very aggressive plans. We incorporated a company. Well, we raised more than $600 million in Europe, which is a lot. So we position immediately ourselves as a company that can actually do things very rapidly. And we have plans to have our first of a kind for 2031. So of course, we were immediately concerned about the supply chain. In Europe, there is a strange phenomenon, I would say. You know that many countries that were nuclear abandoned the nuclear activity, and all of these engineers disappeared in the oil and gas, in a lot of sectors. When we announced 4 years ago the incorporation of the company, we had like a lot of people coming from this sector to wanted and willing to come back into nuclear. But these are engineers. We also acquired the 3 companies that have factories, and they contribute to the supply chain. And to take your example, in one of the companies that is making nuclear pumps, we have one welder. Can you imagine feeling the risk matrix when I acquired that company? So I agree that when it comes to construction, etc., we might be in a difficult situation. France has only France has 230,000 people in the nuclear industry, and they have to add 100,000 people in the next 10 years. If you combine this with the need of all over Europe, the projections are a bit dire, I would say.
Okay, I'm going to go to Margaret for a second, just going through the reactor developer. So Margaret, from the Westinghouse point of view, you also have lots of projects in the pipeline, large, perhaps micro-reactors in North America, in Europe, elsewhere. How do you see this, the supply chain? What are your challenges and the opportunities that you are seeing?
Thank you, Sama. So yes, indeed. I mean, I think as an industry, we've seen for several years great tailwinds, right? For us, what we've seen in particular in the past year is really a shift from the question of if we're going to build nuclear to how fast and how much can you build, and how quickly can we get electrons on the grid, which is quite exciting, but obviously it presents a good problem to have, right, from a supply chain perspective. And so, you know, we've seen globally this ambition around triple. In the United States, they went to quadruple with the executive orders this spring, and an aspiration to have, 10 large reactors under construction in the U.S. by 2030. And so for Westinghouse, what we've seen, along with our owners, Cameco and Brookfield, is that the conversation across our reactor technologies is now becoming very crystallized around AP1000. Because we need more power, not less, and we need a reactor that's ready to go. And so for us, the supply chain question becomes very fundamental, because if we're going to do all this work, we need to have the suppliers ready to go. Now for the AP1000, the supply chain actually is quite mature. All of our suppliers, every part in an AP1000 has been made recently for our projects in the US. And our suppliers are very eager to get more work into their plants. And so that's great. The question now is about capacity.
Scale.
And we do a lot of engagement with our supply chain because we are getting ready for the wave.
Okay, so the question really is, can we scale up at the speed that all these potential opportunities are coming?
Absolutely.
Okay, well, so we'll come back to that question in a second. I'm going to go to Ron, because obviously General Atomics, you do something a little bit different, right? So you're focusing fuel, materials, innovation. So from your vantage point, what does the supply chain looks like? What are the challenges that you're hoping to help fill?
So thank you very much, Sama. So just a little bit about GA. We've been around since the 50s, deployed some 68 research reactors, the trigger reactors. We're actually making fuel right now with Framatome in a joint venture in France for those reactors. They use the LH fuel, HALEU fuel, actually. But we see a lot of benefits in investing in advanced materials to power the existing fleet and also the future fleet of advanced reactors. So the strength of General Atomics lies quite a bit in advanced materials and fuels. So we are developing ceramic materials that will enable a very robust accident-tolerant fuel for the existing fleet and for the future fleet. Some of it is in the HALEU regime, some of it is in the LEU regime, and we are actively working to de-risk and mature the raw materials. So some of it we're making actually in-house to reduce the costs, so we are not reliant on external supply chain limitations. So GA is investing quite a bit of internal research and development monies to develop the silicon carbide fiber that goes into the ceramic materials of the cladding. And we're hoping to scale that up and basically reduce the cost and be more domestically reliant on what we can do here in the country. On the reactor side, we were very big on gas-cooled reactors. We always talked about the fast spectrum gas-cooled reactors with a vision of closing the fuel cycle, of recycle. And that's actually becoming quite a hot topic, no pun intended, these days. But we do think we're very pragmatic and practical, and we think that there is a stepwise approach to that. And the company has shifted to also look at thermal spectrum gas-cooled reactors in the 200 megawatt range because of the hyperscalers, because of the immediate need for clean energy and for nuclear as a stepping stone to the fast reactor future supply, future reactors into the 2030s. We think that we can do that with doing Gen 4, and I like to say with Gen 3 plus components. So using LEU fuel, 5% enriched. It is a gas-cooled reactors. We built 2 of them in this country. GA has built the only 2 commercial gas-cooled reactors in this country in the 60s. It took us 2 years to license them, by the way back in the 60s and 70s. But we know how to build things, and we want to go back to doing that. I would point out that one thing that I've learned recently is that if we want a steam turbine and turbo machinery these days, we have to stand in line for at least 5 or 6 or 7 years to get one of those. So that's something that all of us should care quite a bit about.
No, I mean, and this is the thing, many times we think about nuclear-specific components like pressure vessels or steam generators or things like that. But yeah, if you want a normal turbine, a transformer, all those things are actually in very high demand, so we are going to really need to plan accordingly. But I would say, I agree that we need to think about that, but let's think about this is not a nuclear problem. This is an energy problem. I mean, we as a society, we are facing enormous energy demand, some of which will be met with nuclear energy, so we need to deal with that part. But clearly, there is a huge opportunity and challenge for all supply chains, so that's very important. So I'm going to go to Brianna, because obviously the International Atomic Energy Agency, you are doing a lot of work with all member states in all continents, and I know that in this moment where many of those member states are looking forward to maintaining their current nuclear capabilities, expanding those capabilities, or perhaps having capabilities that don't yet have, supply chain is a challenge. So tell us a little bit about the work that the agency is doing in this area.
Thanks, Selma. Yeah, so today we've heard this repeated today. Yeah. It's an exciting time in nuclear, and I think that's exemplified in kind of the action that the IAEA is seeing in this space. We have 30-some countries coming to us that are hoping, and we call them nuclear newcomers, so have never built or operated, rather, a nuclear power plant on their soil and hope to do so in the near future. We have more than 15 expanding countries. So the interest is very strong, and all of these countries are very interested in having some piece of the supply chain. They are not as interested in simply being a buyer. They view the expansion or the growth into nuclear energy as industrial development, as a way to build up their own internal industry. And so I think this creates a really interesting problem or challenge for supply chains in particular, because it's a little bit of a microcosm of what we're asking the nuclear industry to do today. It's not just expand to new technologies like SMRs or new fuel types, and it's not just to scale to a tripling or quadrupling, it's also to open to new markets and to bring in new partners that have never operated in the nuclear space before. And that's a three-pronged issue that the entire nuclear industry is going to have to face in the coming years. But I think that that's really drilled down when we talk about supply chains, because as an economist, I'm thinking about how do we get to predictable time and cost, and supply chain is the thing that I didn't hear as much as I wanted to this morning on the financing panel. I think it was left unsaid a little bit. That, okay, we have commercial banks that are interested in financing projects that they view as bankable. We didn't get into what that really means. I mean, I felt like what a lot was left unsaid was, okay, we want a proven technology, and we're assuming that we have a robust supply chain. So how are we getting there, and how are we building this out, not just within our own countries, but how are we keeping that supply chain robust by also potentially exporting technology and exporting some piece of that supply chain. So I'll leave it there, but I think we're at the precipice of something very interesting, and what we're doing is asking the supply chain industry to do this piece that actually will get scaled up for the rest of the industry.
You said a lot of important things there. I'm going to unpack a little bit, and maybe we can get into them, because I think they are all fascinating, and we have people here that can help us unpack. So one thing that you said that I think is very important is for the financiers. I think that very often when we talk to the finance community, the conversations tend to be about, oh, we want to build a nuclear power plant, and we are talking about the nuclear power plant, when in fact there is an entire ecosystem that needs to be built around that, whether it's fuel, I mean, starting from mining all the way to obviously the actual factories and manufacturing that are going to build the small modular reactors to well, the entire thing. So that's the first thing that I think that we will come back to. And the second thing that I think is fascinating is the problem of what I call glocalization. So because many of these projects in newcomer countries or in countries that already have nuclear, they are very interested in having experienced partners coming to them to build their technology and to help them to gain well, you know, all the energy that they need. But they don't want to just be a customer. They actually want to be part of the puzzle. They want to get some of the industrial capabilities. They want to have all the supply chain in their country and be a part of the global supply chain. And of course, that is a great opportunity because, well, we need to grow the supply chain fast, but we need to have the expertise, the quality, all those things. So I was going to ask you, Chris, I mean, I know you are working with others to actually reach some of those partnerships. Tell me a little bit more how you are trying to bridge some of those gaps.
Well, we didn't talk about the gap first.
Okay, let's talk about the gap
Let me
first.
tell you the gap. Supply chain is an abstract word, right? It means a number of suppliers who make things that in the chain of manufacturing or construction that leads to the final product. The biggest problem that the industry will find is that in this excitement for nuclear, anybody and everybody wants to get on the bidders list. They want to become suppliers. That's what Margaret said. She's got so many suppliers who want to be manufacturing. But they don't have the training, the experience, the culture to manufacture to nuclear quality standards. That is a problem that is hiding in plain sight. Because we see this, we see when we order, we have to have inspectors full-time in the supplier shop, and even then, sometimes it's not enough. Training the workforce so they understand the significance of every single step that their work cycle will take them through is very, very important. And I can tell you that even countries that have built nuclear plants, we find that the culture is deficient. I give you one example just to give you a sense of what goes on. We ordered a fairly good-sized weldment from a country, I'm not going to name the country here, okay, from a fairly good-sized shop, manufacturing plant. And the equipment was built. Our quality assurance manager and the inspector, they went to the country to inspect, final inspection. And my quality assurance manager is an experienced guy with 30 years experience. He says, this weld does not look like it meets the size requirement in the drawing. He could visually tell. the manufacturer said, no, it does meet. It does meet it. We'll get you the gauge to check it. And then they requested that we break for lunch. So our QA manager and inspector were taken out to do lunch. When they came back, they gave them the gauge, and they measured it. Sure enough, the weld was the right size. Then the inspector, he says, would you touch that weld? The people who were showing, they demurred. Because they had welded while our people were at lunch. So they added the weld. Of course, the weld is hot, you can't touch it at that point, okay? Now that is the deficiency in culture, okay? They think it's okay, the manufacturer thinks it's okay. It's not okay. It can, and there's not enough time to tell you dozens of examples of similar kind that our people have detected over the years. And if we're detecting it, I'm sure that the entire customer community is detecting, finding it, or they don't find it. But this is something that needs to be addressed. And an international body, a national body we need to get people to understand that nuclear, its public acceptance rests on integrity of the supply chain. And every single supplier needs to understand their responsibility. Yes, it costs more. It takes more planning. It takes more work. But if you don't do it, the expense, the cost is enormous. I understand that Olkiluoto in Finland was delayed by at least 14 months because of defective parts that they procured. And they had to scrap the entire supply, and the supply was delayed the plant was delayed by about a year or 14 months. And that's a more conspicuous example, but it happens all the time. So when you think about supply chain, please think about supplier integrity.
Right, so it's not just quantity, but it's obviously quality, of course, always. I mean, and I think that I know the International Atomic Energy Agency and us at World Nuclear Association, we are doing quite a lot of work with the suppliers, but also the regulators in many, many countries to make sure that new entrants into the nuclear supply chain understands the QA requirements and the safety culture and what it really takes to work in nuclear. So that is an ongoing effort, and clearly we do want to expand the supply chain, but we need to make sure that we preserve the quality and the integrity, so that's for sure. So I was going to go to Margaret because it's very related. I mean, obviously you are working in the US, but also working in Poland. So how do you see, I mean, in other places also, but those are some of the bigger projects right now. So how do you encourage new players in the supply chain? Or perhaps you don't need to encourage them. Tell us a little bit more how you do it.
Sure. Well, so yes, we have the project in Poland. We're starting work in Bulgaria for their nuclear program, Ukraine as well on the engineering side. And so we invest a lot of time as a company in the localization piece of it. We have a philosophy that we buy where we build. We believe it's not only the right thing to do, but it's the right thing for the project to have a very robust, qualified local supply chain. And so, we have supplier days regularly in all these countries, but beyond that, we're looking at nuclear qualification to ensure, and we're doing this early, right? I mean, we're doing this early because we need to make sure that we have the right condition set, that the suppliers understand the importance on the quality piece, and that we're ready to go when the EPC contracts really take off. So this is an area where we spend a considerable amount of time. And I think for the suppliers also, right, you talk about what's the best way to deploy nuclear, it's as a fleet. And we're starting to look at, in Europe, a really true sort of fleet mentality around AP1000 and sort of coalition of the willing. So I think they also see the longer term opportunities, not just what's happening in their country, but to be able to support these other projects. And so I think then the sort of question around investment in time and quality starts to really make a lot of sense for them because they see the opportunity set as large and growing.
Right. Very good. No, that makes sense. I mean, and I think that we are trying to do this for all the projects, right? Go from not many ones of a kind, but move very quickly to the nth of a kind and do this over and over and over again. And that ensures that it's quality and this repeatability that we want.
Yeah, and I would say these projects are governed also by intergovernmental agreements between the U.S. and the other country, and that brings a lot of connective tissue around the regulation piece, around licensing, around quality as well. So I think there's a lot of sort of linkages that can help to amplify that.
Very good. Stefano, Nucleo is doing a lot of work. You have a lot of partnerships and collaborations with different industrial players, working on your supply chains, but also your entire life cycle. So tell us a little bit how those partnerships work and how is that helping you bring that supply chain to fruition?
Yes. Well, first, we are putting a significant effort in our supply chain. Now, on 1,000 people, 32 are the group of the supply chain that are qualifying all of the supply chains. So there is, for small companies, a big effort. When we think about the moment we have to build, and then, of course, the moment we want to support our customers, we need to have more firepower. And actually, one example of how we are building this for firepower is that we make the joint venture with an oil and gas company, not an oil and gas company, an engineering company working in the oil and gas sector, which is not the first example of a company that is looking at entering into the nuclear sector. In this case, is a company with tens of thousands of people. So imagine if we start to build a culture in a company like that is devoted to nuclear, we can find then a lot of people moving. And I think this is something that should, I hope that other companies have the opportunity to build. Because at the end, the oil and gas is a sector where the competition is very strong, margins are very low, so there is an interest in moving to nuclear, where this company thinks there is a lot of space and there is a lot of. And then I have observed also another element, which I think is important. There is more and more funds that have been created in Europe to invest into companies that are part of the nuclear supply chain. So by investing in those companies, I think you give these companies the possibility to expand their own structures, their own capabilities. So it is important that every company that is acting today in the supply chain has the means to hire more people, to invest into knowledge building and so on. So I hope, again, this is something maybe is happening also here, but certainly happening in Europe, and it's something very positive. I think that the people should not only think about investing in a new project, but also in this supply chain. It's very important.
Exactly. No, I completely agree. Again, I said that before. When we talk to the financiers, us for sure, and I know many others do, it's not just building the nuclear power plant, it's creating the industrial capabilities that are going to allow us to build that plant over and over and over and over again. And you did say something that I think is also very important. Often in the nuclear industry, we focus in the nuclear industry and perhaps still maintaining our quality and our safety culture. I think there are many things that we can learn from other sectors of the economy. So, these partnerships with oil and gas, or perhaps with other sectors, I think that there are opportunities there for us to improve the way we do things and take advantage of other sectors that also have resilient supply chains of very high quality already.
We had another partnership with Fincantieri, for example, is a very big ship builder of ships. We have a partner with Saipem, again, oil and gas company. They're all interested in applications of nuclear technology, but also entering into the sector. So there is a strong momentum. We have some Momentum also building in India, because recently India is moving toward the possibility for the private sector to enter into a nuclear build as well. So I see the engineering companies become very active and trying to start collaborating with nuclear company in this area. So I see a lot of movement.
Definitely. I mean, I think that we are seeing definitely India. They have a very good industrial infrastructure that we can hopefully expand elsewhere. So certainly there are many opportunities. I was going to say something regarding to what you mentioned, Chris, about the workforce also. So I think that engaging with these other sectors of the economy could be also a potential important source of talent. There are well talented engineers and welders and pipe fitters and project managers in many other sectors of the economy. So whether it's oil and gas or frankly the coal industry that perhaps is well going in a slowdown motion. So there are opportunities to bring all those people and their talents into the nuclear industry. Mm-hmm. So I think that's another opportunity. I was going to go to you, Ron, because obviously General Atomics, you do a lot of research and development. So how do you partner with others to bring these technologies to commercial stage so they can actually be deployed elsewhere?
So let me just make a comment about the training and internships and things such as that. So General Atomics is also a big defense contractor.
Yes.
Lots of manufacturing capabilities of innovative and advanced technologies. Starting from scratch, basically very low TRL, bringing it to maturation. So we have a lot of manufacturing capacity. We bring in young interns from the very beginning. Usually college students, undergrads, invest in their training. They up to now, we're very involved on the defense side of the shop with lots of these advanced technologies. But we see a lot of crossover with the manufacturing needs and capabilities that we have on the nuclear side of the shop. So that training is invaluable for us to prep the future generation. In terms of R&D, like I said, we have a lot of internal investment of our own. We team up. I think what we haven't talked about is the role of government in incentivizing a new supply chain. I think we're very grateful for the Department of Energy in all kinds of cost share agreements that we had with them to advance some of our advanced materials. I know that Westinghouse has also had those things. I think as we mature the technologies, the stake of the government goes down. We don't expect them to finance the entire thing, but to jumpstart innovative, highly challenged, high-risk economies, the government has a pivotal role. And we're very grateful to have that partnership with them. So R&D internal, maturation and de-risking together with, in some instances, with the government in a very fair cost share agreement with them. And then it is up to us to find the customers and the end market. At the end of the day, it's about cost. It's about making it economical. And our company values quite a bit the economic case of things, and this is what we're trying to always think about how much it's going to cost. Do we have the suppliers? Do we have the manufacturing facilities to build these things? Teaming up with others when we don't have the capabilities is something we do routinely, and we're doing it also with fuel vendors, for example, on the nuclear side, with the utilities that are going to be consumers of our technology. So that's something that is very important for us, both domestically and beyond.
Very good. So I'm going to go to Brianna with this question about the role of government. Obviously, the International Atomic Energy Agency engages directly with governments. So are we doing a good job engaging with governments and explaining that energy policies are very important, but obviously they need to be translated into actual industrial policies, actual action plans that are going to work on these industrial capabilities, supply chain, of course, workforce. So what is your experience from the IEA point of view?
Thanks. So the IAEA, when we interact with our member states, everything is through the lens of the milestones approach and the steps that a country needs to take in order to have a functioning, successful nuclear program. And definitely workforce and supply chain are a piece of that. We call them infrastructure issues. But there's definitely much more that can be done. And I think that it comes back to this topic that we've kind of all touched on so far of how important this piece is to bringing down costs, to getting on time, on budget, and to the key success factors that we're all looking for when we talk about a successful nuclear energy project. And so I think that the agency does work in this space. I think that there's much more that we can be doing. And I think learning from other sectors is probably the most important way that we can do that. You said it yourself, we have such a tendency to look inward and think of ourselves as very unique and complex and totally different than other technologies. But supply chain is one piece that I do think we have a lot to learn from other industries. Yes, we are still unique and complex in some ways that other industries are not, but there are so many lessons to be learned. And I think workforce is another one we've touched on today. This is something that almost every large industry is also grappling with and will continue to grapple with over the next 20, 50 years. Everyone's looking for talent. So how do we as an industry become more attractive than going to oil and gas or going and working in renewables or going and working on other large infrastructure projects and building a bridge somewhere? How do we attract that talent? And maybe it's far beyond just engineers, but how do we attract the best lawyers and the best project managers? And I think with that lens and that focus is how we'll be more successful and not just, okay, we need these people, but what can we be doing as an industry to attract the best talent? And I think that comes back to what kind of promise do young people see in this industry? I mean, personally, I kind of came my own weird way into nuclear. I didn't study it. I studied energy markets and economics and fell into nuclear as something that was very interesting later on once I knew about the energy markets and economics. And so how do we get people to take a more direct route than I took and to be interested in it from the very beginning? And I think part of that comes from the promise and the excitement. And we're starting to see that now and here and today, but how do we make sure that that spreads to attract the best people to do the job?
Definitely. No, I think that we have seen that a lot of young people come to nuclear because they sense the purpose that you can get in a career in nuclear. But at the same time, we do need to make sure that our industry is welcoming and that we are we actually make sure that every new person that comes into our industry feels that they actually have an important role to play, an entire career in front of them. So there is perhaps some adjustments that we need to do to our industry. So we are running out of time. So we have a couple of minutes, and I'm going to ask each and every one of you for your final thoughts. And I always like to have final thoughts that are action-oriented. So we are going to be here at this Energy Summit for one more day. But please, so what is it that everybody needs to take home or tonight when you are enjoying beautiful New York City? What should you be thinking about regarding making sure that this nuclear promise is going to be realized and we will have the supply chain that we need to do it? What do you think, Chris?
Good. I was going to tell you, but you asked me, so that's wonderful.
Yeah.
I'm answering an asked question. There's a national need to build up our workforce, skilled workforce. Now, I saw President Trump's big, beautiful bill, I believe, or another executive order. He spoke about funding technical institutes where people, young men and women, can get trained and develop skills to work in factories. That should be taken further. These people, many of them come from poor families. I put up a training center, and the kids won't come. They couldn't come because they needed a car. The family didn't have a car, okay? And many of them just could not, from impoverished areas, they just cannot they need support. They need more support than just a tuition waiver. So the government should provide the opportunity for young men and women to get trained in the technical institute, then do internship in plants like ours, where they really learn, and after a year or two of training, they become full skilled mechanics, and then they would become productive contributors to our workforce. That is needed. It's not going to happen by itself.
Right, so it's the entire package. It's not just the grant. It's enable people to actually access those opportunities.
Right.
Very good. Stefano, what would you say?
I would say that we forgot a little bit the elephant in the room, that is the fuel. Yes. You know that our choice has been to go to recycled material and MOX, and I felicitate the decision of the government to support recycling and MOX or recycling and recycled fuel here in the US, because this is solving part of the big problem that we might have in the future connected to the cost of operating nuclear reactor.
Absolutely. I mean, let's make use of that resource, right? Let's look at it as a resource, not as a problem. Exactly. I love it, yeah. Thank you. Ron?
Quickly, we're running out of time, but I would say the EOs that the president released over the summer really set the bar high. Supply chain in it is front and center. I would go home, thinking about how do we make that real. There's a lot of financial challenges with this. There's a lot of planning challenges with this. Staging things are very aggressive in those EOs, but I think they're setting the bar for this country and beyond, because we have ripple effects around the world. And I think if we can enable those to be a reality on all the supply chain elements of it, we are into a true revival of the nuclear industry.
Okay, so we need to be as ambitious as the orders that we have been given. Let's do that.
That's
Margaret.
I think a very good problem to have would be if we were very successful in meeting the ambition of the executive orders, but I think that also leads us to, do we have enough people in the building trades to go do construction on multiple projects at once? And so we will have to, and we will be competing with other industries who are also, taking advantage of the vision here to have more manufacturing and more things being built. So I think that will take a lot of intention and probably some public-private partnerships between industry, labor, states, probably as well, technical institutes, schools, and so that will have to be sort of solved if we're going to have multiple nuclear projects under construction at the same time.
Okay, so we need to translate the ambition in an actual plan. Good. Brianna, you have the last word.
I think one of the things I'm thinking about this week is how we shift our thinking from that first of a kinds are very expensive, or beginner or pioneers of a kind are very expensive, to thinking about it as an investment. And I think that's especially true with supply chain, is how can we shift our thinking and the way that policymakers or governments are thinking about this topic as this is an investment in the rest of the fleet, and kind of shifting that from, okay, these are really expensive over here, but the rest are gonna be fine, to no, these investments in supply chain are incredibly important because it will create the enabling environment to get us to nth of a kind.
So we need to demystify the first of a kind and actually move to the programs.
It's not just really expensive, it's a good
investment. It's an investment, exactly. So we will have some investment here that will give us many plans that are going to last for 60, 80, 100 plus years.
Exactly.
Providing lots of abundant, affordable, 24/7 clean energy. Wow, that's a vision. So I think I want to ask you all to please help thank my panel for fabulous ideas. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much to Sama and to her excellent speakers. All throughout the course of the day, we have, of course, been talking about the relationship between the public and private sectors, and especially how they can interact together and make sure that we are financing and bringing capital to the deployment, please, of the next generation of reactors. And over the weekend, we were so delighted to learn that the very recently confirmed, the Honorable John Jovanovic, recently confirmed on Thursday by the US Senate as the president and chairman of the Export-Import Bank of the United States, was willing to address this conference today. So, Chairman Jovanovic, I am so delighted to welcome you up to the podium. Thank you so much for being here, and really looking forward to hearing your remarks.
Thanks, everyone. I know it's been a long day, and I'm probably the only thing keeping you all from cocktails, so blessed are the brief, where they shall be re-invited. But it is truly great to join you here at the Atlantic Council's second annual Nuclear Energy Policy Summit held during the United Nations General Assembly. Could not have asked for a better venue than this summit to engage on nuclear energy. All in my first week as President Trump's appointee to lead the Export-Import Bank of the United States. The Atlantic Council, thank you so much for having me. You've long stood as a convener of serious dialogue about energy issues. I've enjoyed a long affiliation and partnership with the Atlantic Council, and so thank you for everything that you continue to do. And this year's summit, in partnership with the Emirates Nuclear Energy Company, only reinforces that mission. So as we're reflecting on this week's discussions, it's clear that we gather as the world faces a series of challenges that will undoubtedly define the 21st century. Global power demand is rising at unprecedented levels, driven by rapid economic growth, new technologies like artificial intelligence, and the growing need for reliable, affordable, and secure energy. Meeting this challenge will require innovation, scale, and partnership. Now, the very forces driving today's uncertainty, technological breakthroughs, economic transformation, also present great opportunity. And history shows that moments of great challenge are when America's strengths shine brightest. Today, there are more reasons to be optimistic about America's role in the world and our ability to shape the global energy landscape than ever before. President Trump has made clear that prosperity goes hand in hand with energy abundance. Now, we're at an inflection point in reestablishing U.S. leadership in the civil nuclear market with a diverse set of technology offerings that meet the needs of partners large and small. Now, we at the Export-Import Bank will work with our colleagues across the Trump administration to help make that possible. Nuclear projects are unique, as I'm sure you've all talked about for the past few days. They're large, they're long-term, they're very capital-intensive, and they really require strong balance sheets. Exim is ready to mobilize billions of dollars in U.S. exports, supporting tens of thousands of American jobs to help usher in the nuclear renaissance that we all hope to see. We will also focus on the full supply chain and fuel cycle. We'll invite partners to join us because energy security must be a shared goal. Nuclear energy, affordable, accessible, and reliable, can yield energy abundance. The United States brings there we go. The United States brings unmatched innovation to the table. Advanced reactors, microreactors, the promise of small modular reactors. While challenges remain, and there's more room to go, U.S. technology providers are ready to deliver. Our leadership rests on the strongest safety and security standards as well. Through new intergovernmental agreements, including Poland, Romania, Bulgaria, Lithuania, and hopefully soon Slovakia, we're providing frameworks for projects that strengthen security and prosperity. Now, there's one great example that we know is advanced stage. Poland's new nuclear program has the potential to bring upwards of $22 to $25 billion in terms of the project. It'll include billions in U.S. exports and potentially up to 65,000 American jobs. It shows what partnership makes possible: investments, jobs, and a stronger, more secure energy future for all. Nuclear energy will also help support the industries of tomorrow: artificial intelligence, advanced mobility, critical minerals, and more. Reliable, affordable, and secure power is the foundation of economic growth and prosperity. Thanks to President Trump's leadership and vision, we will once again help bring energy abundance to the world, ushering in a new era of security, prosperity, and peace. The United States stands ready to lead, to partner, and to deliver. So thank you, Jennifer. Thank you, Atlantic Council. Thank you all for your time.
Chairman, thank you so much. We share your optimism for an energy future where the United States is leading around the world. And with that, we are so delighted to close today's conference. Please come back tomorrow. Just like today, doors open at 8 and breakfast is served at 8:30, and we'll kick off at 9 for another great day of programming. So thank you all so much for being here. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow.